So the year is 2017 and I just returned from a romantic vacation in Cabo San Lucas with my husband. So I'm feeling happy and relaxed. Our business is doing well and I am literally on top of the world. So it's a beautiful day when he goes out to walk the dog. And I noticed that he left his phone on the kitchen table. So my first thought is, great, I've been trying to get some pictures from him from our last real estate adventure, our last project, and he's been procrastinating and putting it off. So I'm just gonna pick it up and send the photos to myself. So I pick up his phone, right? All happy and excited to look at the pictures, and my heart drops. You know that feeling you get when your heart is beating out of your chest and it's dropping at the same time and you're almost nauseous? My heart dropped because I realized in that moment I was about to lose everything that I had worked for these last 7 years. I was about to lose it all. My husband was having an affair. Success without sacrifice. That's what I teach. My name is Eva Medilek, and I teach people how to have it all without sacrificing in the process. But here's the thing. You don't have to sacrifice everything, but you will have to sacrifice some things. So success without sacrifice is a lie. You see, we bought into this idea that we could have it all, be it all, do it all. But at what cost? What is it costing us? What are you sacrificing? I'll tell you, the problem is that most of us are sacrificing the wrong things, and it's hurting us in the long run. So what do you need to give up in order to be successful? Because we're sacrificing the wrong things. What are the right things to give up? Well, here's where you can start. You can actually start by giving up. Listen to me, give up making stupid decisions. That's right, give up making stupid decisions. And while you're at it, I want you to give up the blame game. Stop blaming others for the results of your stupid decisions. Take responsibility for your choices. And how about giving up wasting time? You know, those procrastinations and distractions that actually pull you away from moving success forward. You need to give that up. And I had a good one for you. Give up being busy. You see, busy is a distraction from connection. I want you to sit with that for a moment. Being busy is preventing you from being connected. So I don't want you to confuse being busy with being productive, because here's the thing. Busy is the biggest time waster that we have invented that actually gets absolutely nothing done. So how do you do that? How do you give up the right things? I know it's easier said than done, but you'll have to learn how to set priorities, establish boundaries, and make tough decisions. You have to develop habits, practices, and principles that support your values and priorities. What do you think is harder? Becoming successful or staying successful? You have to take action on the right things, but also take action on giving up the wrong things in order not only to achieve, but maintain your success. So here's the thing. Most mindset coaches and motivational speakers will sell you on the idea that you can have it all. But let's be honest here. The truth is you can't. How many of you have pretty much worked yourselves to death trying to have it all? That was me. That was me. I bought into that idea that I could have it all, be it all, and do it all. And I nearly lost it all in the process. When I was building my business, I was working hard day and night so that I could have that dream life for me and my family. I was successful, but it nearly cost me everything that I had worked so hard for in the process. When I discovered my husband's infidelity, I knew that I had to own my part in it. I had to take responsibility for the choices that had left me burnt out, stressed out, and overwhelmed all of the time. I had very little energy left for my personal life because I was spending it all on building a business. But here's the irony of it all. I was building that business to support the dreams of my family and my personal life while it was costing me my personal life. I know you know what I'm talking about out there. That was the wake-up call that I needed to take responsibility, get my priorities straight, set my boundaries, and rebuild my relationship. I don't want this to happen to you. Don't let this happen to you. What's going to be your wake-up call? You know, we all want to find ways to have balance in our lives, right? We're striving for that work-life balance. We hear that all the time in the personal development space. We need to find balance. How do we balance it all? But let me tell you something. Balance does not mean equal. There is no balance. You've got to decide what you're going to give up, how you're going to give it up, and how much of it to give up. You want a successful career in business, you want more money, you want health, and you want happy relationships, right? But the irony is when you try to focus on one of those four things, the other three suffer. And when you try to focus on all of them at the same time, you suffer. And when you suffer, everybody around you suffer. And when mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. So look, all of those four things are important to you, right? I think we can all agree on that. We all want success, money, health, and relationships. And you don't want to give up any of them. You want to have it all. You've been sold that idea, I want to have it all. But here's the irony of it all. In your attempt to have it all and do whatever it takes to have it all, you end up sacrificing the very things that you don't want to sacrifice. And that's crazy. In your drive not to sacrifice, you are sacrificing. And high protein, keto, cabbage soup, bulletproof, and the lemonade fast. Who out there remembers the lemonade fast? I know you do. Raise your hand. I see you out there raising your hand. See, I did all of them in an effort to be healthy and skinny, and I always ended up cranky and miserable and desperate for a piece of cake or a cookie. You know, my family would basically roll their eyes at me when I was on that latest diet trend. And you've heard stories, right, of Hollywood actors and actresses trying to get in a particular shape for a role, you know, whether they're working out all the time or on a crazy diet to have a success in a role. But here's the thing, when you see them on interviews, what do you often hear them talking about? They talk about the effect that training for that role had on their families, whether it was spending time away from them or being moody because of the type of diet they were having. They were sacrificing for their success in those roles. I've watched people sacrifice their wealth in an effort to appear wealthy. What are you sacrificing in order to become rich? How much money do we sacrifice in order to appear that we have more money than we actually have? And what are we spending that money on? Well, I'm going to tell you, we're spending it on clothes and shoes and jewelry and Louis Vuitton handbags that we can't afford. We're spending it on cars we can't pay for, going to places we got no business going because we can't afford to go there, or living in houses we got no business living in just so people will think that we have more money than we actually have. We've sacrificed our wealth in an effort to at least look wealthy, thinking that appearances make us wealthy. But let me tell you where we're really sacrificing when it comes to making money. We sacrifice the people that we care about the most. We sacrifice our relationships and justify it with work. And not always work that makes us money, but work that pays us money and makes us feel good because we're busy. Work that we have rationalized that we must do in order to have the things that we probably don't even need. Work that has us spending more time away from the people that we actually care about the most. And as a result, we are sacrificing our relationships. I've watched people sacrifice relationships in an effort to appear that they are in a really great relationship. So when we talk about relationships, we're talking about your significant other, your husband, your wife, your partner, and then we have parenting relationships, friends, siblings, family members, co-workers, colleagues, even our relationships online. But let's start with our family for a moment. All of the time, effort, and energy that you're putting into being successful so that your family can have it all is actually taking away and leaving you with little to no time, effort, and energy to actually spend with your family. But you're doing it all for them, right? In reality, you are sacrificing them to do you. And let's talk about social media. Oh my God. I read an article in 2018. It was Inc. Online Magazine. They had an article titled, "The more miserable you are, the happier your social media posts." I've always called it your fake book life. Apparently, someone started a Twitter feed by asking folks to share a photo of themselves when they were going through a really tough time, but they appeared perfectly fine and happy in those photos. Well, thousands and thousands of people, responses poured in with people sharing photos of themselves looking happy and on their family vacation, and the real stories behind those cheerful looking photos on social media. People confess to actually being depressed, actually fighting with their spouses, having mental issues, even being broke, even suicidal, all the while smiling happily for those photos. So basically, what you see portrayed on social media is not what's going on in people's real lives, guys. We are liars. We are not telling the truth. And that doesn't mean that everybody needs to be all up in your business. But what I'm saying is, in essence, we're sacrificing our integrity to impress our fake friends on the fake book. You see, personally, I've spoken to friends and family members and clients even, to respond to what they posted on social media. I see this happy post and I call them up to congratulate them, only to have them confess to me how really miserable they are in real life. There's no love. There's no intimacy. There's no passion in their relationships, but you would never know it based on their post. It's actually sad how we sacrifice our real happiness in order to appear happy to others. All right, so I've just spent some time talking to you about sacrificing and what those sacrifices are really costing you. Now, it's not that I'm against sacrifice. I'm actually for it, but I want you to sacrifice the right things. Everything that we just talked about, that's costing you your health, your wealth, your relationships, and your success, give all of that up, okay? Give that up so that you'll have time to do the right things, time that matters, time to do things that matter to you and the things that are important to you. Time, that thing we never have enough of. If I only had the time, I would. I need more time. I don't have the time. How much time is that going to take? That takes too much time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Sound familiar? We've all said that. Well, my favorite quote about time comes from the author Jen Sincero when she says, "Time comes to those who make it, not to those who try and find it." We all have the same 24 hours in the day. How are you spending yours? What are the right things that you should be spending your time on? What's really important? See, most of us, we have no clarity on how we should be spending our time. And what we really need to learn is how to prioritize, how to set clear priorities, and at some point establish clear boundaries. You see, when you're trying to have it all, do it all, and be it all, you've not set any clear boundaries. The non-negotiables, things you got to let go of, saying no, protecting your values no matter what. Roy Disney once has this quote that he famously said, "When your values are clear to you, making decisions become easier." Use your values to guide your decisions and guide your actions. Take responsibility for the decisions that you're making. How you spend your time and your money and your energy, that's a direct reflection on what you value. And when we base our decision making on our values, when we base it on our priorities, we're willing to sacrifice everything that doesn't support or forward our priorities and values. You see, when you don't have clear priorities, you're going to make stupid decisions. You are actually up to 30 times more likely to miss out on success. So I know that you're tired of sacrificing what's important to you. Your family's tired of you sacrificing what's important to you, especially when you feel you're doing everything you can. You are doing it all, but you can't do it all. So what should you be doing? Well, what are your priorities? What are your values? And what are the boundaries when you know your values and your boundaries? So I want you to write this down. Become clear on what makes you happy, and then ask yourself why you don't have more of that in your life. If you have areas in your life that you're unhappy about, what could you do about it? What distractions are pulling you away from your priorities? Is it email? Is it text? Is it social media? What's important to you, and what could you let go of? And if it's important to you, what's the upside of having it as a priority? What are you willing to sacrifice, and what are you willing not to sacrifice? You see, the reason we're not able to set priorities is because we think everything is important and we can do it all. No, you can't. It's about boundaries. And once you've got your boundaries and your priorities, you need to take responsibility of ownership. Because if you don't own this, if you are doing this for someone else's priorities and values, you'll never feel in alignment. If you're following someone else's dream or plan for yourself, you're compromising your values. So write this down for me. If it's to be, it's up to me. It ain't nobody's fault but your own if you're not working off a blueprint of your values and priorities. So are you ready? Are you ready to live according to your values and sacrifice the things that are not serving you so that you can focus on what does? Then I want you to reach out to me at talkwitheva.com so that we can create your blueprint on your priorities, values, and boundaries. And then I'd like you to download my free gift, the 6 Pillars of High Performance, so that you know what questions to ask yourself to be reminded of what your priorities and values are. So you can go to evamedilek.com/6 pillars. Thank you for sharing your time with me today. It's time for you to stop sacrificing what's important to you in your effort to have it all, so that you don't end up with the wake-up call that I did. Thank you for your time.
Hey everyone, this is Al Philip Neri, Mr. Undefeated, and I welcome you to the workshop for the Undefeated Entrepreneur. I hope all of you had a chance to watch the iconic talk that I did and learn some of the basic principles about my 3 buckets and the 9 principles and how they work synergistically together. So, what I want to do now is I want to spend this time where you guys can really learn the 9 principles and start to think about where do you lie? Where do you lie? Where's your analysis? Because that's the first step, is where's your analysis within these 9 principles? So principle number 1 was about money. And I talked about how money makes a good man great, money makes a bad man evil. The other thing is money important? We all have beliefs around money. Every one of us has beliefs around money. And believe it or not, those beliefs, some of those are positive and some of those could be construed as negative. Now, what I want you to do is write down, what are your positive beliefs about money? So positive could be, I can buy nice things, I can help other people, money makes the world go around, money creates opportunity. Those are positive beliefs, right? Your negative beliefs about money could be, people with money are stuck up, people with money are bougie, I don't like people who have money, they act like they're better. Whatever those positive and negative beliefs are around money, I want you to put them down in the workbook. Put them down. Know exactly where you're coming from. Now, there is no right or wrong answer at all. There's no right or wrong answer at all. So once you have those down, we need to really look at, where are you at financially? Now, I have had the fortitude to circle around some very wealthy individuals in America through my real estate, through my network, through my coaching. And some of these guys are making an astronomical amount of money. But you know what the problem is? They spend more than they make. So it doesn't do you any good to make $100,000 a week if your outlay is $125,000 a week. Like, that doesn't help you, even though you are making a ton of money, and you should not have spending habits like that, right? So what I want you to do is analyze exactly how much you make, and I want you to take the time to break down a budget. You gotta know where your money is going. Like, if you have no idea where it's going, how in the world can you embrace the concept of money creates opportunities? And you have to be able to somewhat control that outlay as well as increase that inflow, right? That's the way this works. The goal is to make more and then be very, very smart with what goes out and how to leverage that correctly. So step one in that sense is get that stuff down on paper and digest it. I know many people that track things in, QuickBooks, they have their accountants, they have bookkeepers, profit and loss, but it doesn't do you any good to track anything if you don't internalize it. Yes, you need that for taxes, but if you don't look at it, review it, and understand what changes you need to make, then that tracking is only for tax purposes, okay? And I want you to think deeper than that. So when you do that, I actually want you to start making some changes. And the changes I want you to make are, what can you really do in the next 90 days that will either yield you more money or control your spending, right? Just look at that. And then we'll take it 1 year out, and then we'll take it to your ultimate, what do you want your ultimate financial picture to look like? And all of those are very, very important. Now, the next questions, they might not seem like they're related to money, but they are. What I want you to take the time to write down is, what are you passionate about? What do you absolutely love doing? Not like, you love doing. What are you passionate about? So for me personally, I am very successful in real estate and I enjoy serving my clients. But when I get the opportunity to present like I am today, this is what ultimately fuels me. This is what fuels me. So this is the passion, right? Is the ability to inspire, the ability to teach, the ability to speak on stage. That's the passion. I want you to identify what your passions are. Next is, are you good at them? Or do you need to do things in order to be able to develop to be good at them? So I'll give you a quick example. I actually love to draw and paint, but I'm terrible at it. And I don't put a lot of time and effort into it. But I wish that was a skill set I had. So if I was going to talk about trying to make money from a passion of loving to be able to draw and paint, but I know I'm not good at it, then I would know I'd need to fix that hole, correct? I would need to become a much better painter in order to be able to fuel the passion to be able to make the money, correct? So figure out what it is you love to do and where are your voids. What are the voids that need to make you better? Now, I am a huge proponent of education, right? Hence, that's why I'm in a PhD program. I actually get very aggravated. I get when people say, you know what, college is stupid. There was no reason for me to go to school. I just ended up with a ton of student debt. I think that's a foolish way to look through that lens about education, certifications, seminars, and things of that nature. What you're doing is you're learning from other people's mistakes. You're fast tracking stuff. You're developing as a human being. You're learning how to be articulate. You're learning how to write. You're learning how to present. It doesn't make you smarter, but it definitely opens more doors. So one of the things is with that passion, and we're tying that passion to trying to create more income, what is it that you need to go out and do academically? Do you need additional degree or degrees? Do you need additional certifications? Do you need to attend other seminars from people who are experts so you can learn from their mistakes and fast track things? That stuff is very, very important. And if you're the individual that's like, that stuff's stupid, that's a waste of money. If those guys were so good, why would they be teaching? My friends, you are missing the whole boat show in regards to why people speak, why people teach, why people give back. You're missing the whole motivation between why guys do this kind of stuff. Okay, so figure out what it is that you can do to fuel that passion to make more money. Next thing is, this is an entrepreneurship conference. So is this your full-time gig? Is this a side hustle? Are you trying to figure it out? I truly believe everybody should have a side hustle. I truly believe you should have multiple streams of income. And if you can create multiple streams of income from that one avenue of entrepreneurship or from that side hustle, that's where you really start to leverage what you're good at, what you love to do, and how you make all those funnels work for you in your life. So I hope during this conference, if you don't have an established business, one of the reasons you're here is to figure out what triggers you and what excites you. And that is very, very important because that can change your financial future. And yes, there will be a learning curve, right? You can't make $1 million the week you get out of this conference if you're not used to making $1 million a week, right? There's going to be a learning curve. So just be patient and let it do its curve. Now, one of the other things I want you to really think about is what you're choosing or what you're doing. Is it recession proof? So it doesn't matter what the economy is doing. It doesn't matter what the markets are doing. You have a solution. So for example, one of the things I do and I've done very successfully is invest in real estate. And I've done that in 20 different markets. And our strategy changes depending on what's going on in the market, right? So I can't just be like just bullheaded and be like, well, I'm always going to do this strategy. No. And when I teach real estate investing, I tell people you do what the market tells you it's time to do. So if the market tells you it's a great time to buy remodels, fix up, and resell, then you know what? That's the strategy. If it tells you, hey, this would be a great time to pick up your lower dollar rentals and let them appreciate, let the cash flow come in, then that's what you do. You don't play against the market, you learn to play with the market. So look at your business and ask yourself, is it recession proof? Or are your multiple streams of income recession proof? Are you adding things? Maybe your mainframe thing, you need the economy to be thriving, the markets to be hot. So now your side hustle, put that in the back of your head and say, okay, can this work when maybe the market crashes or economics aren't that good or interest rates are super high? Those are the questions you need to start asking yourself when it comes to money. Okay, principle number 2, I'm going to move on about time. So time is precious and it's equal. And I talked about that in the iconic talk. It's equal. It's equal no matter who we are. It's equal. But my question for you is, do you respect your time? I do. So not only is it precious, but my time is valuable. My time is valuable for me. My time is valuable with my family. My time is valuable with the grandchild. My time is valuable with my real estate team. My time is valuable when I'm speaking and teaching. So my time is valuable. So what I want you to do is respect your time and let me help you get control of your time. One of the things I hear all the time, and I'm not trying to be funny, but one of the things I hear all the time is, I don't understand how you get so much done. Like, how do you do everything you do? And my simple answer is, I just do it. So yes, I have a schedule and I adhere to it, and it is disciplined and rigid, but not down to the minute. My brain doesn't function that way. But I know what I got to get done in a day, and I know what's non-negotiable in the day. So for me, for example, the gym is first thing every morning, 7 days a week. That's right, 7 days a week I work out. Now, I might not crush it 7 days a week. I'm a lot older than I think maybe I look, but I still get there. And even if it's doing some low level steady state cardio, doing dynamic stretching, foam rolling, things of that nature, I still get there to keep my body moving a little bit and let it recover. So for me, that is a non-negotiable. It doesn't matter where I'm at, what country I'm at, what time zone I'm in, how much I've slept the night before, I will be at the gym. That is non-negotiable because I know how it starts my day and it fuels me for success for the rest of the day. So one of the things I want you guys to do is I want you to come up with a morning routine. And there's lots and lots of books, there's lots of podcasts, there's lots of references in regards to morning routines and what they should look like. And here's the biggest thing, my takeaway in regards to a morning routine. Number one, you need it, even if you're not a morning person. Number two is you need to embrace it and adhere to it. So one of the things that in some of the readings, some of the studyings I've done is, as soon as that alarm clock goes off, most people are like, oh man, I got to get up. And that's your attitude, right? That's not a good way to start the day. Be appreciative that you woke up. Be appreciative that you're getting ready to go crush it today. Just change that mindset of your purpose for getting out of bed. So it's not like, oh man, I gotta get up, I'm tired, I didn't sleep that good. No. You are ready to attack the day. So change that mindset as soon as that alarm gets off. Now, what's weird is I did start implementing something at night that I actually don't even use an alarm clock. My body naturally will wake up around 4:30 a.m. every single day with no alarm clock. It's the weirdest thing. And the only thing I changed was one thing that I'm going to talk to you guys about at night. So come up with this morning routine. There's a lot of things about the first thing you should do is wash your face, brush your teeth, then go to the bathroom, and then exercise, right? And then when you exercise intently. Now, one of the things I have done in my exercise routine to make good use of my time is, and when I talk about enhancement, is when I'm doing cardio, I'm actually on Audible. And I'll save that for when I talk about it, personal enhancement. But that's one of the things I do within that morning routine is, so not only do I wake up energized and I'm ready to go, I hit the gym, I exercise, and I still do a lot of lifting. But then when it's cardio, I fuel my brain. And then that's when I come home and I shower up and get ready for the day. Okay, so come up with a morning routine. Come up with what you want your morning routine to look like. Now, just as important, you got to have a routine to shut down your workday. Whether that's at 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m., you got to have a routine to shut down your workday where you calibrate what did I get accomplished, what needs to be done tomorrow, what can move on the calendar, what are the most important things, reflect back. That's very, very important so that you can enjoy your shutdown time. So shutdown time should not be you still on your phone answering emails when you're supposed to be eating dinner with your family, or even if it's hanging out watching TV. Yeah, believe it or not, I do think you should watch some brainless TV once in a while. Watch Netflix, it's good for you. It just lets your brain relax once in a while. You can't be go. So it's okay to have a favorite show or two. What's disastrous is when you watch 6 hours of television every single night. That is not good, okay? So think through that workday shutdown so you can clean up that ritual. And the last time, and this is the one that was very impactful to me, was my bedtime ritual. So when I go to bed, I lay down, and I'm a guy, my wife will tell you, I'm a guy that my head hits the pillow and I'm almost asleep like as I'm hitting the pillow. But what I do is, and it might take 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, I'm appreciative for everything that occurred that day. And I play back my day until I fall asleep, which usually doesn't take that long. And I say, I'm appreciative for this meeting. I'm appreciative for this opportunity. I'm appreciative for this. And what it does is it just sets your state to be peaceful. So you're peaceful when you go to bed. And then if you wake up and you have that determination to want to crush it, do you see how just those two minuscule little changes in your life will help you moving forward with getting control of your time? Okay, so I want you to spend a little bit of time thinking about that stuff. Now, your health is very, very important. I talked about it. It doesn't do you any good to make multiple millions, but you don't have the health to enjoy the wealth or be able to create the opportunities or do whatever it is that you want to do. So you need to do something to regain your health. Quit with the excuse of once I get this business off the ground, once I do this, and I'm going to start exercising. No, my friend, start exercising and then get the business off the ground. The exercising will help you in any capacity. And it doesn't matter if you just walk around the neighborhood, walk around the lake, you go to a gym. I mean, gym memberships now are $10 a month at a lot of places. And I'm not sure what to do at the gym. You know what? Buy a magazine. Go to bodybuilding.com. I mean, follow some guy's podcast. There's tons of information. This is the thing. When people say, I don't know what to do, it means you've been too lazy to research what to do. Right now, information is readily available all over the internet. So you can get whatever you want, and you just get in there and you follow a routine. And then slowly, you'll start enjoying it. Yeah, you're going to be sore for a little bit, but you're going to start to enjoy it. Now, this is one thing I want you to think about. If you implement something for 1 month, and let's just say you're someone who drinks a lot of soda pop and you don't consume any water whatsoever, so you just drink a lot of soda pop. So if your minor health change is just incorporating a bottle of water every single day, now that is not going to be life altering. It is definitely not going to get you in shape, but it's moving you one step in the right direction. Did you know if every month you do one thing to make yourself more healthy, and it can be that minuscule as one bottle of water, and you build upon it, in 30 years, you would have done 360 things to make yourself more healthy. My friends, you do 360 things to make yourself more healthy, it matters. So the one thing seems inconsequential, but it starts building, and there's that compound effect of what happens when you start doing it. So what I want you guys to do is you're going to leave this workshop, and I want you to pick one thing you can do for the next month that is going to make you more healthy. And make sure you pick something that you're going to stick to. So don't shoot for the moon if you haven't done anything, unless you know your personality works that way, right? Pick something that you're going to be consistent with, that you can be proud of, that you can measure, and that you can say, I checked the box, I accomplished it. Let's build upon that. Got it? That's the health part. Okay, having fun. This is very important. You got to have a good time. You got to go on vacation. You got to go out with your friends. You go to dinner. You have some drinks, whatever that looks like for you socially, right? You got to build in that fun time for you and your family. And if you need to schedule it, then it needs to be scheduled. But it is very important to reward yourself. Now, one of the things I like to teach people is we can take fun and we can build that into a reward system. So every time you earn money from your side hustle, from your business, put down what that fun reward is going to look like, right? So that could be a closing, that could be a sale. Now, fun can scale at many different levels, right? And I am going to take a couple minutes to tell the story. So years ago, when I was speaking on the TV circuit for the real estate shows, I had to do a private mentoring for a couple, and I went through this workbook with them, and I asked them, I said, well, what would be something fun you'd want to do when you close your first real estate deal? And they said, you know what, Al, we'd like to go to Starbucks. And I'm looking at myself, and we're in a hotel room lobby where it says, we proudly brew Starbucks. And I'm like, well, I can go get you guys a Starbucks right now. Like, I was like, there has to be more to this. So I said, tell me, why Starbucks? Where's the story? Well, when the market crashed, they lost everything. So they lost everything. They were rebuilding. They were starting all over again. So one of the things is, Starbucks adds up, man. $5 a cup of coffee times 2 people, you get a couple sandwiches. All of a sudden, the end of the month, that's a pretty hefty spend at Starbucks if you're not making good money, right? So they had to go back to just drinking, and I don't want to dog out any coffee brand, but the store-bought coffee brand that you make yourself. And that's what they did. So for them, pleasure was going to be to know that they could re-afford Starbucks. So it doesn't have to be anything crazy, like I'm going to go to Bora Bora for 3 months, or I'm going to go to the Maldive Islands and I'm going to fly a corporate jet. For some people, that's what you're going to put as the fun, and that's because you're making that kind of income stream, right? But for most people, just think simple. It could be a massage. It could be a date night. If your family has sacrificed a lot while you're building the business, maybe you guys are going to go to Disney World, or maybe you're just going to have a family night out and go to dinner, go bowling, or go to the movies, whatever the case is, and it's going to be quality time, right? So put something down for fun that you're going to do when you start implementing what you're learning here at this conference, okay? And you can make them small, and you can make them, annual, and then you can also make them like lifetime bucket list kind of things that you definitely want to check the box when money is no problem. You want to get these things done, okay? Now, principle number 5 is protection. Now, what do I mean by protection? I'm not talking about right to bear arms. I'm actually talking about how do you protect your family and how do you protect them financially. So making money is great, but if you don't have other tools in place to protect your family when you're gone, then that making money thing was kind of irrelevant potentially, right? So you got to make sure you're setting up a financial legacy for your family, whether that's through real estate or other businesses, but it's as simple as living wills, estate plans, life insurance policies, things of this nature, so that when it is your time, if you're the breadwinner, if you're the one taking care of your family, that the only thing they are grieving is your personal loss, you as a human being. They're not grieving that their financial world is going to be turned upside down. And I mean turned upside down, because you were over leveraged and you didn't have things in place, and all of a sudden there's probate, and all of a sudden it's just a royal mess is what it is. So that's what I mean by protection, right? That's what I mean about protection. Again, you can systemize this just like I did with the fun. As you start making money, you can systemize, like, okay, what are the things I need to get done? And you prioritize them. And then things that require money, like if you're going to build up a cash value life insurance policy or something like that, then you can systematically fuel things, or other retirement accounts, things of that nature. You can fuel things systematically as you're making money. Therefore, you are protecting your family. So there's a paperwork aspect that needs to be done. And then there's just a whole wealth management aspect that needs to be done. Again, there's a lot of information out there. At this conference, I'm sure there are some great people that specialize in wealth management and estate planning and things of that nature. You want to connect with those people if that's a void, because you don't need to create any more misery or hardship for your loved ones when it is your time. When it is your time. And promise me all, I want all of you to promise me this actually right now, that your family will not have to do a GoFundMe when it is your time. Promise me that. Promise me, even if that's all you accomplish, you do that. Because unfortunately, in the world of people of color, that is the response. And it sickens me. Sickens me every time I see that, because that all can be avoided for just a few bucks a month. Okay, so at least make that commitment to me. All right, now, giving back. This is a funny one, right? Because I'll ask people all the time, what do you do to give back? Oh, well, I help all kinds of people. What do you do? I do this, I do that. Well, what do you really do? Now, to some people, that's writing a check, right? And if that's all you do to give back, I mean, yeah, that entity, they appreciate it. They do. Because it allows them to funnel, fuel, get the things done that they want to get done. But is that really giving back? That's too easy to write a check, especially when you're making good money. It is too easy. Your heart ain't in it. Your sweat's not in it. Your passion's not in it. Your time's not in it. Any yo-yo can write a check and put it in the mail or pay something online. That doesn't take any sort of skill. So I want you to pick something to give back that's meaningful. Now, even if you don't have $1 to your name, you know what you do have? You have time. And sometimes time is what these charities need, these establishments need, they need time. They need hands. They need people. And that is actually more valuable than the money because they have so many big corporation sponsors that will fuel them on the money, but they don't have the humans, right? So get knee deep in your community, what means something to you, and do something to give back. Now, if you think about it, you can actually systematize having fun, protecting your family, and giving back. Again, if you put those three things as a top priority when you earn income, you now will build a very well-rounded life where you are having a good time, making sure your family's taken care of, and helping others in need. And I want to tell you a little story about giving back. So we were in Sri Lanka quite a few years ago. So Sri Lanka, I'm not even sure it's a third world country. It might be worse than a third world country, right? It has never recovered from the tsunami. But we were there, and one of the things we did is we visited an orphanage. And at the orphanage, I mean, there wasn't 10 kids, 20 kids, 50 kids. There was thousands of kids. And I mean thousands of kids. And we had taken, a ton of toothbrushes, toothpaste, rice, any other non-perishable foods we could find, coloring books, crayons, markers. I mean, you name it. We took a ton of stuff over there. Well, something happened. The people at the orphanage were very grateful. They walked us around. The kids were actually, the older kids were eating in a lunchroom. And the crazy thing is there was like snakes going everywhere. And yeah, they were just crazy. But one of the things is they said, yeah, we want to take you to the other building. So they took me and my family to the other building. And we go to the other building and it's nothing but newborns. So think about a basketball court sized building structure that is just filled with newborns, and it's crib after 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 crib. And you can barely fit in between the cribs. And there are some kids that are severely handicapped. And there were 3 people working this entire floor of newborns. 3 people. And I asked the question, I said, how long does a child stay with a dirty diaper? And they were like, sometimes hours, but it's not because we don't care. We don't have enough hands. And I felt so bad. And I looked at my wife and I was like, we did not get anything for these children. We did not get diapers. We did not get formula. We did not get anything to be able to help. So the only thing we could do at that present time was help, right? And then give the orphanage some money and hope to God that they were going to do the right thing with the money and bring back supplies for these newborns. So that's giving back, my friends. And if you were to talk to my son, I mean, he's a sophomore now in high school, but he was fairly young when we went there. And you ask him what was the most memorable thing about going to Sri Lanka, that is what he will talk to you about, is his visit to the orphanage. That has changed him permanently for the rest of his life on how he feels fortunate. Fortunate to be healthy, fortunate to be in America, fortunate to be an athlete, fortunate enough to be a student. That's what I'm trying to accomplish with giving back with people. Make it so memorable that it changes you forever. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Okay? Now, enhancement. You got to take care of yourself. You got to fuel your mind, and you got to constantly fuel your mind. So I'm sure you've all heard it, that the top CEOs in the world read 52 books a year. Some of these guys are so crazy they have people reading for them, and then they get the regurgitated Cliff Notes back. And I'm sure that works in some books. But 52 books a year is 1 book a week. So when I first heard that, I was like, how do I accomplish it? And I alluded to it earlier with the health. One of the things I changed about 2 years ago in my life was I started to listen to Audible while doing cardio, and I forced myself. So lifting weights was music, but cardio was Audible. Every time I did cardio, it was Audible, Audible, Audible. You know what was crazy that I found is if I was really into the book, I actually wanted to do cardio versus lift because I couldn't wait to get into that book again. It was kind of a crazy, crazy feat. So, and I make it a goal to do an Audible a week. So yes, I have an Audible account. Yes, it costs a few more credits, blah, 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 but I am fueling my mind. Now, I know there are programs out there such as 75hard.com, where they want you to tangibly read 10 pages so you're focused. And I do understand the value of that. And that's 10 pages a day. But for me, I can stay equally as focused on Audible. And I can be intent in that book as long as I'm enjoying that book. So I'm very selective about what I read. I read the reviews, I listen to the samples, I ask people who I respect, who are in my circle, what are some good books to read, and that's how I pick them. So that's one thing in enhancement, is if you read, you can change your entire world just by reading, and you can stay fueled. And it's funny, there's some mornings you need a message, and you're a little fuzzy, and all of a sudden you listen to something, you read something, and you're like, aha, an aha moment, right? And you can give credit to whoever you want for that aha moment, but it's weird how things work that way, right? Now, the other thing that I heard, and this actually comes from Grant Cardone. Grant Cardone said, successful CEOs go to conferences at least once a quarter. They physically attend live events once a quarter. And he said even some of the most successful guys do it every 60 days. And they go to a live event. And yes, it's inconvenient from your business. It's inconvenient to your schedule. Yes, it's derailing you a little bit, because when you get back, you got to work a little harder. You got to get caught up. But he said what they really realize is the power of networking, the power of human connection, the power of being fueled. And that becomes one of the main reasons they succeed. So what I'm going to encourage you, and again, you guys being here watching this today, obviously you are fulfilling the enhancement thing, right? By attending Black Iconic. But you need to continue to do that. You need to continue, and fuel, so that you constantly are being invigorated, you are being inspired, and you're getting that message of, if they can do it, I can do it. Because that's important in entrepreneurship. Okay. Next one is support. And this is not an easy one to talk about. I'll be honest. I have two categories for support. You're either a dream fulfiller or a dream killer. That's it. Dream fulfiller, dream killer. So a dream fulfiller is someone who is just happy-go-lucky. They're high energy, they're positive. It's not that they always agree with you, or it's not that they always tell you what you want to hear, but they're just good people, right? They're good people. They don't have to be entrepreneurs to support your vision and mission. They can be W-2, and for them, that works, right? They like what they do, and it provides them comfort within their family. So they don't have to take the perils of what we're all doing. But you know what? They're excited for you. And every time you talk to them, they're excited for you. They're like, oh, you know what? That's great. That's so good to hear. Oh my God, that's amazing. Keep me posted on your journey. Wow, I'm so proud of you. It takes a lot of courage to do what you're doing. But you know what? I know you can do it. Whatever the case, or you have an idea and they're like, well, not so much, but what about this? Those are dream fulfillers. I want you to list who are the dream fulfillers in your life. And guess what? It actually can be one of those people that you listen to on Audible. Did you know that they could be a dream fulfiller for you? They can be a role model. They can be a mentor. They can be a sounding block. Just by listening to their messages, they could check that box of being a dream fulfiller. They can. And then you got the dream killer. And the dream killer is just your naysayer. Miss the negative. They're trapped. They're trapped in themselves. They're trapped in the system. They're trapped in society. They're just trapped. And nobody is immune from it. I'm not immune from it. There are people in my surroundings that are negative. They are naysayers. They probably hope that I will fail one day. They're envious. They're jealous, whatever the case may be. And here's the thing. You can't always just get rid of them. You can't always exclude them. You can't always just be like, well, I'm not going to be around them. The unfortunate truth is sometimes they're family. They're family members. You're going to see them at a minimum at barbecues, at the holidays, birthdays, things of that nature. So what you have to learn, and it is a skill set, what you have to learn is you've got to learn how to control the conversation with these people. So if they're a naysayer and they're negative and they hate the world and they hate everybody else and things of this nature, then when they ask you, how are things going? How's business? Oh, the world is crazy. I'm sure you're struggling. Whatever the comment is they make, they want you to respond so they can latch on and just start beating you up. And it's not like beating you up physically, but just beating you up emotionally, beating you up mentally, right? So you got to learn, quit biting their cookie. That's what he's talking. In government service, in the world of law enforcement, corrections, criminal justice, we used to say sometimes people stay stuff because they want you to trigger. And you don't give them that opportunity to trigger. You never give them that opportunity to trigger because that's what they want. And then they got you. So when they say like, oh man, yeah, the world is rough. Yeah, I'm sure your business is struggling because nobody wants this or this or this. You say, you know what, man? Yeah, yeah, definitely. Times are tough out there, but you know what? We seem to be doing okay. We're staying afloat. And that's all you say, something like that. You don't give them anything to latch onto. You don't give them, oh no, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I've had to do this and change this and work this and do this. Or, oh my God, yeah, it's so amazing. They don't really want to hear any of that. They just want to hear something that can tear you down. So quit talking. So I just don't say much. I answer the question. I'm very civil. And I basically don't breed room for more conversation around business. Now, that doesn't mean you might not talk on a personal level. And I know that sounds super weird too, right? Like on a personal level, you might talk personal, family, kids, sports, whatever the case may be. You're just not letting them annihilate your vision about entrepreneurship. That's what you're protecting. Okay? Now, your last one is your why. And is it why what? Why do I want to be an entrepreneur? Why do I want to be wealthy? Why do I want to be a millionaire? Why do I want to do real estate? Why do I want to create a business? Why do I want to be a brand? Why? You know what the question is why in the world do you want to be free? You got to figure out why do you want to be free? That's got to be important to you. But in order to figure out why you want to be free, you got to define freedom. And what I know is if you take these 9 principles I just covered and you go through the little snippets I just went through with y'all and do the exercises I highly suggested you do, you're going to come up with a framework. And when you internalize that framework, it should mean something to you. And it should tell you why you want to be free. Because some of what I talked about was tangible. Some of what I talked about was very emotional. And you should have been highly connected to. Okay? So define what freedom means to you within these 9 principles. Figure out why it's so important to you. Now, I've read stuff that says, when you answer with your why, you ask why again and why again and why again, and you go to 7 levels. Maybe that's true. This is what I do. When you think deep enough, where your why really, really, really means something to you, it should bring tears to your eyes. And when I mean tears, you don't have to be bawling, but even all you alpha males out there, right? We feel that little tear in the side of our eye once in a while, or we get a little choked up. I want you to get that feeling. I want you to get that feeling. Why does this mean so much to you? Why? Now, once you have the why, you got to ask yourself the next most important question. So you've defined it. You know why you want it. Are you willing to fight for it? Now, what do I mean by fight? I'm going to give you a very graphic example. And I hope to God none of you have ever experienced this, but I think I will get my point across. So we're going to all go in a boat and we're going to go at least 10 miles out in the ocean. And the waves are going to get to 10 feet. And the water is going to be cold, like below 55 degrees. So we're at least 10 miles out. The waves are 10 foot high and the water is cold. And we all get capsized. And there are no life vests. There are no rubber floaties. There are no rescue boats. There's nothing. We are all overboard in nasty, 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 nasty conditions. This is what I want to know from you. Would you give up? Would you give up? Would you just be like, oh, I can't swim, I'm dead? Or would you doggy paddle your life away? Would you try to stay afloat? Would you try to stay breathing? Would you try to do everything in your power to not get taken under? Well, when your fight is that burning and you got that fight in you, that you will do everything it takes to stay alive with all odds against you. All odds against you. When you have that fight, my friends, your why will come true. But I'll tell you, from coaching people, that's where the disconnect is. That's where the disconnect is. They don't want to fight hard enough when things go wrong. So all this, everything you did on the workbook, it's irrelevant if you're not willing to fight for it. So fight for it. Okay, so now I got you ready. Okay, so what are we going to do? This workbook, what we just did, I call the analysis. I have 5 steps in regards to you actually getting to your why. The first step, this workbook was your analysis. And we can get way more in depth on your analysis. But let's just get a basic frame around. But filling this out, this is the analysis. This is step 1. Understanding where you're at. Being honest with yourself and seeing the whole picture. Okay? Step 2, what I need you to do with every principle, all 9 of them, money, time, health. I'm not going to repeat myself. All 9 principles. I want you to come up with one strategy. One strategy that you are going to change in regards to each one of those 9 principles. So now you're going to create 9 strategies. From those 9 strategies, I need you to internalize the change. Internalize the change. No matter what, you are going to do the change. You're going to embrace it. You've got it in your mind, you've got it in your heart, you've got it in your emotion, you're passionate, you're ready. You are going to internalize this change. And I cannot have you 1% off. Because you know what 1% off does on those hard days? You drown. That's what happens. That's what happens. I need you 100. I need you 100 the whole way with those 9 strategies. It's only 9 things. It's only 9 things. That's it. Now, so now I've got a strategy. Your mind is ready. Now I need you to adjust your behavior. Go out and adjust your behavior. Be focused about adjusting your behavior. Think of in your mind, okay, what if this vice, this distraction, this occurs? Be somewhat ready for it. Now, I'm not telling you to what if something to death, because I don't do that. But you need to understand, let's say on health, you're going to eat cleaner, you're going to go to the gym. Do you think something is going to get in the way? Yeah, something's going to get in the way. You go out with your friends, something's going to get in the way because they order pizza and you're eating a salad. And that pizza smells good, looks good, is good. You got a choice to make right there. You're going to eat the salad or you're going to eat the pizza. Make sense? You're the only one. So when you adjust the behavior, understand there's going to be obstructions. There's going to be objections. There's going to be roadblocks. Now, the trick to being great, the trick to being successful is those things are minuscule because successful people know how to solve problems instantaneously and move on. So that's the skill set. When you go to adjust the behavior, be able to solve the problem immediately and move forward. It's as simple as that. So as an athlete, I've had injuries. The most recent one is I tore this tricep, and a year before that, I tore this bicep. But not from lifting. They were both from still thinking I'm young, playing in football tournament stuff. And you know what's crazy? I never missed a day at the gym. And yeah, I was incapacitated both times, but I was there. I was there, and I made my adaptations of what I needed to do. No excuses. I just made the adaptations, and I kept going. Okay? So that's what I mean about adjusting behavior. Now, the last thing is when you adjust the behavior, more opportunities are going to come forth to you, whatever they are. And they could be financial, they could be physical, they could be relationship, it could be health, it could be whatever the case may be. When you make a better you, when you work on you and you put a better you out there, what's going to happen is doors open. People are attracted to success. People are attracted to confidence. People are attracted to people who strive and have goals. Okay? So By you cleaning up you, just those 9 principles, opportunity is going to come your way. Now, I can't predict your opportunities, right? Everyone's are different in your own world and in your own industries. But what I can tell you is opportunities are going to come your way. What you have to be smart enough, wise enough to do is to be able to recognize that someone is knocking on your door saying, hey, man, here's an opportunity. Come inside. Come inside. And then you got to have the courage to seize the opportunity. And again, that support system, this is where this is crucial. That dream fulfiller is who you talk to about the opportunity. Do not talk to the dream killer. The dream killer will kill the opportunity. You talk to the dream fulfiller, right? You want another person's opinion. That's who you go and talk to. Talk to 2, 3, 5 people. Hey, man, this opportunity came about. What do you think I do? And the other thing I will tell all y'all is there's only one time to really have to fret, and that's when you really have to make a decision. So what I mean by that is opportunities will get set your way. So if someone wants to do a Zoom with you, someone wants to interview you, someone wants to do a call with you, what are you stressing over? Well, I don't know if I should do the Zoom. Well, I don't know. I mean, this guy, I don't know. I don't know. What do you think he wants to talk about? I don't know. Talk to the guy. Talk to him. Talk to him or her. Then when they give you the opportunity, then you need to make a decision. And you know what? Yeah, leaders, successful people, we like people who can make decisions. And we like people who can make decisions relatively quickly. But we also respect the fact that sometimes you need a couple hours or a day because you need to reflect. You need to go and talk to, you need to consult. So it's okay to appropriately say, hey, man, this sounds really good. Everything lines up. I just want a little bit of time to think through. Can we connect tomorrow? Successful people will respect that. They will respect that. Okay? But if you don't get back to them tomorrow, that opportunity is already gone. Because if you tell me and I award you an opportunity that you're going to connect with me tomorrow, I'm going to expect a text from you or a call, or we're going to have pre-scheduled something. And when I don't hear that from you, there's other people wanting the opportunity. And that's the way the world works, my friends. That's the way the world works. It's brutal, okay? So when we put all this together again, we have 9 principles: money, time, health, fun, protection, giving back, enhancement, support, why. So we have those 9 principles. You do the analysis, create the strategy, get your head around the strategy, get your heart around the strategy, work on adjusting your behavior, understand there'll be a learning curve. Good things come with consistent effort. And then learn how to recognize and seize those opportunities. And you do that, my friends, you are now the undefeated entrepreneur. And you will take that skill set that I just told you, those 9 principles and those 5 action steps, and you will replay them daily, weekly, monthly, annually. And you will keep using this as your life's working diagram. And it will consistently, continuously evolve. And you do that, you're undefeated. And you're not undefeated because you win at everything. You're undefeated because you don't give up. That's what makes you undefeated, is that you never, ever give up. Make sense? So you join me in becoming the undefeated entrepreneur, the undefeated woman, the undefeated man. You join me in this journey of becoming undefeated so that you can turn around and have the life you want and help those you want. That's the purpose. That's the purpose. Now, I know I went through the information pretty quick. I didn't have a lot of time. If you want further communication, if you want to touch base on more of what we did, at the end of this workshop, there will be a way, my contact information will be provided to you guys on how you get a hold of me. And I am more than happy to go through this plan with you guys one-on-one, where you can be more vulnerable, we can be more personable, and I can help you put this together. So all my contact info will be provided to you guys. So I hope you got a lot out of the workshop. And more importantly, I hope you go out and act upon the workshop. So once again, Al Philip Neri, Mr. Undefeated, the undefeated entrepreneur. It's been a pleasure to chat with all of you and serve every one of you. Hey everybody, Al Philip Neri, Mr. Undefeated. First and foremost, thank you so much for going to my 20-minute iconic talk and then coming to my 45-minute workshop. I hope that I have inspired you to make a difference in 2021. Now, what I haven't spent a lot of time doing is talking about Mr. Undefeated. Mr. Trevor Otts, CEO of BlackCEO, the person responsible for putting this iconic conference together, he loves it when he calls me. He's like, Mr. Undefeated, what are we working on today? Now, what does that really mean? So life is not easy. Life has challenges. Life has obstacles. It's a journey. But you know what happens if you're undefeated in your mind? You will always win. So that's when he calls me Mr. Undefeated. He knows from my past, my journey, that I never gave up mentally and I always kept moving forward. So now, what do I want to do for you? I want to help you in 2021. I want you to be undefeated. Undefeated in any aspect of your life that I covered in that workshop. I can be instrumental. I can be inspirational. I can be tangible. So what that means is I can help you. So wherever it is you want to be undefeated, I have the solution as long as you're willing to do the work. Now, I truly believe in giving back. Some people call it paying it forward. I absolutely love to work with high school and above athletes. It's a passion of mine. And you know why it's a passion of mine? Because it's needed and because I'm good at it. I'm good with that demographic. And so what I'm going to do is if you click the link below and you make a decision to work with me on you, I am going to work with a high school athlete or higher for free. So basically think of you as providing a scholarship for an aspiring athlete so that I can help them get to the next level. Now, I'll take it one step deeper with you. You can actually nominate who that athlete is. So if you have a son, a daughter, a niece, a nephew, a grandchild, if it's someone from your church, somebody from your community, your best friend's child, you can nominate that athlete to work with me and I will respect your nomination. And if you don't have anyone to nominate, I have athletes contact me on a daily basis saying, Mr. Undefeated, Coach Al, can I work with you? And I want to be able to offer those kids a scholarship so it's free of charge for them. So by you clicking the link, you not only help yourself get undefeated in 2021, I want you to know that you are providing an opportunity for a young man or a young lady to also be undefeated in 2021. So that's the power of us working collaboratively. So I hope again you enjoyed the workshops. I encourage you to click the link below. We will connect. Mr. Undefeated, Al Philip Neri.
is Taina Anthony, and I'm excited to share something that's gonna help you evolve, right? Because we all wanna evolve. I wanna share my blueprint in executing your goals with the intention of helping you. So how many of us have set goals and have not accomplished them? We usually say, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that and I'm gonna do this. And we write this list of goals and they don't get accomplished. Why? Because we don't attach the why of why we want to accomplish these goals, right? How many times have you written a goal and said, you know something, I'm gonna do that, but then you don't know where to start. You don't know where to start. Like, how do I accomplish that goal? What can I do? Well, I want to share on how I accomplished my ultimate goal that, as far as health and fitness, that completely changed my life. I lost over 95 pounds of fat. Can you imagine me being 95 pounds heavier? Can you imagine how I felt being inside of that body? Like, I'm a mother of 4 kids. And when we have kids, our body starts to change and something happens to our self-confidence. It starts to drift down. We just start to do a lot of self-sabotage, right? So for me, a little bit about me is that I've always been a high achiever in everything that I've ever done. I've always went with so much passion, and I've always been resilient because of the childhood that I came from. My parents were foreigners. I was raised within racism, so I had to endure a lot of things, right? So let's go into this story, guys. So my mom, I can remember when I was 8 years old, my mom started selling corn out of the trunk, right? So she said, so I was always fascinated with numbers and money. So I always knew that I wanted to do something in that field. And so she started her business. She started selling corn and tamales out of the trunk. And so she would take me with her, and we were, you already know, those tamale cars, we're driving and we're screaming, tamales, tamales. And so we're pulling over and people are coming to the car. So at that point, my mom was like, collect the money. And so I pulled out a pad and I started tracking the money. And I started, she would tell me like, okay, well, how much did we make? And, she was just teaching me, right? She was teaching me these skills. So that was one point where I kind of learned how to track things from sales, right? So that was one point. Another point that I can, and just stay with me because I'm gonna bring you guys on. So another event that I remember in my life, what that was big was I used to sell candy in high school. So I sold candy in high school. We were we were a poor family, but I always say we were rich in love. So we didn't have all the materialistic that, that a lot of families are fortunate to have, but we had love, we had food, we had a warm home. And so my dad, he worked as an electrician. And so my dad will sometimes, when it rained, work would stop and he would be out of work. And so I started selling candy at school with a friend. And guess what? I started making a lot of money. To me, making $80 to $100, sometimes $120 as a high school kid was a lot of money. I fell in love with just making money and just like, oh my God, look what I can do. And I also fell in love with the transactions, right? I was gaining customer service skills. I was learning how to react to this type of personality, how to sell to this person, how to provide excellent service. I was imitating what my mom had taught me as a child. And I remember that one day my dad picked me up and he was like, he was sad. And I was like, Dad, what's wrong? And he was like, baby, I gotta make some money. And he will always encourage me in my sales and support me. And so he never asked me for money, but I can see it in his eyes. His eyes would get watery, and I can just feel it, that it was just something. My dad needed help, but he didn't know how to ask his daughter, 15 to 18 years old, for some money. So I offered. I was like, Dad, well, I have some extra money. Do you want it? Like, I'm just saving. And I had $500 saved up. It was like 500 and something. And so when he saw, and he was like, you have all this money. I said, yeah, Dad, I make like 80 to 100 and something dollars. My dad was just supporting me. He wasn't really knowing exactly what I was making. And so it became this thing where I was making money and I was giving it to my dad, and he was just using it, and it became that, right? So then I moved on, and I was playing sports while I was doing that, right? And so the skills that I learned from that event was just to have principles, to have values. Like, can you imagine just sharing what you earn like that? That's teaching us humbleness, right? So it taught me a lot. So I started playing sports, and I remember my high school coach, he had us write down goals. He had us write down short-term goals and long-term goals. It was my first time ever knowing about any type of like goals and how to accomplish them. So he had us write down goals and put it on our locker. So when we put it on a locker, of course, after practice or before practice, we will see those goals. So what he did was he made us attach a date. So it would be, and I loved it because sometimes the people in our childhood, as far as like teachers and coaches, they can have a big impact in our lives, right? And so he would just call us out after our practice, like, okay, I want to see everybody goes, or how are you guys? So he was teaching us accountability. He was teaching us accountability, and when we were playing sport, that passion of like wanting to go get this done or wanted to win was growing within me, right? And so that led on to me just always being a high achiever in everything that I ever did. I always wanted to be the best. And then so after that, I went off to college. I graduated. I got my degree in business because I always knew I wanted to open up a business, right? So I went on and opened up a fitness facility in the city of Gardena, California. I sustained that business for 5 years. And through that, I was able to share a lot of the things that as a leader, that I naturally gained as a child. I was able to share, but I was not able to duplicate. I was like, yo no sé qué pasó, no sé porque nadie, I just was frustrated. I was like, what is going on? Like, how come I'm not able to teach this person how to execute this goal? Well, I wasn't giving them structure. I was just saying, this is how I did it. This is what we're going to do. Let's go. So they're like, okay, they're going, but they didn't know where they were going. So I was like, something, how I had to take a step back, and I said, how am I accomplishing these goals? What are you doing, Ty? So I came up with a blueprint on how to execute your goals. And I want to share that with you guys. Okay, so here, as you can see, so action plan. I hope you guys have your notes, so go get your books right now, your notebook and paper, or take a picture of this, because this is very powerful. So I didn't tell you guys that I set a goal last year in April, right? COVID hit. When COVID hit, I refused to let that bring me down or interrupt anything that I was doing. So I knew that I was on my healthy lifestyle journey, right? On transforming into the best version of myself. So I said, you know something, I've always wanted to do a bikini competition. Why don't I just train for it now? I have the time. I'm not, occupied by this, and I can really commit myself to doing this. So I said, you know something, this is going to require another level of discipline. And I love it. I'm always looking for things that are going to evolve me, right? So I said, okay, bikini competition 3 years ago. I entered, I got scared, and I did not do it. So this time I said, I'm going to write it down and I'm going to map everything out because this is going to be done. So along with this, I created a bucket list of other things that I wanted to cross out, right? But I started with this first one. So the first thing you want to do is determine what your goal is, right? Determine what your goal is. Mine was bikini competition. You write it down, right? You associate a value to it. So your values can be different. It can be, mine for this one, this is an example, was to inspire others. So whatever value you see in your goal, you want to write it down so that it can be attached to it. So then the next one is you want to associate your principle with it. Sometimes you can have multiple principles, but for me, I had only one, right? So I wanted to transform individuals into the best version of themselves to help align their mind, body, and spirit. So I made sure that I had my value and my principle present at all times with my goal, right? Because when you do that, it gives it more power. It makes it, you get more connected to it, right? And so then after that, you want to track your progress. You want to create deadlines. So as you can see towards the right, I added columns and I broke it down into months. So this could look different to you. Your goal may take, from year to year. It might be from week to week. So in these columns, you can create it the way you want it around your goal. So for me, I did it in increments of months. So I attached my deadlines to it. So and then I wrote the objectives of, okay, an objective is, okay, so this is the point. So in order to accomplish these goals, this has to get done, this has to get done, and this has to get done. You can have, in this example, I have 3 objectives. You can have however many objectives you want to have that's going to lay out your goals, right? So my first objective was to customize a workout plan. Right? So I'm entering a bikini competition. So I got to get into straight action. I got to seek out a trainer. I got to look for a competition date. I got to start logging in my weight progress every 2 days, whatever that looks like, right? So when I point out the objectives, I start to get more in depth with it. So I add tasks to it. And this is a short version to it, you guys. So I didn't want to put a whole book in there, but el ejemplo está corto, okay? Very small. So I had 10 to 15 tasks under it, right? So when you write your task under your objective, you want to just list, something, I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do this to accomplish the objective. So my next objective was customizing a nutrition plan. I am a trainer. I'm a personal trainer as well. And I am also a health coach. So I'm very knowledgeable of these things, right? But I know that even being a trainer, I still need help because I couldn't do this by myself. I needed someone to push me. So I seeked out help so that I can get that support. A lot of the times that's, and I want to just interject this because a lot of the times we think that we can accomplish these goals by ourselves and we can't. We need help. And I'm just sharing that from experience because in the past, I have wasted so much time so much time trying to figure out how to do something. The Spanish is kicking in. How to do something, and I just wasted like 5 or 6 hours when I could have picked up the phone and called one of my mentors or someone and just, hey, I'm thinking about this. Can you share your insight on it? Bam. That 5 hours could have been condensed into like 10 minutes, right? So you make sure that you seek out accountability people that's going to help you get to that goal faster, right? So I seeked out a nutritionist, and then I cleaned out my refrigerator, and then I Googled healthy recipes. So I did that. Then the next objective is my self-work. I said, something, this is going to be a very intense preparation process. I got to get my mind right. And this should be added into everyone's action plan, because a lot of the times we write down these goals and we want to do them, but it's so many layers that's on top of us that are preventing us from even getting to that goal. So we have to work on ourselves. We have to feed our mind good food. We have to surround ourselves around people that are cheering us on, that are supporting us, that are teaching us. We're learning from them. We have to remove ourselves from certain environments in order for us to see results. I'm sorry, if you've been around a certain amount of people and you have not gone anywhere, then you need to leave that group. And that's just being straight up, okay? Because a lot of the times our loved ones are the ones that are stopping us from accomplishing our goals, okay? So for me, doing self-work looks like this. It may look different to everyone. So I will wake up and I will do my morning rituals before I went out in the world I kind of just grounded myself and said, something, I'm going to declare how this day is going to be. So I started to just take that time to be able to give all of the best version of myself when I come in contact with people, right? So, and then I would read 30 minutes every day. I just committed to reading anything that was inspiring, or even listening to a YouTube motivational speaker. So I would do these things, and I will also take time and go out to the nature and walk to just receive that groundness, right? And so the beach is actually my favorite place, you guys. But so I did that, and in doing that, I was able to accomplish my goal. I didn't win, so I did compete. I competed last year in September. Although I didn't win on stage, I won in my heart, because I felt so good that I had set out a goal and I accomplished it. And y'all, when I tell you my before and after picture, you got to go look at it at Get Thai Fit on Instagram. You can find me and you can see my transformational pictures. When I tell you a mother of 4 looks like she didn't have no kids, it was the best feeling. It was the best feeling. So I'm so super excited and thankful that I was able to accomplish such a big goal, right? And so I just want to just give you guys some important key points that'll support that plan. So one, you have to look into your time management. So grab your calendar and you start to pencil in the things that you have to do at the time that you have to do, because then at this time, what you're doing, you're blocking time, you're setting time apart so that you can focus on accomplishing your goal. You have to do that. Your mindset, you got to make sure you feed your mindset good nutrients, right? When you're feeding your body good nutrients mentally and physically, you're going to act different. You're going to feel good. You're going to glow. People are going to say, what is she doing? What I want what she wants. She's happy. It's coming out. Yes. It's because I'm doing the work and taking care of myself, right? And it just leads on to the last point. It's just make sure that you take care of yourself, that you take time and you celebrate your small wins. And this was hard for me, you guys, because I've always been such a giver, and I've never looked for the applause. I was always looking to, what's the goal? How do we get there? Let's do it. My blinders are on. My head is down. Let's do this, right? So I had to learn how to stop, measure my progress, and celebrate myself. And I'm still working on that. But you got to make sure you celebrate yourself, right? And so I'm going to leave you guys with these action steps. I want you to write your goal down. There's just something about when you write down a goal. There's power in writing, right? Apply the structure that we went over. Break it down. I'm telling you, it may take time, but it's going to save you time in the long run. Share your goals with other people for accountability. You know, sometimes for me, I remember that sometimes I didn't want to share my goals because I thought that I was like, I don't want nobody to know what I was doing. So I just wanted to do it and say, hello, you know? So I said, you know something, I'm going to start sharing my goals with the people that I know are going to truly hold me accountable. And your family are not the people that are going to hold you accountable. You need an outsider that's going to tell you the truth and that's going to really hold you accountable. That's going to pull you and say, hey, you told me that you were going to do this by this day. What's up? You need those kind of people in your circle, right? And then the last is get into action. Yeah, like get into action. No more talking. You wrote it down. No more talking. It's written down. Get to work. So I'm going to leave you that. I'm going to leave you guys with that. And I just want to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share with you guys. I hope that I inspire you in any way. Also, you can visit my website and you can view all the services that I offer. And you can follow me at Get Thai Fit. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, it's your girl, Dr. Khadijah X. Chapman, Coach Millionista, the Radical Wealth Building Strategist, and I'm so excited to talk to you today about building wealth while being Black. Woo! What a topic, right? Before I get into that, okay, I just have to say thank you to Trevor Ives and his whole entire team for putting on Black and Iconic and giving me a platform to share my vision and my passion and my brilliance, you know, because at the end of the day, you don't get to be a keynote speaker for Trevor Ives if you're not doing something pretty iconic. Well, look, I'm being silly, but I'm being facetious, but I'm serious. I'm like, at the end of the day, he's very calculating about who he lets speak in certain places. So I'm here as an extension of his brilliance. Now, I was warned and I was advised by many people not to put together the Black Millionaires Matrix, the wealth building platform that I've designed to engineer Black millionaires. And you know what? I say this unapologetically because I've done it for myself. I've helped many others to start what I call the radical rise. And a radical rise is when you literally engineer $1 million inside of your business within a year or less. And when I first started that journey, it kind of scared me because, you know, I probably started this journey when I was on with, no, it's not probably. Let me back up a little bit and tell you when I started this journey. My fiance at the time had been carted off to prison and unjustly. Okay, it took us 9 months. We got him out, but hey, he spent 9 months in prison. he was my financial lifeline. Even though I was an entrepreneur at the time and I was doing things, he made more money than me. He took our money, he invested our money. And that's really, was kind of the foundational principles of some of the wealth things that I do today. And I have to tell that story because I taught him how to do some of the investings that he did. So I gotta get my flowers, y'all. I can't just make y'all think I had a man just like taking care of me. We used to fight over some of the things I wanted to do. And, and then eventually he, brilliant man. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. But the point that I'm making is when that happened, let me stay on task because I got a book, y'all. I got a whole lot of stories. Okay. So, but when that happened, I found myself on welfare. And I was a girl who had a felony 10 years prior, and this was like a long time ago. So I'm 26 years self-employed at this point. Okay. So self-made millionaires. I love that title, but we're all self-made. Only the ones who do well admit it. Did y'all catch that? Okay. Let me stick to my story. So during this time, I find myself on welfare. I'm getting evicted out of my house. I mean, it was all bad. It was just all bad. It was just all bad. It was like, God, is this happening? But they say nothing happens to you. It happens for you. So, okay, I end up on my mom's third floor. Make a long story short, I created something called the 6-figure close, and I made my first $1 million during this time. Wow. But before I did that, or while I was doing that, I actually created the concept, the Millionaire's Matrix. Didn't have the word black in it at that point, because I wanted to say black, but that wouldn't be cool, right? I want to be politically correct. I don't want it. But at some point, it's like, damn it, wait, this for black folk. It's the Black Millionaire's Matrix. But then, whatever I was trying to do then is not at the level it's at now. I'm going to just say that, because whatever I was trying to do, I had this concept, but when I would do the numbers and work, whatever, it was like everybody, no, it's not. Long story short, we've elevated to what it is today. Okay. And I kept putting it down and picking it back up, the concept, because in life, I'm doing this, right? I'm going up and down, and and I'm like, I'm all over the place, doing well, eating well, but not where I really want to be, right? So a couple years ago, pulled it back out and said, you know what? I'm about to really go hard with this. I'm about to go hard with this concept. Life gets in the way. A lot of things happen. Make a long story short, I went on to do some pretty good things for me and my family. But then at some point, I'm like, I really want to pull this off the shelf, and I really want to relaunch it, and I really want to give people an opportunity to rock with me, learn the things that I've learned, so that we can give people a 7-figure radical rise. Like, I'm not looking to help you make 6 figures. If that's what you're looking for, I'm not your girl. I actually want you to make 7, 8, 9 figures, but we got to start somewhere, right? And the Black Millionaire's Matrix, we have a lot of basic stuff that we just need to know. And a lot of us, we don't know. And then when you come around brilliant people who look like you and they're willing to share, that's the end of that's the game. That's the end game, right? The beginning game is having the courage not to be afraid, to just come in and hang out just to see what is it really all about. Because it's deeper than us teaching you about credit. We give you the credit game. Oh man, we give you the credit game. We teach you the credit game. And if you don't want to do it yourself, we have a team. We could do it for you at a discount because you're part of the Black Millionaire's Matrix. Then we have building your business. Oh my God, we can do it for you. You can do it yourself. We give you the tools, right? We give you everything to be successful. We want you to be fundable in America. We want you to play with other people's money. We want you to own nothing and control everything. We want you to protect your assets. We want you to operate as a business. We want you to operate as a foundation. We want you to understand the power of a nonprofit. We want you inside of a group of collective minds so that we can build wealth while being Black. The first thing you have to do is be connected to the powerhouses that we are. We're all powerhouses. Man, get your ass out. And what's your superpower? What is it? Because I promise you, I can take your superpower, which is you organically being who you are, and show you how to live your best life while doing what you love and getting paid for it and putting it on autopilot. How about that? We have a whole entire team dedicated to whatever it is that you want to do. That's what the strategy session is for when you join the Black Millionaires Matrix, and you have to be initiated. So you go through a 7-day challenge. There's some quizzes involved. There's some journaling involved. We get deep. But we're not just like selling you a product and hoping you do okay. No. We're holding your hand all the way through. It's accountability. We even building an app right now. It's an accountability app that is so phenomenal. And I'll be so glad we can release that to our members. But building wealth by being Black, again, basic stuff, right? Let me break down a little bit of what I teach. I teach the money game, the rules to the money game, so you can master them. You can't win a game you don't know the rules to. Where they do that at? Where have you ever seen someone win a game they didn't know the rules to? So building wealth while being Black, it takes people like you and I to come together with intention, with full intention to say, this is what I want, and this is how I'm going to do it. Blink, blink, blink. Strategy, strategic, an alliance. We have to come together and say, yes, I'm raising my damn hand. Yes, I want to really understand the money game. That's the piece of the puzzle I'm missing. Oh, wait, hold on. There's more. Relationships. Oh, yeah, I need to know more about that. I need to know more about automation and systems. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all a secret. Anybody can come to America and get wealthy. Anybody. Most people who come here from other countries, and you look up in 3 to 5 years and they have gas stations and malls and all kind of stuff, it's because they studied our money game. They know how to play it. You know, my white counterpart, one of my associates, affiliate, he said, Black people go into business to, build a business and pay their bills, and hopefully they can employ some people, but mostly they go in, be okay, have a business, right? Payroll, etc., including themselves. He said, but white people and other people, they go into business to get funded. Now, I hope that ain't too deep for y'all, but I'm looking for my leaders, because let me tell you what Black stands for in my world. It stands for Bold Leaders Acquiring Cash with Khadijah. Y'all better say it. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. I think that's really cute. But Black actually stands for, in my world, Bold Leaders Acquiring Cash and Knowledge while kicking it with Khadijah. Okay. So at the end of the day, you could take either or. But at the end, listen, I could give you so many concepts right now that will give you $1 million, but will give us billions if we collectively come together with some of these basic strategies. I was inside of a clubhouse the other day, and there was a white man who made $20 billion because he's moving inside of the opportunity zones. Guess why they've created the opportunity zones? For people like us to have an opportunity to make some real money. And there's so many layers to that. Like, I can't get into it in this speech, but I'm going to tell you like this. If you want to change the game, you don't change the rules, you don't change the players, you understand the rules. You suit up the players. So now when they go in, they have everything that they need. One of the foundational principles of building wealth is to have a foundation. One of the things that I teach is how to use other people's money. Flip it 2 or 3 times, give it back. It is what it is. Everybody makes money. It's a win-win. Too many of us are looking to work for other people. We traded one plantation for another plantation, and I am not taking away anything from anybody who has a job, okay? I promise you I'm not, because you do what you got to do until you can do better. Use your job as an investment strategy to fund whatever else it is that we could come up with. I really like to give strategy, but for the sake of time, I'm going to just say this. You don't really have to understand what the Black Millionaires Matrix is to be a part of it, to take the 7-day challenge to see if it resonates with your core values and your soul, right? It's a very nominal fee. You pay attention. We ain't playing. We ain't looking for everybody. We don't want Pookie now unless Pookie now ready to level up. If Pookie now ready to level up, I'm your girl. You know, I don't know if I said it. I've been on welfare. I think I did. I have a felony. I think I said that. You know, I done been through some things. Toxic relationships. Yeah, all that stuff. But I am, at heart, I'm an investor. I'm an investor of time. I'm an investor of knowledge. I'm an investor of people. And I'm an investor of money. And I'm really good at it. I have a really good, I have a keen sense of how to take some money and make some more money with it. And I'm really good at connecting people. I just don't do nonsense. I'm not your girl. Like, I'm a straight shooter, real talk. I like to have fun, but I am really about this life. I am really about us funding our own school system. I'm really about, no. I have a strategy. I have a platform that I built that the pillars of what we're building is education. Baby, listen, we have to educate our own. We have to fund our own school system. The school system that's set up is not for our children to win. It's not to develop leaders. And the few charter schools that pop up here and there, that's great. I applaud them. Oh my gosh. But we need to fund our own school system, and we can. We create trillions of dollars every year. 1.2, 1.3. Do you know how much a trillion is? If it's just a group of us got together and just decided, you know, we're going to move with intention, and this is the strategy. I can give you a real quick example. You know, it's 10,000 people inside the Black Millionaires Matrix, and 3% of them, which is 3,000, decide to buy your product that was $99 because we can, because we support you, because we make your money. Now, enough of us can buy whatever your product costs. If it's $1,000, do the math. Just do the math. If I show you how to take $1,000, you get 3% every single day on your money. That $1,000 becomes over $1 million in a year. You know, some of you may think, what is she talking about? How can you get 3% every day on some money? Let me tell you something. I get about 2 to 3% right now on some of my money that's being, and I'm not, pie in the sky. I'm not a scamster. I'm a real life person who've done a lot of research, and I've connected to a lot of resources. And I want to share those resources with people who look like me. I want to give them the game on a whole nother level, things you ain't going to learn in nobody's school. The first thing you have to do is you have to be willing to be unafraid and unapologetic. And you know, I real talk, because I live a lifestyle today that is totally unrecognizable to me, but I'm still operating in fear. I'm still like, that's just being real. My money is making money for me. I bought an Amazon store. I bought a Walmart store. I have 30, 40 properties under contract. I'm constantly moving. You know what I'm scared of? I'm scared of stopping. I'm scared of becoming complacent. I'm scared that enough people won't hear me and join me. And then I'm doing all this by myself, right? Real talk. Like, I could do so much more if the right people showed up, because I have a heart to give. I have a heart to share. And I'm unapologetic about me wanting this to be for Black people. Like the credit game, right? I could show you how to create trade lines, positive trade lines that you get to have placed on your credit and vice versa, all through a credit exchange program where everyone has a membership-based education, and then we can legitimize it, legalize it. Everybody who comes through your program, you're paid $15,000 for them coming into your program. You extending them credit. They have a positive trade line. The government paying for the class. Boom. Integrity, integrity, integrity. Y'all probably like, what the hell did she just say? What she said was there's a way to get paid and help build credit at the same time for your people. This is the thing. You have to be around people like me and smarter people than me to really understand this game. You know, I don't know if you guys saw Elon Musk and Michael, I can't think of his last name, and how they were able to take the stocks and different things. They were able to make a whole lot of money because a small group of people all went about the same stock. Building wealth while being Black, you have to have strategy and intention. You get enough people committed to excellence. You get enough people committed to operating with integrity. You get enough people, and I'm talking about us when I say you get enough people. I'm talking about Black folks. You get enough of us who we start giving a game to. We're going to create a core value. Yeah, we know some people going to run off and do their own thing with it, and that's okay. Look, more love to you. Because I'm looking for people with the right heart. And this speech ain't about the Black Millionaires Matrix. It's about you. It's about you being in a position to level up because of the platform, the Black Millionaires Matrix. And yes, I put it together at a time when my life was just, everything was awry and yada, yada, yada. And now it is what it is today. And once you enter the Black Millionaires Matrix, you get information that you're just not going to get anyplace else. And you're going to get strategy that you're just not going to you're not going to get anywhere else. You're never going to get what we put together because this is our baby. And it's just like any business entity, right? Your business entity is whatever it is. I don't know. Maybe you're helping Black people to really understand the credit game and the money game and the financial world. And you're really helping them to understand relationship building and sales and marketing, real estate, Forex, cryptocurrency. Oh my God, the new kid in town. I have money right now. I think I may have said this. I may be repeating myself, but I have some crypto. I buy crypto every single day on autopilot. My little cute hands don't touch anything. It's all done. Then I have money being traded. But I was only able to do this when I put myself in a position to win. I put myself in a position to win. I sat inside of masterminds. I paid a lot of money, 6 figures, to have access to the information that I'm now sharing with you. Building wealth while being Black in America is really about us coming together and having the intention to do so. Enough of us have to have an agreement. If I'm trying to do it all by myself, well, I can help some people make some money for sure. But to go to the next level, it takes a village. And someone once asked the question, it takes a village to raise a child, right? And we're like, yes. And then the real question was, what do you do if the village is asleep? What do you do? And I want to leave you with this last thought. Because I say wake their asses up and put them inside of the Black Millionaires Matrix so that they can be educated and reprogrammed. Period. That's my answer. But I want to say this. I want to leave you with this, right? White privilege exists because of the Black race. Because of us tilling the land and doing everything that we did and everything we continue to do. White privilege exists. But I'm going to tell you this too. You take this to the heart. Black privilege doesn't exist because of everything that we're choosing to do. So if we want to put ourselves in a position to have Black privilege, we got to make some changes. We got to connect. We have to come together on a level that's so different than anything we've ever done. We got to step out on faith and be unafraid. If it don't work, listen, let me tell you something about me. I'm a winner, period. Period, point blank. I'm a winner. I'm strategic. I have a giving heart. I help a lot of people. My heart is to help more. And my heart is to educate so that we can go together. So that we can go to a whole nother level. I said so we can go together. Yeah, we can go together. We can go to the mountaintop of wealth. Because like Dr. Martin Luther King, I too have a dream. And like Harriet Tubman, I like to say this. I'm the new Harriet Tubman. And I know a lot of freedom fighters are saying that. And I hear that from a lot of Black women. I'm the new Harriet Tubman. And look, we all are the new Harriet Tubmans. I love it, right? There is no competition in my world. I embrace all excellence. Okay, if you for Black excellence, I'm your girl. I'm on your team too, right? The Black Millionaires Matrix is a solution, results-oriented platform that is the new Underground Railroad that's leading people to financial freedom. How about that? So with that, guys, I just really want to say, I know I said a lot. I didn't have a whole lot of time. In order to really rock with what we're rocking with, honestly, get radical ready. Get radical. Get radical about them things in life, those dreams, the positioning. Get radical. And in order to get radical ready, join us at getmillionaireready.com. GetMillionaireReady.com starts you on the process to your radical rise. It gives you access to the initiation process to see if you are a member, if you have what it takes to be a part of our family. Because we're engineering Black millionaires. That's easy. The real question is, will you be one of them? Thank you so much. That's my time. I'm Dr. Khadijah X. Chapman, and I hope that something I said spoke to your heart. And I pray that even if you can't join our family, that you continue to pray for us to have success, because when you step into the Black Millionaires Matrix, you're supporting my mission. You're supporting a cause for us to up-level our Black communities. And you're absolutely positively helping us to create legacy wealth in abundance. All right, so thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you. Enjoyed the conference. It's so much good stuff. And for those who decide to create magic with Coach Millionista, I'll see you on the other side. I see you on the inside of our family where a lot of magic is happening. All right, thanks so much. Be well. Peace and love.
Everyone, it's JJ Conway, and I want to welcome you to today's workshop. When I decided to retire from the military and go full-time entrepreneur, I wasn't making this as a financial decision. I was making it as a life calling decision, filtering it through my purpose. Purpose is why you do what you do, and done properly, it's an excellent filter through which you can make all of your decisions more impactful and more powerful. Sure, it is a financial decision to go full-time entrepreneur, and I may have negotiated the terms with my husband because it's a financial decision that impacts the family. But let me tell you what I didn't do. I didn't negotiate with my dream. See, I might have well just said, let's get a government job to tide me over. My friends all got government jobs when they retired. Mom and them keep sending me all these job offers. Let me just get a little job, cut back some of the hours that I'd be able to work on my business. Let me just do what everybody else does. But I knew that wasn't my purpose. My purpose wasn't to kill myself, trying to get established in yet another bureaucracy that does not care about creative souls of color like me. My purpose is to change communities, especially communities of color. So when you know your purpose, you filter your life's decisions through your purpose. And when you know, you make decisions very quickly. In the book Think and Grow Rich, which we study as a part of my Abundant Success program, Napoleon Hill talks about the habits around decision making. He says people who are successful have a habit around decision making. They make decisions quickly and they seldom, if ever, change them. They make decisions based on those things that are in harmony. Now I'm paraphrasing this, in harmony with their purpose. He also said that people who are not successful or do not stay successful for very long have a habit around decision making. They make decisions very slowly. They have to think about them for a very long time. They make their decisions filtered through the current conditions and circumstances of their life and not through purpose. Wow, that's really powerful when you get it. See, making the decision to go full-time entrepreneur was a decision based on my purpose, not my current conditions and circumstances. To take your company to the next level, you must be very intentional about how you share your energy, your time, your resources, and other areas of your life that are all competing for your attention. So let's talk about that for a bit. What we're really talking about here is living in harmony with all the areas of our life. So I'm going to go through with you the 5 different areas of our life. And you may want to consider having a purpose statement in all of these areas. And then at the end, I'll show you how we can blend them together into one really powerful purpose statement. My goal for all of you today is that at the end of our session, you will be able to have an understanding of how to create a really powerful purpose statement. Now, this isn't a purpose statement for your company. Most of us already have that. This is a purpose statement for your life. And your company is just one of the ways that you live out your life's purpose. So what is your purpose? Maybe you don't know. Maybe it's some cliche you were taught. You know, for years, I went around parroting what my ex-husband wanted my purpose to be, what my church said the right purpose was, what the Air Force taught me the patriotic purpose would be. But each of us, in order to grow our wealth and take our lives to the next level, we have to do the work to uncover what truly is our purpose. Let me calibrate it with you. Oftentimes, when we use words that we choose, the words we choose for our purpose statement, they are defining words. They are creative words. And if our purpose statement is a statement of why we're doing what we're doing in our life and how we're going to live our life, then because this purpose statement is the filter through which we make all of our decisions, then we want to know that we got the purpose statement right. This is about identifying these 5 areas of abundance that we're going to talk about today. They are the 5 fibers of your life. And then we blend them together into one purpose statement. So the purpose statement from each of these areas will combine to serve as the foundation of what we do in regards to vision and goals. Now, for those of you who are new to me and my body of work, I'm going to briefly review these 5 areas. They're in no special order. Each are equally as important in the context of this process. Now, there may be one area of your life that is more important right now, sure, but in the context and the process of writing the statement, they're in no special order. Does that make sense? All right, so first one I'm going to cover is spiritual. I think we should have a spiritual purpose. And I say this as someone who was a physicist in the Air Force for 23 years. And when we think about a spiritual purpose, what I'm talking about today is our awareness of oneness with God and a relationship with God. What is your purpose spiritually? Why do you do what you do in your spiritual practice? And how do you do what you do? How do you make decisions in your spiritual walk? For me, I choose to pray every single day, and I set aside time for me to pray. It's a priority for me. It's non-negotiable. I pray so that I can have a relationship with God. I also pray when I wake, at noon, and before bed, at least a total hour as part of my spiritual purpose and practice. I also give 10% of my time, talent, and my treasure, which means money. And so whenever I earn money, I have already pre-made the decision that I'm going to tithe 10% of that. Why? Because it's part of my spiritual purpose. And when I enter into that tithing practice, I'm fulfilling that purpose. So I allow my spiritual purpose to be one of the filters through which I make all of my money decisions. Remember, purpose is why you do what you do and the filter through which you make all of your decisions. I find myself praying almost every day, and my kind of prayers are pretty straightforward. I'm real with God, and He is real with me. Like the other day, I fell asleep with the baby, and I was late on my assignment. So I was going to skip my workout and do my doctoral assignment, only I know from past experience, when I get off kilter in my schedule, the best thing to do is to get back on schedule. But I really didn't want to get a late penalty on this paper, okay? I had been on my son about turning in his assignments late, and I didn't want to be a hypocrite. I knew if I didn't do it now, by the time I work out and such, it would be so late that I was going to get hit with that penalty. So I decided to pray and ask the Lord. And yes, I was flustered and tired, but as soon as I got down and thought the words, the Lord immediately chastised me. You know you're not going to do that assignment anyway. You might as well work out. Oh, I'll do it, Lord, I'll do it. You know what? 10 minutes later, I had gotten all kinds of stuff done on my Facebook for my business. Isn't it interesting how we can get so much done for something else when we're procrastinating from what we really need to do? So 10 minutes, I'm knocking out all sorts of posts and emails for my business, and I look at the clock and I remember what the Spirit said, and I jumped into the rest of Anthony Walker's Camp Gladiator workout. It was a good one too, y'all. My body really needed it. And so I find myself being more grateful in prayer for all of the wonderful things and wonderful people, or even the problems that are going to help me grow. And being grateful and then also asking for help. This prayer, ultimately, the purpose is having the better relationship with God. And I know for some of you today, you're like, she's talking about God. I'm here to learn about profit. But I'm telling you right now, having a spiritual component will elevate your profit. I think this is really important. And this isn't about preaching at you, okay? Anyone, regardless of your religion, can walk in gratitude and thankfulness and seeking wisdom from your higher power. I just think the ideal such relationship is with my God. And look, I think anybody can have a really good life, get a really good life if they don't have a spiritual purpose, right? But I don't know that they can have a complete life without it. And this particular iteration of my Purpose Vision Goals seminar is geared towards CEOs. You are at the top of your food chain. And I really think this is the missing dimension in many of our lives. I don't think any of us wakes up ever. I don't think anybody with me today wakes up one day and says, you know what, today what I really want to do, I want to create an average life. Now, I'm not saying there aren't moments when we're overwhelmed, and if we can just get through one more day without bringing any more drama or retribution on ourselves, right? That would be great. But in our heart of hearts, I think what we want to do every single day as agents of change and as people committed to being lifelong learners, we want to create extraordinary lives of impact and significance, lives of adding value to other people and being well compensated for doing it, right? And look, there's lots of really good programs out there. There's lots of programs you can go get certified in, lots of things you can learn how to speak and do better, lots of programs out there that help you sell and market yourself, and they're very good programs. But if they don't have a component to the spiritual walk that is in line with my vision for building wealth together, then I'm not interested. We're not a faith-based organization, but certainly faith is one of our core values. And so we live that out. And I really do believe we would be incomplete in living a purposeful life without having that spiritual dimension. Now, I know I just lost a lot of CEOs there by talking about the spiritual first, but that's okay. It's kind of a filter. It's kind of a weeding out, y'all. Those of you who stayed, who get this, you're going to get this, and it's going to bear 100-fold fruit in your life. So the second area of abundance is having purpose in our primary love relationship. So think of the relationship with your family, your closest friends, and for those of you who are married, your relationship with your spouse. How do I spend time with them? How do I prioritize my time with them? Do I pick my kids up from school and work all night, or do I actually play with them? Do I set aside time every couple of days to call my mom, right? I probably shouldn't use that example because I think that would bother my mom. But whatever it takes to maintain your primary love relationships. And I'm a busy gal, just like you're busy, I know everybody's busy, but we're pretty busy. And I just launched a program that is spread across the world. I got 8 hours of live video content that I got to prepare for on top of just my normal daily schedule. But the other day when my son said he needed his mom to spend extra time with him, I made the time. I made the extra time to play with him. Why? Because it's in harmony with my purpose in the area of my primary love relationships. And he's at this stage now. He's beginning to experience fear. He's realizing that not everybody in the world is nice, and it's a normal phase that kids go through at this age. I've made a commitment to being a part of his life. I made a commitment to rearing confident, productive children who will be millionaires by their 30s. Not only that, but when I invite him home from the holidays, I want him to want to come home, not just come home out of obligation. Sure, it's harder on my schedule because, I still have all those responsibilities, right? But I'm not going to hold to that. I'm going to let go of things of a lesser value for the attainment of things of a greater value. And that's really what the law of sacrifice is all about. See, the law of sacrifice would have us define in our life, through the filter of our purpose, what are the things in our life that have lesser value so that we can attain those things that are of greater value. So this is why I do what I do with my family. This is why a piece of my purpose in the area of my primary love relationships is spending time with my children. And as I shared before, as you gain more understanding of this, and as you begin your true work of your life and begin to apply these lessons in your life, you will develop more dexterity with these principles. And you'll not only have a purpose statement in each area, but you're going to bring them all together into one kind of all-encompassing purpose statement. Now, for those of you who want to know more about this, I would love to help you purpose statement your life. But first, let me calibrate it for you. Stay tuned because we're going to walk through this in detail, all right? The last 2 times I saw my dad, 2 Christmases before he passed, I flew him out to see the Steelers beat Houston. I had to invest in his room, food. I had to take my whole family. Well, I didn't have to, but I chose to. Take my whole family. You get the tickets, the hotels, the Airbnb, all the things. And the time. Time is the biggest commitment, isn't it? Especially for CEOs, busy CEOs like us. And I just had a bad car accident, and my military career was in jeopardy because of that accident. And our savings went to a lot of things about medical care. And the last thing my boss felt like I should do was take a week off. But I felt strongly led to. So I did. The next year, we all drove out to California, all the way out to California with a potty training toddler, y'all. And when you're building a business, it is difficult to fit that time in, I know. But again, I felt led to, and it was consistent with my purpose. Y'all, those were 2 of the 5 times I've seen my dad in the 23 years of my military career. And the next Christmas, we were outside of Pittsburgh, burying him in the National Cemetery of the Alleghenies. We never got to build houses together after I retired. We never got to travel to the Super Bowl together after I retired. All those things we were saving for after I retired from the Air Force, they never happened. And I'm so glad I maximized the time that I had in the moment that I was called to make the decision. You've been promising your family a lot later. But if they're important to you, I'm encouraging you right now to prioritize them by crafting a purpose that includes them in your life as a priority right now. If you're thinking about your primary relationships and you're feeling like, how am I going to fit all this in? How am I going to afford the time? I'm going to tell you, when you have a strong purpose, it is simple for you to make the decision. I didn't have to think about the decisions to spend time with my father. I didn't wrestle with it. I didn't wrestle with the decision about the money, the time. And so often we hear people say they're overwhelmed. You know, when somebody's overwhelmed, I think it's actually because they're under-purposed. When we find ourselves overwhelmed, it's because we're under-purposed. And so when I find myself second-guessing myself, all I got to do is ask myself, were these decision points in harmony with my purpose? And since they were, I make it happen. I get it on my calendar. I move my agenda around. I move the money around. And once the opportunity, once the decision is placed in front of me, now look, I don't always know how I'm going to do it. I didn't ask if I should do it, you know. I asked if it was in harmony with my purpose and vision. Think about all the mental energy it takes to reconsider every time, thinking about everything over and over again and redeciding. That's exhausting. When you've got clarity in advance, you have already made those decisions. You don't need to spend all that mental energy working it out all over again. I love it because having this defined purpose frees up my energy to do what I do best, which is building wealth and changing communities. Having a strong purpose frees up your energy to tackle other, grander things. Let me get even more personal here. Some of you can really identify with this, okay? My husband and I, we're still crazy about each other, and we really enjoy spending time together. But we still have to plan it, especially when we're busy. He's at the top of his game, and I'm at the top of mine. And even though we're good partners, we still got to plan to find time together. Sometimes it's as simple as every Sunday after church, we plan our meals for the next week and go shopping together. And there's other things we do to honor our choice to grow together. See, if you don't make the choice to grow together, you will naturally grow apart. People say, oh, we grew apart, we grew apart. It's because you didn't choose to grow together. You didn't make choices that will allow you to grow together. You didn't find things to do together. You went your separate ways instead of making the choice to grow together. We have decided we're going to spend more quality time with our children, and some of you hear me on this. You've been busy building your empire, and in your heart of heart, you really need to spend more quality time with your children. I mean, really, really spending quality time with the children. And we made that decision because they sacrificed a lot for my military career. Little man's on his 8th school, and Cubby spent his first 5 years with only one parent at a time. And we say things like, oh, kids are resilient. But sometimes I wonder if we're only saying that to appease ourselves. Because they're resilient, but they hurt when they're neglected. And a trip to Disney World once a year doesn't cut it. We always travel with our kids now. And we might find a friend to watch them when we're at our destination so we can have a little date night, a little grown fun. But we always travel with our kids. In fact, we kept trying to get little man on our last cruise. We kept trying to get him to go to the kids club. He was 14 and he thought it would be fun for him instead of, just eating and lounging. We thought it would be fun for him to go hang out with the kids. And after a few days, he said, why do you keep trying to get rid of me? It's a family vacation. You're my family. This is my time to spend with you without my brother. And I was like, wow, he wants to spend time with his parents. How many of us wish our teenagers would like to spend more time with us? We love to give our kids experiences as part of my purpose, to create memories for them that they're going to treasure and that we can treasure as well. This is such a powerful concept. Now let's go to the third one. This is the area of our personal growth and development. You have already made an investment in your personal growth and development just by being a part of this conference. Now, for those of you who, have been with me for a while, I say that these 5 areas of abundance: health, wealth, spiritual growth, relationships, and self-expression. That's true, okay? And this is a little bit different, okay? Because this is about our overarching purpose, which feeds into walking in abundance, okay? So a piece of my purpose in this area of personal growth and development is to be a continual, lifelong learner, to be a student of life through travel, to study deep on the things that I'm interested in rather than broad, to go deep rather than broad. I purpose myself to be continually growing and developing. So when I make decisions about, well, you know what? Here's an example. Right before I filmed this, I had personal workshop time set aside in my day, scheduled for me to study and read on my own personal growth. It's a priority for me. Been a busy week, and I would love to just, put my feet up, but I also know that I'm starving for this time in this area of my life, for my purpose, a part of my purpose. So it was an easy decision for me to make when I was sitting down with my scheduling. Unlike everybody else, I had a competing offer and another opportunity for today. And so if I wanted to accept, I had this invitation. I've been going back and forth between Texas, Louisiana, and DC, back to Pittsburgh when I can. And I'm here in Louisiana and here in Texas, and I have this invitation to go to an event. And the person who invited me, y'all, was a VIP. Ooh, I'm sure it was a lovely event. I'm sure it was a lovely event, empowering, exciting, with great people. But it wasn't in harmony with my purpose. It wasn't in harmony with my purpose. I really wanted to do it, but the event itself, despite being with all the great people, was not in harmony with my purpose. And again, I've already made the decision. Otherwise, I would have probably wasted a lot of good time wrestling with, should I do this? Should I do this? Should I do this? Should I do that? But I conserve my energy and save my time, strength, health, treasure for the things that I do best by deciding in advance that for me, this is something, personal growth is something I'm really going to focus on. And what I realize is I do so much work in different areas, mainly as a speaker and coach, that I found that my personal growth and spiritual growth, they overlap a little bit, which is nice. I also find that my personal growth has been driven by the business, right? The business areas were largely where I was focusing, and that's great too. But there's nothing like preparing to teach something to really understand it yourself, right? So let me just throw this in. One of the best ways to learn is to teach. Maybe that's why I teach this stuff. But there's other areas, and I'm going to be so much more intentional about it. I set aside time to do that, literally scheduling it in. And I was doing that before I retired from the military, and I was growing. Anyone who knows me and has followed me through the last 2 car accidents, you can see that, right? But I decided to be more strategic, and it's made a huge difference in my personal growth. So I updated my purpose to include this intentional time of personal growth. Now, don't get me wrong. I would certainly flex my schedule if it was an opportunity that was aligned with the other areas of my purpose. But there's always a cost. And too many of us have been setting aside our personal growth, and we chase after this money, and we chase after these connections, and we chase after this dream. And at the end of the day, we have sacrificed our spirituality, our family, our personal growth, and especially this area that I'm about to talk about right here, the area of health and fitness. Number 4 in our purpose statements is the stewardship of our body temple that has been gifted to us. What is my purpose in the area of health and fitness? Well, again, this is a piece of my purpose, and my own personal purpose is to honor God through proper care of my body temple, to live in a healthy body capable of taking care of myself physically, and that includes eating healthy, having good sleep habits, and good health habits. So I make decisions every day around the food that I eat. I make sure that I exercise every day for about 30 minutes a day, and I do seriously hardcore workouts now. Now, I know most people don't do this, and certainly most people with my age and all these injuries that I'm recovering from, most adults particularly don't do this because we haven't made that commitment. And we use, some of us use scripture, bodily exercise profiteth little. Now, let me tell you, I do have one thing in common with people who don't take care of their body. And the one thing I have in common with people who don't take care of their body is that I don't have the time to do it either. I don't have the time either. I'm busy. You're busy. And I can assure you, if working out every single day were not part of my purpose, if I'm living my life through some other filter, like maybe the filter of how I feel every given morning, how many of us live in our lives through the filter of how we feel any given morning, huh? We need to live our life through our purpose, because if we live our life through how we feel, we wouldn't have the time either. I certainly wouldn't do it. But I do it as a part of my purpose. Therefore, it makes the schedule every day. Not sometimes, not anytime. It's built into my day. And that's why I'm finally able to see progress back to where I used to be before the emergency C-section and 2 car accidents, all within 18 months of each other, all right? Now look, I'm going to talk about this for just a little bit longer, but let me tell you, there are 3 reasons why I would miss a workout, okay? 3 reasons that I wouldn't work out. And of these 3, there's not one that's any higher importance than any one day of working out, okay? One reason I might not work out is if I'm physically run down. I have this very real symptoms of a cold. I wake up, I got a sore throat, okay? Now many of you know I'm in a pain management program, and if my pain has gotten ahead of me on any given day and I need to get it under control and my body needs the rest, well then I'll give that the rest, especially with all the driving and traveling I do. But walking and yoga are part of my pain management program. So there's this runner's adage that says, below the head, stay in bed. Otherwise, go run. Below the head, stay in bed. Otherwise, go run. So if it's a head cold, I'll still walk or do yoga for 30 minutes, and then I'll come back and snuggle in my sweats and rest. I don't want to hurt myself with an injury or sickness. But let me tell you something. Most of the time that I actually walk or stretch, I actually do feel better. And I'll bet some of you will too. Now, the second reason I may not work out is if I have a rare opportunity, and I mean rare. Because remember, I can work out 365 days a year, and I tend to work out on every single one of them. And if I have a rare opportunity to live my purpose, I mean that rarely comes to me. Like I had an opportunity to be in the room with our commander during Senate deliberations, and once I had the opportunity to testify before the Maryland State Congress, which resulted in anti-bullying laws being passed, and both time to travel there and back one way is a couple hours through DC traffic, y'all. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. All right. I may not work out that day. You get an opportunity to spend intimate time with John Maxwell or George Fraser. I'm going to do that. I'm going to try and work out first. But if I have to do 10 minutes of calisthenics in my hotel room and call it a day, then I'm going to, and I'm going to pick up the next day. So that's the second reason. Now, the third reason I might skip a day of my workouts is if one of my other areas of purpose needs attention, like in the case of an emergency. So when my dad died and none of his other 3 kids could take the time off to go out there, and I felt I needed to drive cross country, he was in Wilkes-Barre, PA, I needed to drive up there and take care of what I could take care of, clean the house where he fell, get the burial process started, find his records, meet with the family, and just all the things, right? You know, I actually feel like my examples aren't that great today. Because one, they're sad, and even with handling Dad's affairs, sometimes I couldn't do more than just sit there and cry. But I actually did walk most days because he was a huge proponent of fitness and a powerlifting champion, and I knew that he would want me to keep taking care of myself. Plus, it cleared my head for a bit, and I knew my back and neck would be in too much pain if I didn't walk and stretch. Okay, but if it's an emergency that requires all of my focus, then I probably won't work out. So those are the 3 reasons. All right, but Rarely will I let those reasons compound one on top of the other and cause me to not work out for more than 2 days back to back, and almost never for more than 3 days in a row. I still remember the last day of my last appointment to the neurologist who was caretaking me after the second car accident. I sat there in that hospital with all those dying people and declared health over my life. I was at my best health ever 5 years ago, and I declared that day that I will be at my best health again 4 years from now. I'm on my way, y'all. I declared I'd be in even better health from then. I declared that I'll be running circles around young bucks laughing that 65 is the new 35. These are the visions that I'm holding for my health. How about you? What vision are you holding for your health? Time out for this whole thing of we all have to take pills every day and we all don't have any choice in our healing and there's nothing the doctors can do. We are called to righteousness, prosperity, and health. It is our destiny. Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth. And I understand, don't I understand? Sometimes things happen or things change, or sometimes you can be making progress and boom, you get hit in the rear end. Sometimes you just get disappointed and you have no choice but to recognize it, address it, and reallocate time. I get it. 2 car accidents later, I get it. But you have to address it, and you have to purpose in yourself that you are going to spend your energy and intention in the areas that are important to you. It's about harmony, not this balance thing everybody's chasing after that they can never get. All right. Number 5, flow of freedom for both time and money. So this is the last area of purpose, and I call this the flow of freedom. So this is the flow of freedom for both time and money. So my purpose is to be able to generate enough wealth that my wealth earns enough money to provide all my living expenses without my physical or mental involvement. Those of you who have heard me talk about financial independence versus financial freedom, this is at minimum financial independence. I have enough passive income to meet my needs, and I want to have enough money invested in real estate, stocks, bonds, gold, silver, cryptocurrency, in these kinds of assets that appreciate in value now and then rolls off enough income that it covers what it costs us to live every single year. And notice what I'm saying about appreciating. And I especially want my retired military members to pay attention. Today's pension will be frittered away by inflation unless you take action now to invest some of what you have. So financial independence, my money creates freedom for me so that I have the time to do the things that I want to do and can be with the people that I want to be with. Now, a part of my purpose in this area is to also create moments of significant impact in the lives of people, organization, and communities around the world. That I feel called and purpose to be free enough to leverage my money and time for the things that reflect my values, my beliefs, my agenda in the world as an agent of change. And this is when you are financially free. And you know what? It doesn't actually take much financially to be able to change someone's life. You know, it's about $800 or $900 to pay a single mom's water bill for a year. 2 mentors of mine discovered all the kids in a Guatemalan village were dying because of unclean drinking water and insufficient immunity. They gave an entire village clean drinking water for something like $20,000. I don't know why Flint doesn't have no clean water. Anyway, they were able to create a clean water system that solved the problem of an entire generation dying off in a region of Guatemala. So living your purpose in this area allows you to contribute to changing lives, to being the person who matches other people's donations. For example, enough to buy 100 prosthetic hands for children. Think about that. There are 100 kids that didn't have either a right hand or a left hand, and someone was resourced. Imagine the impact of you being resourced to have the same flow of freedom, money, and time in your life that you could lead a campaign and impact kids' lives for years and years. All because you were intentional about first defining a purpose and then living into that intention. So when we look at our entire life, our purpose statement in each of these areas, and we allow these things to define our daily agenda as much as possible, and then we make decisions that are in harmony with these purpose statements, then we begin to have true power, impact, significance. And once you've tasted significance, success is never enough. Going back to these 5 areas, I think it's really useful to give you a way to work around, get your head around these 5 areas. It's very, very powerful. You know, I was listening to a speaker quoting Carl Jung as saying the healthy personality is split between work, love, play, and spirituality. 4 areas, right? Work, love, play, and spirituality. And if you write those down and you think about your 5 areas, spirituality obviously matches, love matches, work, vocation matches, your health and freedom. Isn't that really play? The money to be able to do what you want, the time, strength, and health to be able to do the things that you want for play. Alexander Pope said, "Order is heaven's first law." Your purpose introduces such order into your life. It introduces purpose and order that drive the decisions you make, and those decisions give you clarity. Clarity of what we're focusing on and what we're not. Being real clear about what it is you want and what it is you don't. Now, goals introduce order, of course, but purpose introduces more order over a longer period of time. It is strategic. And the reason many of our amazing efforts fail to have strategic longevity is because we are so focused on individual goals instead of our overarching purpose. Now, I don't have my command the time to really dig into the vision and goals and how they extract from the purpose today, but you can contact me offline. I'll walk you through it. And when you're born, you have life. When you find purpose, you start living. We're going to wrap up with how to blend these 5 areas into one powerful purpose, and I invite you to think about how you would craft your own purpose blended as you hear mine. Don't be afraid to get it wrong, y'all. Sometimes we think our purpose is one thing, but as we live into it, we discover that it's really something else. Sometimes a purpose is with you for 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Maybe it changes with the seasons of life, and that's okay. Also, don't be afraid to get it right, but not have it resonate with everyone. This isn't a one chance kind of thing, okay? A lot of times we grow into it, and I encourage you to write down a purpose that works for you. Meditate and pray on it and try it on. And again, it doesn't have to resonate with anybody else but you. My purpose is equipping God's people. That's what I'm put here to do. That's my short version of my purpose. But let me tell you, that's a very poor purpose for a financial planning business. It resonated with absolutely no one, not even the pastors. So that is not on the front page of my website, but it is written on the tablet of my heart and written in the lines of everything I do and say. And it's okay if your purpose is that way as well. Remember, your purpose does two things for you. Understanding your purpose and what drives you behind it pushes you through the discomfort of doing something new. And it also helps you filter out all of your competing distractions. Remember, if you keep doing what you've been doing, you'll keep getting what you've been getting. So we've identified our purpose in each of these 5 areas, and then we blend the 5 into one statement. And I've shared with you as we went along today a piece of my purpose in each of these 5 areas. So now we're going to take those pieces and blend them into one statement. Now look, words mean things. Words have an energy charge to them, right? There's energy. You tell yourself you're the greatest of all time, you begin to walk in that energy. You tell yourself you're stupid and dumb and ridiculous and no one's ever going to see you, no one's ever going to love you. You're going to believe it. There's energy there. So we want to make sure we're picking the right words that have the energy that's at the highest frequency of our energy, okay? So here's what it sounds like, okay? And you're going to hear all 5 of these and you'll hear the shift as I flow through. And I'm not going to tell you when I'm shifting, but you'll hear it, okay? It is my purpose to live my life in the full presence and awareness of my oneness with God. In my spiritual walk, I'm intentional with my daily agenda, making private time to commune with God, and I express my faith that He is guiding my steps to equip His people through my practice of tithing my time, treasure, and talent. As I live out my spiritual beliefs, I also spend quality time with the people I love and prioritize my yearly agenda so I'm intentional and congruent with this value. I'm a lifelong learner and invest my time and money in myself. I travel around the world to learn and experience new cultures, people, history. I go deep on my study in the things that I'm interested in and serve those I impact and influence. I honor God through proper care of my body temple, and I'm intentional to take care of my physical body. I eat healthy foods, exercise daily, and have good sleeping habits. And all of these daily decisions support my good health habits. I conduct my business in a way that allows me to be able to generate enough wealth so that my wealth earns enough money to provide all of my living expenses without my physical or mental involvement. I'm diversified in my investments, so I'm financially secure no matter what the world's market conditions are. My work in the world allows me to create moments of significant impact in the lives of people, organizations, and communities around the world, and to be free enough to leverage my money and time in and on the things that reflect my values, beliefs, and agenda in the world as a servant of the Most High. Now, don't worry if you haven't been able to live into your purpose just yet. Write it out, and you will eventually live into it. And that's just an example of a purpose that includes all 5 areas of a life. And I make all of my doing and being decisions through this filter of this statement. And when I become aware that I'm straying off course, as we all do, right, I'm going to be gentle on myself rather than judgmental. When I get off course, I quickly make the necessary decision to get myself right back on track. It's so easy to beat yourself up and be really mean to yourself, but I'm going to ask you today to give yourself grace, accept what happened, get back up, and get back on it. One thing I hope really comes through, and again, every time you hear this, is that making these decisions in advance are so important for us as CEOs because many of us have procrastinated on decisions in the past. Maybe that's why this really resonated with me. I am like the #1 procrastinator before these principles became powerful in my life. Your purpose statement will develop and adapt over the years. And over the years, I've had many opportunities. And as I've shared earlier, I've said no to them, not because they weren't good or even great, but because doing so would take me off my purpose and cause me to leak. I would leak life force energy. I would leak my time, energy, capacity, and resources. And if you think about what is your life energy, it really is your time, talent, treasure. So one way to think about your purpose is that your purpose is like the sun, okay? Everything in the galaxy revolves around the sun, right? We say the sun rises and sets, but the sun does not rise and the sun does not set. The Earth rotates around the sun, which causes the illusion of a sunrise and the illusion of a sunset. But the sun never actually changes its position, and your purpose is like that. Those of us flying by the seat of our pants, we're under the illusion that we're doing all we can do. And I'm telling you today, by establishing a purpose in your life and then living your life according to that purpose, will not only allow you to accomplish more, it will multiply abundance in all areas of your life. I'm JJ Conway. I want to thank you for being here with me today. Y'all take care and be blessed.
Hey, I'm JJ Conway, the Queen of Cash Flow. Let me tell you, I came home from a military trip to find my house sold, stuff thrown out, and divorce papers in my face. When the dust settled, I was a single military mom with over $845,000 of debt. I had to learn how to hustle in a hurry. I had to learn how money worked. And let me tell you, it's not like what they say on late night TV or all those seminars you go to about the secrets of the rich. I now empower people to win with money, to dump debt, build wealth, and leave a generational legacy using the same financial management and real estate investing skills that worked for me. I want to invite you to my newest class that is guaranteed to double your income and shatter your limiting beliefs. You will gain clarity and confidence to step out and do what you know you've been called to do. The truth is, you've been playing small, and you know it. The truth is, you've been giving too much of your time, your energy, and your money to everybody else because you've been too afraid to step out there and do for you. It's time to launch your business or take your existing business to the next level. In this 7-week class, we are going to transform your thinking about money. Through this study of the science of getting rich, you will learn what it takes to build new and profitable relationships. You will shatter those limiting beliefs and literally transform your results. I'm JJ Conway, and I invite you to join me at AuthenticAbundanceAcademy.com.
People, I am Miss Keisha. How are you? Before I get into my talk, I want you to relax your shoulders, relax your feet, play your favorite sound. Close your eyes. Inhale and exhale. I see you out there. You're not doing it. Inhale. Exhale. I'm walking through this with you because I know that your life is busy. I know that your life can be hectic. I know you have some exciting things going on, but I need for you to take a break. Relax your shoulders. Relax your feet. Just breathe. You may have a favorite song, you may have a favorite beat, move a little bit to it for a few minutes, 10 minutes, every day. Start your day, end your day, and just relax. Give your heart a chance to catch up with you. Give your heart a chance to slow down. Inhale. Exhale. Are you out there doing it? I can see you. You think I'm crazy? No, I'm serious. Relax your body. Okay. That's that. Now it's time to get into business. As I said, I am Miss Keisha. You can find me, Google me, Miss Keisha Speaks. Now, today I want to know, are you making lemonade or are you making excuses? Why do I ask that? Life is going to spin and throw a whole bunch of lemons at you. Do you see you in there? You see you falling apart under the lemons? You see that eyeball? The Lego in the lemons, just all jacked up. It happens. It's real. But are you going to stay broken in the lemons? Trust me, I know it's easier to do that. But today, Ms. Keisha, want to talk to you about taking those lemons that's thrown at you and make lemonade out of it. This is the lemon of people telling you you'll never be anything. I found something sharp. You ain't gonna be all cute on the cutting board, squeezing the lemon out. No, we gonna find something and we gonna squeeze the lemon out and let's move on. So this is the lemon that someone threw at you, talking about what you're not gonna be. This is the lemon of people telling you you're ugly, your body is this, that, body shaming. We ain't got time for this. Take that lemon and take that juice and squeeze it out. You may say, Miss Keisha, but lemonade is sour. I don't want lemonade. Baby, you ain't got to drink it. You're going to make this lemonade because somebody is going to be thirsty. Somebody is going to call on you. And this is what you're going to serve them. It even may be your haters. Your haters are going to come to you asking for help. Your haters are going to come to you asking for advice. That advice you give them is lemonade. You made it from the horrible things that have been thrown your way. You made it from the terrible situations that life has put you in. Let me tell you a little secret. Ask me how I know that it's not just people outside your house. Ask me how I know it's not just people outside in the community that's going to be throwing these lemons at you. Ask me how I know. It ain't just the people outside. It's not. So, you catch that lemon. They're in the background talking about how you never gonna be anything. Make your lemonade. No smacking your tongue against your teeth. No rolling of your eyes. Just catch that lemon. And squeeze the juice out. I'm saying, Miss Keisha, I can't take it. It's just too much. I hate being in this house. Trust and believe. I know. But now what are you going to do about it? As you're in the situation, as you're in all situations, because life ain't going to be perfect just because you're an adult. Trust and believe. It's not. So while you're in the situation at home, work through it. Get to the point where you're out, you're on your own. What does that look like? How about graduating, going off to college? This is your college isn't for me. Here you go with excuses. We are making lemonade. We are not making excuses. So, college is not for you, then let's be iconic. You are a youngpreneur. get your business going, and move out into your own apartment. The lemons are going to come wherever you are. They're going to come in your parents' home. They're going to come as an adult. So you need to start now making lemonade out of all the drama that's come in your life. No excuses. Trust me, I understand the excuses are so much easier. It is so much easier to be stuck and in this pile of lemons broken. You're already broken, so nobody gonna say nothing to you. You're right. But this is not it. You are striving to be iconic. Get up, put your eyeballs back on your body, and make lemonade out of the lemons that are thrown at you. That is my only request. That is my only request. Because these excuses, not going to work. You are the next generation. We need you to step up. We need you to stand strong. We need you to walk into your destiny. So as you are meditating, as you are praying, ask for direction on your calling, and also ask for positive people to walk into your life. Now, you may not know what they look like. You can't trust everybody. Yes, I know. As you're relaxing, as you're listening, you should hear a voice that is leading you to meeting as you're shopping. As you're shopping for lemons, you may meet your next mentor. It may be the weirdest situation, but you never know where your next blessing is coming. So young people, I need you to stand strong. We need you to stand strong and to stay focused on your goals. Let's get started. Make lemonade out of the lemons that are thrown at you, not excuses. I am Miss Keisha. You can Google me, Miss Keisha Speaks, and we'll talk soon.
Welcome. This is Dr. Marcia, and I am a physician and life coach. And this workshop is called Finding Your X Factor Within. And you may be coming over from my keynote. Whether you are or whether you aren't, it is fine. Come on in. So what I wanted to just share with you is that in the keynote, we talked about becoming the X factor. And so when we talk about the X factor, I want to just stay here just for a second. I want you to go get your notebook, go get your pen, and meet me right back. Okay? So, I want to talk about the X factor. What do you think is the X factor? When someone says, oh yeah, they have that X factor. What do you think it is? I want you to just jot down in your notebook what you think the X factor is. And when I went to Google, right? That's where we get all our information from. I looked up what the X factor is, some of the definitions. And the first one is that it is some kind of unknown or hard to find trait. Okay, and my handwriting is not the best, Okay, we're going to work with it. I'm a physician, so I get a pass for that, I think. All right. So the next one is that it's a factor or unknown, unforeseeable consequence. Okay, a factor, and again, it talks about something that is unknown. The next one says a special talent, ability, or quality. Again, I'm going to write down special. And then the last one talks about an indescribable quality or something about a person that you cannot put your finger on. Okay, if you can't put your finger on. And so as you look through the definitions, the words that keep coming up are something that's unknown, something that's hard to find. Again, unknown, special, something you just can't put your finger on. And what I'm going to suggest to you that the X factor isn't any of this. It's none of that. The X factor is you. The X factor is what you are, what you bring. But sometimes it's hard for us to find that X factor. Sometimes we do think it's something outside of ourselves, but it's actually something that already resides within us. And that's the focus of today. The workshop today is to help you find your X factor. Because sometimes that X factor has been buried, right? It's been hidden. It hasn't been tapped into, so we don't even know that it even exists. And frequently it's hiding in plain sight. Think about the person with the songbird voice who you don't know they can sing until all of a sudden they start singing one day and they didn't know it was there. So what I want you to do, I want you to get a new sheet of paper and I want you to write down who you are. If someone asked you, who are you? And you had to write it as an I am statement. I am, fill in the blank. Go ahead and spin. I'm going to give you about a minute or so. I'm going to put my timer on. I want you to write down your I am statements of who you are. Your I ams. I am, fill in the blank. Who are you? And if you're just joining in, we're talking about your I am statements. Who are you? If you had to tell somebody. We have about another 30 seconds. Just write down as many as you can come up with. All right, we're at the 20-second point. Who are you? What would you say if someone asked you that question? All right, go ahead and finish up. We're down to the 10-second mark. All right, so I want you to look over your list. And if you have at least 5, I want you to raise your hand. If you have 10, go ahead and raise your hand if it's 10. If you are over there getting it in and you have 20, I want to see if you have 20. So now I want you to look over the list. And I want you to circle the adjectives. Circle the words that are adjectives and then cross out the ones that are nouns. Okay, nouns meaning mom, employee, bus driver, cook, wife. Okay, so those you're going to cross out the nouns and you're going to circle the adjectives. Adjectives like maybe loved, courageous. Okay, now if I had, and I want you to give yourself a score, count the number of adjectives you have, And then I want you to count the number of nouns. If I had to guess, most of your responses are nouns, because that's how we define ourselves. We define ourselves as a mom. We define ourselves as an employee, even a CEO, or a business owner, or a sister, right? But the other ones are not as they don't rise up to the level that they are right in your mind. And we are defining ourselves by the role that we play. There's a story when I was young, my dad, he was the best dad ever, okay? And the thing that he used to always say, he used to always say, that I was wonderful, I made his day, I was beautiful, right? And I believed him. I believed he believed that. But what would have been even more powerful is if I had gotten to a place all way back then that I believed it. And so I had gone to a workshop about a year or so ago, and it was for adolescents who had been under domestic abuse, but there were no adolescents in the room. And so some of the adults had gone to the session, and she puts up a slide, the very first one, and it blew me away because I had never been asked the question, who am I? And some of the things that were on the screen, she says, the slide reads, I am courageous. I am unstoppable. I am victorious. I am love. I am blessed. I am gifted. I am anointed. I am successful. I am healed. I am healthy. I am beautiful. And it goes on and on and on. And one of the problems that we face is that we don't know who we are. And so we live based off of what other people decide who we are. And when they start treating us any kind of way, because we haven't had a firm foundation in who we were, who we thought we were, who we wanted to be, we stay in situations too long, or we allow things to happen that are not in alignment with who we are. All right. So I want you at this point now, I want you to rewrite your I am statements, and I want you to use adjectives. Okay. So we're rewriting your I am statements using powerful adjectives, whether they are who you are right now and or who you want to become. Again, I'm giving you about a minute and a half to write down those new I am statements. Okay, go ahead and start. I am. Who are you? Who are you? Who do you want to be? This is the process of finding your X factor within. All of the I ams. Powerful words that help to define who you are and who you want to be, who you want to become, who you were raised to be, who you would want your children to become. It also decides where your boundaries are, what you will and will not tolerate, what's unacceptable. All right, we're halfway there. I am. Who are you? Who are you? All right, you have about 15 more seconds left. We're finding your X factor within. Okay, so that's going to be time for that. All right. And I want you just to go over your list and I want you to read them out loud. Okay, so you're going to say, I am blank. I am. Okay, go ahead and read them out loud right now. That's right. Say it loud, say it proud. Who are you? Say, I am. I am. And I am. Powerful. Thank you. Yes. Yes. So now we're going to move on and we're going to work on how to find your X factor within. And the first nugget I'm going to drop for you is know what you bring to the table. Know what you bring to the table. Another way to say that is know your worth. Know your value. And when we think about the table, we go to the table to eat. That's where we go to get what we need in life. That's where we go to get, the encouragement. That's where we go to get to the next level, right? And when we are talking about the table, it talks about, do you know what you bring? And I want to illustrate this. I want you to turn to a new sheet in your notebook. And I want you to write down your 10 flaws, your 10 weaknesses, the 10 things that you're working on. Okay, and just write those down. Number 1 to 10, and go ahead and write what those flaws are. Those things that you're struggling with. Maybe it's organization. Maybe it's being disciplined. Maybe it is, following through. Maybe it's exercise. Maybe it's planning your meals. Maybe it's holding your tongue. Maybe it's all the other things that are just are sitting right here, or should I say right here? They're at the tip of your tongue. You already know the things that you need to work on. Okay, do you have those 10 things down? Okay, I think someone needs a little bit more time. Okay, if you have your 10, let me see you. Okay, great. So now what I want you to do is turn the page, and I want you to write down your 10 strengths. Okay, the things that you're good at. Write 10 things right now. 10 things, 1 to 10, and just write them all down. Get them all out. Okay. I'm going to guess that it's taking you longer to write down your strengths. Right? Our strengths are not just hanging right underneath of the water. We have to kind of dive deep down in order to find our strengths. The weaknesses were right there. You knew the things that you don't like, the things that need work, the things that need to take some focus. But those strengths are harder to find. And that's because we undervalue ourselves. We underestimate. We under-acknowledge. We under-appreciate. If we are running a business, we probably undercharge, right? Because we don't know our own value. And we're willing to come down to meet the expectation that we think someone else has of our value. All right. I have a mentor, and one of the things that she says, that she has said, and it still rings in my ear. She said to me, Marcia, she says, you don't know what you bring to the table. And even after I had done some things, she said it again. She says, yeah, I remember saying that. And it's still true. And so I'm passing that along to you. You don't know what you are bringing. You don't truly know. You may have a glimmer, right? But when we fully know, when we decide, when we go back, and I want you to just close your eyes for a few moments. And I want you to slow this thing down. I want you to go back to maybe go back as far as high school and what you were good at, what you received an award for, the thing that you enjoyed. And then maybe it's college. Maybe it was that club you were in, or that project that you helped out with, or the graduation, that award that you may have received. And then think about maybe your first or second job. Maybe it's your community work. Maybe you're in a social club. Maybe you've done some things at your kids' school. Maybe on your current job, you have had some success and you've gotten some awards. You've been honored. And so I want all of that to bubble up to the surface. And so now when you think about your value, when you add up all of the years of school that you took, okay, that you add up all the tuition that you paid, the certificates, the diplomas, all of the things that you went through, that you invested in yourself. And now I want you to think about your value. How much does what value does that bring? Whatever you're charging for, whatever it is that you do, are you undercharging? I am going to suggest that you are. Okay, so the first thing is to know what you bring to the table. Know your value. Okay, so let's go on to the second nugget. The second nugget is decide that you deserve a seat at the table. And this green isn't showing up. Different color. I'm going to go with black. Okay. Decide you deserve a seat at the table. Who has sat at the kiddie table at Thanksgiving? Right? And we all want to get to the grown-up table. But how many of you are still eating at the kiddie table? Still eating at the kiddie table. And I want to tell you that you deserve to be at the grown-up table. But it's up to you to decide. That's where the decision tree is. It's up to you to decide. You're over there waiting. You've been at the kiddie table for decades, and you're waiting for an invitation. You're waiting for Big Mama to invite you to come to the table, to the grown-up table, right? And we get to decide that we belong there. We give ourselves permission to go to the grown-up table. But why don't we go? Why are we waiting for the invitation? If there's a spot at the table, there's an empty chair, how come we just don't go to the table? And I want you to write down what you think is the reason why we don't get up and go to the table. Why don't we go to the table? Why do we sit back and wait for the invite? And if I could guess, if we're talking about the adult table and the kiddie table, one of it is because we don't want to get in trouble because Big Mama didn't tell us we could go to the table, right? And that's the problem. The problem is that we have been raised in a Simon Says culture. Simon Says, Mother, may I? We are waiting for someone to give us permission, someone to say it's okay. We spend our time coloring inside of the lines. We're playing Monopoly and we don't collect $200 unless we do what? We pass go. The problem is, it's hard for us to think outside the box. And so we trap ourselves in. We're in this thing. Okay, well, we can't go to the table because Big Mama's we're gonna get in trouble. And the getting in trouble is worse than the positive of getting to the table. Okay, because there's always something better at the grown-up table. They got the desserts, they got the gravy, they got the biscuits, they got the hot mac and cheese, right? But we settle for what's at the kiddie table, the cut up turkey, or the peas or whatever there is at the kiddie table. It's safe at the kiddie table, but what we really want to be is at the grown-up table. And so I wanted to share a little bit about my story, if I can. So I was born with this birthmark, and what it did is that it affected my self-esteem. It affected how I thought about myself and what I thought I was capable of. And so what I did is I hid, and I stayed trapped in this prison, and I didn't feel like I was allowed, right? And that took me 10 years to get over, through middle school, high school, and sometime in college, I was like, you know what, this is for the birds. I can't keep worrying about this thing. If you're gonna like me, whether I have the birthmark or whether I don't, and it's just time to get over it, okay? But a lot of us are trapped by other flaws, by things that prevent us from fully coming into who we're supposed to be, right? And so, but it's up to us to decide that we are done fooling around with what other people think. And it's a mindset shift. It's going from changing your belief, because it's all in your head, okay? I'm no different than I was back then. It's just now I am resolved within myself. I am more confident now. I know that I didn't get to decide whether or not it's a big deal or not. And so do you. You get to decide where you want to be, where you want to go in life. And so how do you get untrapped? All right. Sometimes we have some fears. And so I want you to just write down what you think are some of the things that keep you trapped at the kiddie table, that keep you trapped, underachieving. that keep you from where you say you want to be? Okay, just write down one or two things. What keeps us trapped? Some of that is, the big mama thing. Okay, what other people are going to say? Who had big mama? Right? But there's also maybe you don't think you know how. Okay, write that down. I'm going to say know how. You don't think you know how to get from point A to point B. Well, I'm going to tell you a secret. The secret is you have all the answers. You know better than anybody else how you get from point A to point B. And a lot of times we are looking for someone else to come in and tell us, but you already know. And when you start to ask yourself the questions, instead of looking for someone else to answer them, the answer is going to come. I'm going to give an example. Let's just say, okay, say you want to go to college, but you don't have the money to go. And so the question is, should I still go to college? And when you ask yourself the question, well, what do I really want to go? How am I going to pay? And then you sit there for a minute, like, well, I could get a scholarship. I could get a grant. I could ask someone else to sponsor me. I could go to community college for a couple of years and work until then transfer into a 4-year institution. I could, maybe I don't really want to go to college. Maybe the reason why I wanted to go was because I wanted to, buy a house, okay, or whatever. And, you don't really have to go to college to buy a house, but you're kind of in between. My point is that you have all the answers. If there's a question you may have that you may want to get some additional input, you come up with the question, and then you can go and ask a couple of experts what it is they think. But you're just not giving it all to them and having someone else make the full decision for you. Okay? So the second way, after sometimes we don't know how, sometimes we don't have the confidence. We lack the confidence, and that can sometimes come from self-esteem. We don't have the confidence to step out into a new zone. We don't have the confidence to say, you know what, I can do this. It's like the little engine that could. The little engine maybe at first didn't think they could, but once they started talking to themselves, I think I can. When you transition from an I can't to an I can, that is a shift that changes how you now approach the problem. When you say I can't, it's like a roadblock. But when you say I can, it's you can't really put your finger on it, but what it does, it opens up the possibility. You're now curious as to how I can. Okay, so how can I do this? Okay, well, there's some other options. And so now it opens up your thought processes. Before you were blocked with I can't, but now you can, and now you're able to see some of the different pathways. When you're operating in emotion, it means your intelligence is low and you can't think. But when you open up the possibility, now it allows the brain to work. Okay, that's, people talk about being closed-minded. When we're closed-minded, we can't think. When we're open-minded, it allows new ideas and more opportunity to come your way. Okay, and so the third one is sometimes, we have that fear that I talked about. And everyone has their own little pet fear. Okay. And so I want you to just think, what keeps you trapped? What fear keeps you trapped? And I'm going to share my favorites. My favorites are fear of failing, right? So when you jump out and you do that thing, you're like, I'm going to start my own business, or I'm going to run a 5K, or I'm going to go to college, or I'm going to, whatever. We jump out, or we want to jump out, but we don't want to fail. My other favorite fear is fear of success. What happens now when we get out there? Now we've had some success, and now we have to continue to produce. Now we have to continue moving forward. But what if I didn't plan that far ahead? What if now I am going to be held to a different standard? And then the last one is fear of what other people are going to think, what they're going to say when you decide you're going to do something that now you're doing something that they didn't expect. And so we're very cognizant of what other people think about what we are doing. All right. So let's go to the third. The third nugget, we're finding the X factor within us. The third one is know when to turn the table upside down, right? We've been talking about that table, getting to the grown-up table, knowing what's your value, what's your worth. But then there's also knowing when to turn the table upside down. And so I want you to be careful not to be content with just being at the table, being in the room. But our emphasis should be in having an impact by contributing, by raising your hand, by asking the tough question, asking or telling people that, what we're doing doesn't make sense. Can someone explain that to me? Contribute to the discussion, add in your value, your input. I remember when I was in medical school, the thing that was impressed upon us is that if you don't know, it's better just to say you don't know, right? And it's okay. We feel like we have to know all the answers, and we don't. Sometimes I just don't know. I don't understand. Can you explain that to me? It's not, I need the dots, the I's dotted and the T's crossed. I need you to walk me through that process, and it's okay. But also, as you're in the room, be the strongest energy in the room. And what I mean by that is bring your confidence, bring your A game. And some of that we're grown up with. Some things we know. It's kind of like when you shake someone's hand. Okay, we don't give them the loosey goosey shake. Okay, we make sure we're giving eye contact. You watch your voice inflection. Instead of saying, "Hi, how you doing?" It's "Hi, how are you?" Because it exudes confidence. There's also body language. We know about being closed versus being open. There's also the nonverbal communication in addition to body language. There is the you can mirror how you're standing or body. If someone is talking like this, then you mirror what they're doing. If they lean in, then you lean in as well. Okay. And then you also use the words that they use. If they said, "Oh, this is a fabulous day," you say, "Yes, it is a fabulous day." Okay. And so that way you gain rapport with them, and it increases your confidence and it allows them to see your confidence. All right. So the first one was, don't be content just being in the room. Don't just be in the room. We want to have impact. Okay. The second one is be okay doing it differently. Think differently. Think outside that box that we talked about. Don't do something just because that's just how it's always done. Question it. Use your brain, not their brain. Okay? I spent a lot of my life making decisions using someone else's brain. Okay? I don't know what that is. I'm gonna keep going. And the other one is to dream bigger. Dream bigger. Not only dream big, but dream bigger. If your dream isn't big enough, it doesn't scare you. Right? When we have small dreams, it seems attainable. But when you're dreaming bigger, you are dreaming to the point where it scares you. And that's the sweet spot. That's the spot where you start to break through. You know, we talk about the glass ceiling all the time. When you start dreaming above where the ceiling is, that's now where you get a chance to break the ceiling. And we talk about how, you know, we're the sum of the 5 people that we spend the most time with. And when we realize that the people around us at this table, we're actually still sitting at the kiddie table. And it's time for us to dream bigger and to get to the next level. In order to get someplace you haven't been before, you have to do some things that you haven't done before. And sometimes you outgrow the people around you. Sometimes you need a different mentor. Sometimes you need a different coach. Sometimes you need something else because you've done a great job getting to where you are. But in order to go someplace differently, you have to do some things differently. And so I want to go ahead and close at this point, but I wanted to offer a free gift. And if you jump over to my website, drmarciafreegift.com, there is some additional content. And I also just want to invite you over to my website. My coaching website is called In Full Bloom Health and Life Coaching. And so there is a lot of good information over there as well. So I want you just to close. I want you just to thank you for coming and always know that the table has already been set. You just need to take a seat. Thank you.
Welcome everybody. Thank you for joining. Thank you for tuning in. This workshop is going to be designed for folks who are looking to take some practical steps on their work journey. My name is Toni Robinson. I'm an investor, author, and entrepreneur from Cleveland, Ohio. For those folks who joined us earlier, my talk was the power of generational wealth. We're going to take that same talk, that same conversation today, and move it a little forward with our workshop presentation here. You may see my laptop off to your right on the screen here. I'll be referencing that during our talk. But the title of this workshop is going to be Pathways to Building Wealth. And so like I mentioned, I'm going to offer some practical tips and resources to folks that are really ready to get started today, ready to get moving forward, ready to take that next step. And so that's the point of the workshop, what we're doing here today. So if you heard our previous conversation during the Power of Generational Wealth, we talked about 5 pillars of wealth. I'm going to reintroduce that. There's savings and credit management, really being able to take some of the basics, the blocking and tackling, as they call it, the basics, budgeting, savings, understanding your credit, and then having a management system in place where you know how to pay your bills, you make sure your debt is relatively low, and you're not maxing out your accounts. The next pillar is real estate or real property assets. And so looking at real estate as really the jump off, or the resource that we're going to use, the instrument, let's call it, that we'll use to start our wealth journey. Everybody that was on Facebook about 2 years ago remembers the Facebook challenge when Facebook turned 10 years old. Everybody was putting up their pictures of what they looked like in 2009 and what they looked like in 2019. I thought that was very interesting. I came up with my own challenge, which was, how much is the rent costing you? And so if you look at someone who's a lifelong renter, and just take a 5-year period and look at how much rent you're paying. So for an average, and on the low end, let's say $500 a month. Over the course of 12 months, that's $6,000. Over the course of 5 years, that's $30,000. Let me say that again, $30,000. Your landlord and his family certainly thank you for helping them with their wealth journey. And so really we want to take some of those practical steps today to really look at shifting the paradigm, shifting your mindset just a little bit to be able to put some of that wealth back in your own pocket. The next, obviously, pillar of wealth is investments. And so real estate investing is certainly part of that, but also looking at better ways to manage your 401k, better ways to manage your self-directed IRAs. A lot of folks are into cryptocurrency and foreign exchange currencies. And so how are those platforms working for you? What is your overall investment strategy? Are you using a portion of that to do something else? And so we're going to talk a little bit about that today. Entrepreneurship. What steps are you taking to put in place your passion? For most of us, turning your passion into a viable business is a pipe dream. I did it. And so I left a 6-figure banking job to work for myself. And so that avenue, and to other people that was courageous, and to me it was just the next step, the next logical step in my journey. And so everybody's not ready to do that, okay? Everybody's not ready to be an entrepreneur, and that's certainly okay. The difference is understanding that your job, no matter how much money you make, is not designed to bring you wealth. It's designed to sustain you. And so really being able to create an avenue of entrepreneurship, even if it's a family enterprise, is going to last longer than your lifetime. And the last part of the last pillar of wealth is insurance. And so really looking at ways to protect what you have once you build up a nest egg over a number of years is really the impetus for being able to protect your family and leave something in behind. Okay, so those are the 5 pillars of wealth. We're going to take a deeper dive into that second pillar, which is real estate, and give you some practical ways to go about looking at putting yourself in position to be able to use real estate as your friend. Okay, so just take a few minutes and give you a little bit of background about myself. I'm from Midwest City in Cleveland, Ohio. I was born and raised here, born, raised, and educated. And so one of the opportunities that I had in my lifetime is using sports as an avenue to get me to college. It was my passion was really just football. I was chasing the ball. I really wasn't looking at grades. That really wasn't something that was important to me then. Just really, trying to go further along in my athletic career. But a funny thing happened along that journey. I stayed around long enough to get the degree. And so that, in addition to starting my career in the banking industry, really gave me some of the foundational principles that I still use today in my own business, and now I'm sharing with you. About 12 years ago, I started my entrepreneurship journey with my own business and looking at managing real estate for others and building a portfolio for myself as well to be able to sustain my life and ultimately leave something to my children. That was something that was important to me. We all have a why, and I challenge you today to find what your why could be. My why is my children. Everybody has a different situation, but define what your why is, because ultimately that is going to lead you to have passion during those down times. Entrepreneur life, whether it's a side business or a full-time business, is not pretty. It's a lot of long hours, and really being able to have a passion and a reason for why you do what you do will be able to sustain you, okay? And really, over my lifetime, real estate has always been that go-to. When I was ready to start a family, I used real estate to supplement the additional financial responsibility that I had to take. When I was ready to look at starting my business, I knew I needed some support to be able to, I was getting rid of that six-figure job, so I needed to be able to sustain myself during those lean periods while starting a new enterprise. And so really just using real estate as a foundation helped me to be able to work through some of those lean times. And now that things are going well, it's really important for me to be able to share those same things with you. The journey is very real. And so what we want to do is be able to pass along some of that value that will be helpful for others. Okay. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to talk about one of my book projects that's already out. It's called The Offensive Playbook: 9 Rules for Guaranteed Real Estate Success. That's my title that I have already out on Amazon and on my website at ToniRobinson.com. So you can feel free to check out those opportunities and see if that's something that makes sense for you and your family. What I'm going to share to you today are the 9 rules for guaranteed real estate success and practical ways we can look at getting you in position. Okay, so why real estate? Why real estate? Over the last 100 years, real estate outside of the stock market has been the most sustainable investment instrument in the world. Most of the wealthy people today, most of the millionaires and billionaires have invested in real estate. One of my favorite authors, Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad, Poor Dad fame. He doesn't make most of his money from books and educational products. You know where he makes his money? He's got about 6,500 rental properties. 6,500 rental properties. Let's put that in perspective. What do you think his generational wealth looks like for his family? Now, obviously, that it takes a different type of person to be able to acquire that much property. But for the average person, you and I here today, there's no reason why we couldn't generate 10 or 20 or 30 properties. And look at what that would be able to do for your family. And so that's why real estate has always been the avenue for me that I chose, because I'm really just following the blueprint. I'm not really trying to recreate the wheel. What we're doing here is just really taking some foundational principles that I learned in banking, some hard lessons I learned in the field, right? And applying those to tried and true best practices. And so I'm going to be sharing some of those best practices and strategies with you here today. What's important is to really take, before you get started with anything, whether it's real estate, Forex trading, or any kind of new thing, the most important thing is to understand where you are in the process. How much you know, what do you know, and how much you don't know. Usually by osmosis, we don't know what we don't know, right? And so the opportunity is to take a deep dive into some of the successful folks that are doing it and having an opportunity to follow or model some of those practices, okay? And so the first thing that we look at when we want to look at building a real estate empire is choosing the right team. You know, in all sports, it doesn't matter if you're the best player. If you don't have a good team, you're not going to win. One of my favorite players, LeBron James, gets a lot of scrutiny because of how many championships he's lost. But really, if you kind of take a deeper dive in his teammates, you will look at why he lost some of those championships. And everybody recognizes him as the best player, whether you realize he's the GOAT or not. But those teams ultimately made a difference, okay? And so what we're going to do today is help you build your team. We're going to talk about the teammates that you need for everybody to play their role for you ultimately to be successful. So rule number one, in looking at the 9 rules, is to really take a self-assessment and look at your own situation and what you bring to the marketplace. What's going to make you different? Yeah, I want to buy 2 or 3 rental properties, or I want to buy 10 or 20. That's fine. What makes you different than the next person that wants those same? Really, it's that personal assessment, looking at your personal situation. Where's your credit? How much cash do you have to invest? What markets make the most sense? What type of properties are going to make sense for your portfolio? What type of return can you expect? So really taking a deep dive and looking at your own internal situation, your own financial structure, your own situation with your family dynamics certainly play a part into everything you want to do. And so understanding not only your personal credit and financial situation, but understanding where you have risk tolerance. What's your point of no return? What's your pushback? Okay, so we want to understand what makes the most sense for you and really look at a buying strategy. Is single family homes in certain neighborhoods the best investment, or is it multiple family properties, 2 to 4 units? What does that look like in certain communities? Where is the most profit? Where is the best return on your investment? And so my program that I offer coaching for, separate from all these other things, helps you to understand what a buying strategy looks like. And we really try and hone in and target some of the markets that make the most sense for the properties that you're looking for your portfolio, okay? Transitioning to step number 2, I'm going to help you set up your real estate business, okay? Whenever you're looking at an enterprise, it's important from a tax perspective to make sure that you're set up the proper way. And obviously, whether it's an LLC or an S Corp or a C Corp, certainly matters depending on what type of enterprise you're looking to run. For real estate, the most common is an LLC. At the same time, there are some tax advantages that have an S Corp. So you really want to take some time to look at the structure of the type of business that makes sense. And again, ultimately where you want to end up. There are 5 advantages to incorporating your business, okay? Number 1, we already talked about the tax advantages. Number 2, the expenses. Most people who run a business take advantage of the opportunity to write off all of the expenses that you use in your business. Now, what does that do for you? It allows your taxable income. Let's say you made $100,000 this year. You had a great year. What you're going to do is bring that income down based on the expenses you spend in the business, and what's left over is your taxable income. That's the major difference in the tax code. Our former president made some changes to the tax code that are advantageous for the business owner. If you own real estate and you have an entity or an enterprise or an LLC, you can write off mortgage interest. You used to be able to do that for your primary home. You can't do that anymore. But if you have a business and you're an investor, you can write off the mortgage interest. So understanding the advantages of having a business, the tax advantages, the expenses, and all those other factors that play into having a corporation You also are taxed less as a corporation than for personal income. Personal business taxes are around 23%, 21 or 23% right now. And so most of us who have regular jobs are paying more taxes than that already. And so really being able to understand and structure your situation so that the taxes make the most sense. Now, I'm not a tax expert. I certainly suggest you look at working with the CPA to set up your enterprise, but having a strategy in place and in mind, more importantly, ultimately is going to lead you to where you want to go. When you're setting up your real estate business, whether you're going to do wholesale or buy and hold or fix and flip, really doesn't matter. What matters is that you have the structure in place for the organization. You also have professional marketing. When you're looking at making offers on properties, or whether you're looking at the wholesale side of the business and you're looking to do contracts, making sure your marketing and your contracts are very important to making sure that you present yourself well in the marketplace. One of the other things is looking at how you want to own the business, or how you want to own the asset itself. Are you going to put it in your personal name, or are you going to put it in your business name? And there is no right or wrong answer there, okay? What matters is what you're doing from a tax perspective. So having that conversation first with your CPA, not after you make the money, before you make the money, is going to be really critical to setting up your situation for long-term success. Everything we talk about here today is really setting you up for long-term success. We really want to put you in position to be able to have sustainability, okay? And lastly, I would do you a disservice if I didn't talk about having an exit strategy. Now, what does that mean? You want to get more property, you want to build wealth. Why are we talking about getting out? Well, every successful business has an exit strategy. If we look at what happened in 2008, there were a lot of investors that had lots of property, and most of it was overvalued. And so what happened is a lot of people lost their homes during that time period. Why? Because they didn't have a proper exit strategy. They were over leveraged on the loans. They owed more than the houses were worth. And without having a proper exit strategy, all those homes went back to the bank. Now, there is some good there to be able to get those properties cheap. At the same time, for the homeowner who lost that property, it was because there wasn't a proper exit strategy in place. So what I do in working with my folks and clients that are students in my consulting program is we help them to set up not only a strategy, but an exit strategy as well. If you're not able to get out of a situation, it's more than likely detrimental to you. Going to the next slide, we're going to look at rule number 3, which is buy, flip, or hold strategy. There are one of the things I try and impress to all of my students that I work with is there is no right or wrong way to buy real estate. The best way to do it is buy it and wait. The appreciation comes along with that. And so having an opportunity to take a deep dive into your personal situation, your family dynamics, your current income, your current cash position, helps me to work with you to get you to understand what the best strategy is for you. I just talked to a student the other day who is really looking to get into the business, and they want to flip first. They want to buy and flip first, and then they want to buy and hold for long-term success. And ultimately, there's nothing wrong with that strategy, but most people do it the opposite way. Most people buy and hold, build up their reserves, and then start to flip. And so just being able to calibrate, not change, calibrate what she's already doing is going to set her up sustainably for a long term, okay? So we want to make sure that we do that. We want to define what your target property or target market is. Are you comfortable having conversations with tenants? Are you comfortable dealing with tenants? If you're not, it's probably best to hire a property manager. I suggest that anyway. At the same time, that may not work for every person in every situation. So ultimately, we'll define what your target market is, what type of properties make the most sense for your portfolio, and then we're going to look at the property market options. There's a number of places to acquire property in the market, whether it be the Community Development Corporation or the local land bank, the tax liens, wholesalers, retail, bank owned. There's a number of ways you can acquire property. And so ultimately what we work with each individual on is looking at ways that we can filter properties to them that make sense for their portfolio. And then we help you understand the numbers. Look, at the end of the day, real estate is a numbers business. And myself, in my time in banking, I learned the numbers side of it first. So ultimately, one of the lessons that I impress upon most people is you never fall in love with the house. You fall in love with the deal. The deal makes the most sense. When you fall in love with the property, it's like getting that car that ultimately ends up being a lemon. You wanted that Mercedes so bad, but you didn't realize the rust on the bottom and all the extra maintenance that came with it. Okay. And so ultimately, we help you understand the numbers. What is a cap rate? What is a return on investment or ROI? What's your front ratio? What's your back ratio? Those are things that banks and lenders are going to be looking for. And so we help you understand that process so that you are more attractive to your lenders if you're using a lender to acquire your properties. And so ultimately making sure that you're in the best position possible for sustainable success. And then we're going to teach you how to negotiate. At the end of the day, your property and acquisition is only as good as what you can get it for. If you're always paying top price, you're never going to have any equity. Okay, so we work with you to understand how to negotiate, where there's room to negotiate based on the house, and ultimately how to get what you want out of the deal. You know, they say if it's a fair negotiation, if both people give up something. And so we want to make sure that we put you in a position to be able to get something out of the property, not just the property itself. Okay, moving along to rule number 4, market analysis and evaluation. Look, listen, if you're not able to evaluate what a property is worth, you have no business in real estate, okay? Yeah, you can talk to your local realtor and find out what homes are selling for and things of that nature. But your experience in the marketplace, understanding this community sells for this price. This community sells for this price. These type of homes have more value than these type of homes. And so ultimately, understanding and evaluating property will help you to be able to make sure you get a property that has some value long term. One of the most important costs or things to understand in the real estate business is understanding what it costs to repair and fix your maladies or your problems. How much is that roof costing you? How much does drywall cost? How much does paint cost? So ultimately, what we want to do is help you to understand where you have opportunities to cut back, whether it's with a contractor or with materials. And ultimately, we all want a great home and a great product for yourself and for your tenants, but it takes understanding what rehab costs are to be able to get to that point. I've got a student in Atlanta who it took me a lot of years to get her to understand that all of your A-grade neighborhoods are not great rental properties. Your high net worth areas are not always great rental properties. And so we had to get her to understand some of those B and C grade neighborhoods offer better return than some of those higher net worth areas. And so just being able to understand how to enter into the marketplace in a smart way with the proper strategy and understanding all of the variables involved will help you. Local property values and understanding how you can reach the hot buttons of the people that you're working with by asking open-ended questions will help get you to a point where you can acquire a property that makes the most sense for you. And lastly, spending expectations. One of the biggest challenges in real estate is knowing how much to pay for what. Your realtor's got his goal and how much he wants to sell the property for. The seller has their goal and how much they want to sell the property for. Ultimately, the appraiser and the inspector are going to get paid regardless. And so what is your expectation? What do you want to spend? How is your comfort level spending that on this property? And so we'll help you kind of understand some of those basics, some of those, how to have the proper expectations for what's going on in the marketplace. Moving right along to rule number 5, your real estate team. Now, we talked about a team earlier, but I really want to take a few minutes to take a deep dive into putting your team together the right way. Ultimately, your realtor or your agent is going to be your best friend. Why? Your agent knows the market, knows the local landscape, they know the market values, and by having a conversation and a preemptive conversation and expectation with the realtor will help them be able to funnel properties your way that make sense for you, whether it's on market or off market. What does that mean? Is the realtor always the best resource? So we'll help you there as well. And next is the contractor or the handyman or the person that does a lot of the repairs on the property for you. If you do not, let me repeat this, if you do not have a great relationship with your contractor, find one. The most money you're going to spend on that property is in repairs. Over the last 12 years, whether it's wholesaling, whether it's managing the property, the most money I've made is on management, is on service, is on the repairs. And so being able to manage and understand those repairs will ultimately help you keep more money in your pocket. At the end of the day, what we want to do is make sure we keep more money in your pocket. Having a property manager, what is the role of the property manager? As a property manager myself, what I can tell you is the property manager is your best friend. That is the person you're paying for a headache pill, okay? A headache pill. You don't want the phone calls at 2 a.m. that the furnace is out. You don't want the tenants that can't pay their rent this month because they lost their job. You don't want to have to deal with those phone calls. And so the property manager has a place, and we help you ultimately budget in for that management service and make sure something is worthwhile. Vetting that person is just as important as vetting your realtor and vetting your contractor. But that property manager is the linchpin to make sure you have a successful property. What type of lenders are available to investors? You know, as a banker, the traditional banking products may not always work for you. Once you have a primary home and you're looking at investment properties, in a traditional banking world, you're gonna have to put down a lot more money, typically 20% or more. And is that the best way to go? That depends on your credit. That depends on the asset that you're buying. So I have resources and access to lenders that lend based on the asset itself. And so ultimately it's a little more expensive for that type of loan, but it's the cost of doing business. And ultimately what we want you to do is be able to use those products to your best advantage so that you're not taken advantage of, but also that you can get in the game. The goal is to get you into the game. And lastly, we talked about vetting each of the prospective folks that you deal with. Look, in real estate, you have several moving parts. You got the appraisal process, you got the application process, the inspection process, the underwriting process. And all those people got their hands out. They got their hands out for your money, okay? And so you're gonna pay. The question is, are you vetting and making the proper, asking the proper questions of these professionals to make sure that you get what you want? They're gonna get what they want because the house is gonna sell regardless if you buy it or somebody else buys it, okay? So the goal is to make sure that you get what you want in a way that makes sense for your family. And so helping you through that process is our main objective. Rule number 6 is looking at property forecasting. Now, what does that mean? That means we're taking the best, one of the best ways, not the best, but one of the best ways to really get into the marketplace is to put a little bit of elbow grease or sweat equity into the property, meaning you buy it inexpensively, you put the repairs into it yourself, and then you take advantage of the equity that you've built up with those repairs, okay? And so being able to forecast and understand what this property could be, not what it is today. Once it's cleaned up, what could this property be? A lot of that is understanding the local landscape, the local marketplace. Your realtors can help you with some of that, but having that firsthand knowledge is immeasurable. And so forecasting not only what the current market is doing, but what this house looks like and what does this home bring to the community and to the marketplace. So we'll help you understand the difference between the interior maintenance versus the exterior maintenance. The number one challenge I have, to be quite honest, when working with clients and students who are looking to get into the real estate business is understanding that your primary home and what you would do to your home is not what you do to your rental property. Why is that? Well, if you don't live there, you're not going to take care of it the same way. Everybody lives differently, and your tenants, if you have them, are going to live different from you. And so are you going to put in those nice granite countertops for a tenant that you don't know how they live? Or can we look at a Home Depot grade option? Or is there a middle ground that we want to consider? And so some of the biggest challenges is looking at those fixtures and those higher end type of materials that make the property worthwhile. But ultimately, if you gotta have multiple tenants dealing with those higher end fixtures, they may not last as long. And so the goal is to make sure that we understand that there is a balance between being a homeowner versus being an investor. The type of money you spend as a homeowner is not what you spend as an investor, okay? And so whether you go to Home Depot or Lowe's or some of the local hardware stores and supply stores to get your products, really doesn't matter. What matters is the cost. So we'll help you understand that and understand that cost is very different. And how do you compare cost when the materials and name brands are different? So we'll help you understand cost per linear feet, cost per square foot, and things of that nature, because it does matter as you're looking at comparison. You want to compare apples to apples. I don't have a preference for Lowe's or Home Depot. What I have a preference for is a fair price. And so we'll ultimately help you understand that pricing does matter, and understanding how you get to that price makes the most sense. And lastly, when you're looking to acquire a home, you want to put certain protections in place that you don't get taken advantage of. Some of the ways that you're able to do that is working with your real estate professional to be able to have contingencies. In most cases, contingencies are outlets, things that help you get out of the deal. So let's say you find a home, it's a great property, it's a cute little investment, it doesn't take much money, it's almost turnkey, you're ready to move right in and get a tenant in there. You do an inspection, you pay an inspector to go out and make sure the money that you're about to spend, you're spending it in a proper way. You come back and you find out, hey, this property's got a leaky roof. You couldn't see it from the street or from the ground, but the inspector found it. What type of contingencies do you have in your agreement or in your purchase contract that allow you to get out of that deal? Maybe you don't want to spend $5,000 on the roof. Maybe you don't want to get the foundation repaired. So by having contingencies in place, we'll be able to help you understand how to manage that process to be able to protect yourself. Again, it's only a good property if you can get it at the right price. Number 7 is really a difficult challenge to go through in a short period of time, but it's called debt leveraging. And ultimately what we want to do is be able to help you understand the best way to manage and use your credit and be able to use loan products that make sense. You know, way back when I first started, I read some of the books by some of the old guys, Robert G. Allen, Robert Kiyosaki. And in the 70s and early 80s, the number one rule in real estate was use other people's money. Use other people's money. And so you can still do a lot of that today, whether it's private money for investment property, whether it's hard money. Using someone else's money is still one avenue. It's not the only avenue, but it is a smart avenue if you're just starting out. So understanding how to leverage your credit versus how much cash you have to be able to get into the marketplace ultimately makes the most difference. And finding the proper mix between the cash that you have and putting all of that into one deal versus maybe financing a piece of that and keeping some of that money in your pocket. Again, there is no right or wrong answer. What makes the difference is what's comfortable for you. And so we want to be able to make sure you can do that in a smart way that helps you get to a point where you can have money left over for contingencies, money's left over for unforeseen repairs and things of that nature. And then looking at private money, hard money, traditional loan products, mortgage bank products, or a mortgage company, what is the difference? So we'll help you navigate to be able to understand what are points, what are closing costs, what's a application fee, what's the difference between an appraisal versus an inspection. So understanding how to use those different products, use those different resources is our goal to help. Where one of the best avenues that I bring as far as value to the marketplace is I help all of my clients find the best deals on the market. What does that mean? Probably I'm not working with a realtor. I'm probably looking at off-market deals. I'm probably looking at bank-owned assets. I'm probably looking at the local community development corporation or the local land bank. Those opportunities are available to everyone. It's not just the savvy investor. What it does take is a little bit of know-how and a little bit of information. So in my talk with the power of generational wealth, I talked about how to make conscious decisions, how to be able to use what you have as return on information. The return on information is useless without the knowledge, okay? So we're gonna be able to offer you the knowledge to be able to take those decisions and make them conscious decisions moving forward. And then once you have identified what strategy makes the most sense, are you gonna buy and hold? Are we gonna fix and flip? Or what are we doing? Are we gonna wholesale? And so once you find what strategy works for you, you implement it, and then we assess. We assess and reassess. Let's look at it 3 months later. Let's look at it 6 months later. I have a student right now that is wholesaling, and she paid for a coach and learned all of that person's strategies, and she implemented them. She's been spending about $2,000 a month for the past 6 months trying to get a deal. And so all that money she's spending every month has only produced a couple of transactions. And so my goal in working with her or anybody else for that matter is to make sure that we're putting in smart procedures and smart practices that'll give you a return on your investment. But the return on the investment or the return on the information has to be tangible. Sticking to your guns is something that you'll kind of see as you get into the marketplace. There's going to be tons of properties that come your way as an active investor. If you are a fix and flip guy and you don't want to deal with the properties, the buy and hold properties, stick to what makes sense for the fix and flips. Don't worry about the buy and holds. That's not for you. That's minding somebody else's business. Okay, so we want to mind your business, stick to your strategy that makes sense for you and your family. Now, whether we're looking at where to acquire those properties, how to finance them, it's still about sticking to a strategy that we've defined in advance makes the most sense for you. Lastly is rule number 9, and this is the last rule of the playbook, is avoiding setbacks. I've been lucky in my lifetime to have never lost money on a real estate deal. I don't know if it's by good luck or my training. At some point, it's going to happen. But avoiding setback is one of those things that if you learn what you don't know, learn what questions to ask, who to ask those questions to, and how to vet that person and their answers will help you to be able to avoid getting into situations that you're not comfortable. Again, sticking to your guns. If you're going to be a fix and flip person, your setback is going to be in that buy and hold. Why? That's not the type of property that you're looking for. That type of property is for a different type of investor. And looking at ways to get that property that's not for you is a setback. Why? You're probably going to spend a little bit more money. You're probably going to hold it a little longer, which means you have holding costs. There's a mortgage due, insurance, taxes, all those things are due while you're in the process. And so being able to avoid setback is very critical in the real estate business. The better your team is, will allow you not to have to get into situations that don't make the most sense. You'll be able to ask some of those professionals, hey, is this the right situation? Does this sound right to you? A lot of times, sometimes we feel it in our gut, but we don't know how to ask, or we don't know what to ask. And so being able to have a comfort level with your team that you personally vetted gets you into a situation where you can avoid some of the pitfalls that I've been through myself. And then lastly, one of the 9 rules is find yourself a coach or a mentor for whatever you're doing. If you're going to sell hair, you're going to sell bundles of hair, find out who in your marketplace is already doing that. If you're going to sell clothes, who in your marketplace is doing that already? Where are they getting their clothes from? How are they marking their clothes up? Finding someone that already is doing what you plan to do in a non-traditional education setting will help you in the long run. What does that mean? It means going to seminars. It means reading books. It means being in places and spaces where people like you want to do what you're doing is already doing it. That is puts you in a situation where you're not starting from ground level. If the return on information is only possible with the knowledge. Let's talk about common mistakes. I've made so many over the past 22 years. I don't even want to spend time quantifying them. I will share in a different setting for anyone that's interested. But there are some common mistakes that a lot of first timers make. And it's my goal to help you avoid some of those mistakes. What are they? You don't understand how to use the proper leverage. What does that mean? It means I got $50,000 in cash. I see a $40,000 house. I'm going to go buy that property because I can afford it. That money is in my bank, in my pocket right now. The repairs are only $5,000. I can afford that too. Well, what happens when you run into an unexpected repair? You're pulling down walls. You're going behind plumbing. You don't know what that electric looks like behind those walls. And so if you don't leverage your resources properly, you could find yourself in a situation where you have no more money. The house is not complete. It's not ready to be sold or rented. And you still don't have any money to go put into that deal. What's important is using the proper leverage, whether it's a combination of financing versus your cash or all cash, if that's your situation, but being able to use that in a smart way that you still have reserves and you still have money for unexpected things that are always going to come. They're always coming. What other common mistakes are there? Investing too much money into a flip or a rehab. This is what we talked about before about being a homeowner's mindset versus an investor's mindset. There are really 2 different sides of the brain. And so one mindset is creative. The other is in save mode. You're trying to save as much money as you can. And so being able to have the proper budget for each individual project will make the most sense. Hey, if you're going to go spend $30,000 on a property and get it back up to market condition, that's great. Just don't put a swimming pool in there. So understanding where the money makes the most sense and using that money properly. What's another common mistake? You lose a great deal over a few $1,000s. Ultimately, if the deal is a great deal long term, that $1,000 or $2,000 won't make much of a difference for you. So the goal is to be able to get the property in a smart way, in an affordable way at the price you want. But don't lose the deal over $500 or $1,000. Go ahead and get the deal. Lastly, the number one mistake, and I should put this first, the number one mistake a lot of investors, especially first timers, make is they have way too much emotion, way too much passion. Again, you fall in love with the deal, you don't fall in love with the house. And so if you're too much invested, you've seen this house, you've been back to this house 2, 3, 4 times, you took your mom, you took your husband, you took your wife, you took the kids, everybody loves the house. Until you get that inspection back and the roof is bad. Now everybody loves the house. What are you going to do? So being able to have too much emotion into a property is a bad thing. There's always going to be houses. If I can impress one thing upon you today, is fall in love with the numbers. Don't fall in love with the deal. I mean, fall in love with the deal. Don't fall in love with the house. So what are the keys to being able to take some of these strategies and put them in place? Number one, I would say is confidence. Even if you don't know what you don't know, the key is getting yourself in those spaces and places where people that do know can answer those questions for you. And so being able to have the information, trust that you're in the proper spaces. There's no substitute for reading. Pick up some books. And then at the same time, believe in what you have learned. Trust that information is in the marketplace for a reason, and you put yourself in position to get it. You cannot fake it till you make it in real estate. If you're going to do that, just give me your checkbook and I'll go spend the money for you. It does not work that way. This is not a fake it till you make it type of industry. You're going to lose your shirt that way. Educate yourself. Do the work. There's no substitute for doing the work. In my case, I had the most expensive teacher, which was experience. You don't have to do that. There's people and places at this point in time with the technology that we have to get the training, to get the knowledge, to get the systems, and to get everything in place that you need to get yourself in position. Once we've got some basics in place, we've got a budget, we've got a strategy, we've got our credit and finances in order. Organize, you plan, you adjust, you implement that strategy and execute it. But always be willing to adjust and calibrate what you're doing based on market conditions. Real estate is a macro, it follows the macroeconomic environment. What does that mean? It follows the economy. If jobs are great, real estate's great. If unemployment's high, real estate's doing bad. And so it follows those trends of the market. You need to also be able to ride those waves. To me, real estate's always a good market. If it's a bad market, that means I can pick them up cheap. If it's a great market, that means I can sell them high. What's your perspective? Your perspective matters. And so being able to put yourself in a position to plan, organize, and execute, but also to change if necessary. And once you make some goals, you acquire 1 or 2 properties, you're getting yourself in position, you've got some money coming in, so you got some wins. The next step is to make some new goals. Once you get 3, let's go get 6. Once you get 5, let's go get 10. There's always new goals to reach. Remember, Robert Kiyosaki's got 6,500. So we've got a long way to go, okay? So I want to make sure that you have a way to connect with us after this workshop because ultimately this information here is just a paperweight if we don't use it. And so it's just a PowerPoint presentation if it's not executed upon. And so I'm sure this information you've heard several times in several different places by several different people. What makes this different? It's how you execute. It's your mindset. It is taking that information and applying the knowledge to put it in place. This workshop, this event, this virtual opportunity is only going to be as effective as you can implement it. My goal for you is to implement 1 or 2 of these things that we talked about today, because what happens? Now it's going to put you on your journey. Once you get into the mindset of being on that journey, you'll see that your other habits start to change too. And so connecting with us, I want to make sure you guys have an opportunity to do that. You can find me on all of the social platforms, on Instagram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, as Toni Robinson Consulting. Toni with an E, Tone, Robinson Consulting. And so you can connect with us on Instagram, on Facebook, and LinkedIn on those platforms. My personal website is ToniRobinson.com, spelled the same way with the E, ToniRobinson.com. You can check out our store where we've got our books, and our wealth building toolkit is also there as well. For all the members, for everybody attending this virtual workshop and my TED Talk earlier, there's a free gift, and that gift is a wealth building toolkit. Now, if you go to the website, you'll need a code to get that. That code is BlackCEO. So once you enter the website, enter BlackCEO, and you'll see that free gift come your way. Now, it'll be a download. The hard copy is, you have to purchase that, but the download and the information is still the same, and it is free. So BlackCEO is the code. You can check out ToniRobinson.com/store, and our information will be there. Finally, you can reach us by text. You can text 216-832-3675. Text BlackCEO to 216-832-3675. And that'll be a way that we can connect, and I'll be able to share some resources, information your way. And also, one of the things we haven't talked about, one of the other gifts that we have going on with this workshop is we do offer a free one-on-one session. So if you go to ToniRobinson.com, there's an assessment. You can take the 6-question assessment, and with that assessment, we'll reach out to you within 48 hours and be able to have a one-on-one with you. That one-on-one is 30 to 45 minutes, and we'll get you in position to take those next steps. So that's how you can connect with us. And then finally, I mentioned the free offer. Please take advantage of the Wealth Toolkit. There was a lot of love and care put into putting this toolkit together. I guarantee it'll be some value for you and your family. It'll get you guys to having some conversations you probably didn't have before. Let's face it, in our community, when someone passes, it's GoFundMe and fish dinners, and we need to fix that. It is very selfish of any adult to not have insurance and leave the cost of their transition to their family. That's selfish. That's very selfish. We all gonna die one day. And so the point at this point is to make sure that you have some type of policy in place to be able to take care of your transition. Now, if you are in a different situation and you have the opportunity to leave some wealth to your family, great. But let's make sure we're at least doing the basics. The blocking and tackling is the basics, okay? So let's make sure that we take advantage of that wealth toolkit. It's there for a reason. That's our free gift today. And we look forward to connecting with you down the line. ToniRobinson.com. I look forward to seeing you guys soon.
Hello, my name is Monique S. Clark, and I'm the owner of Successful Monique and the Curvology brand. Successful Monique coaches clients to become successful in many areas of their life, from personal to business. Now, Curvology is the movement to help promote self-love and confidence in curvy women through our workshops and through fashion. So again, I want to say thank you to BlackCEO for this opportunity. I am so super excited to be here to talk to you guys about something that's near and dear to my heart. And that's about being an unapologetic CEO. Now, I have not always been that unapologetic CEO. When I tell you, there have been times when I wanted to give up. There have been times when I've doubted my abilities. There are times when I just said, you know what, this is just not for me. And then at times, I believe we have a tendency to kind of listen to those negative talks that people may have about us and their opinions about us and our business. So But I'm also here to let you know that those opinions, those are self-sabotaging thoughts sometimes, and you just have to be able to not think about that. Now I want to think about this. Have you guys ever had the feeling that you were feeling stuck? Have you ever had the time that you were thinking about those things and said, you know what, it's time for me to quit, or this is not for me? Because I do know that when I talk to people and I hear these different things, these are some of the things that I hear about when people say that I want to become a business owner, I want to do something different, and they're kind of stuck by what other people are saying. And we're kind of going to talk about some of those things today to kind of help you to be unapologetic with the way that you're feeling. Now I'm sure that a lot of us have been through some traumatic situations. We have been through issues within our business and in our personal life. So that's why I'm passionate today to share this message with you. So let's just get started. So first, let's just talk about what unapologetic means. So unapologetic basically just is going to talk about you just not acknowledging or showing regret for the decision that you made. So Monique was unapologetic about the decision that she made. So just like you, when you decided to go into business, you was unapologetic about that decision. I know people that have been to school for different things and they took a U-turn or they took a right and said, I want to add this to what I'm doing. And you have to be unapologetic about that, because that's the choice and the decision that you decided to do, just to go out and take that risk and see what you want to do. But let's get into some of the things. I got a couple steps that I definitely want to share with you, and I hope they kind of help you out. So I'm going to start off with the first one, which I want you guys to understand is that, where do I start? To become an entrepreneur or the CEO, I say it this way. When you are the CEO of your life and you are the CEO of your business, so depending on how this fits for you and helps you, I hope that it helps you in either way. But where do I start? So now you got to think about those things as far as what do you want to do? How do you want to do that? And exactly what do you want to do? But the first thing you have to do is just get started. Now, the second one, is this my passion or is this my hobby? Now, I hear that a lot with people. Sometimes they saying, this is my passion of the things that I want to do. And then some people saying, okay, is this, I just really like doing this. Now, I tell people, why not turn your passion into a profit, which you can with a business opportunity. If it's something that somebody who loves to cook, then you decided to take that and you turned it into a business. Somebody who likes to sew. Now, these are the type of things that you can do. So those are some type of things as being unapologetic again about the decision that you chose to make, right? Now, 3 for me is, what is my why? What is your why? I know when I got started, my why was typically because I grew up and I remember seeing a lot of women who were nurses and teachers. And I have a lot of nurses and teachers in my family, and I love to teach. I love to teach and train. I do. But when I seen a woman in business, I said, wait a minute, this is different. And so that to me, let me understand that I too can be business. I can be the owner of something. So for me, my why is to leave a legacy for not just me, but for generations to come, and to show other women and young men that, hey, you can do this. So for my why is a little different, right? So find out what your why is, why you're getting started, and why you're going to do this, why you're doing this, because guess what? Your why is going to keep you going when you decide to say, you know what? I'm tired. I don't feel like I can do this. I'm ready to quit. Your why will help you continue to keep moving forward. Now, my next step under that will be what? Secure the bag. Now, you have to secure the bag. You don't want to be doing something that's not producing any income, because first of all, you are in business to make money. I do understand there's a lot of services that we may do, or services that we can do, that we may not charge the full exact price what we need to or what we should. But if you are in business to make money, you definitely want to secure the bag, and you'll know the right opportunities for what you need to do and what you can do and what you should do. But don't forget to secure the bag. Now, blue or red, cheese or no cheese. That's make a decision. Now, that's something that I want to go a little bit in depth with, is about decision making. So a lot of times we come across certain things and it's kind of Do I want this? Do I not want this? Is it something I don't want to do? Is it something I do want to do? So I believe that making a decision will help you kind of decide that. And there's some things that you can do to help you to make those type of decisions. Now you can write it down, look at the pros and cons of a lot of different things, and that will help you to also make a couple decisions. I like to look at the pros and cons of different things when I'm going through it, because it helps me to understand that. And then I'm thinking, like, how quickly will this decision affect me if I don't make it? If I take too long to make this decision, will it expire on me? You ever had that happen when you're doing something and it kind of expires, your time expires because you took way too long to make a decision? So please, just, decision making is a part of that as well. Now, 6 for me is you are not helping me or my business. You're hurting me in my business. And those are those toxic relationships and some of those things that we have that which can be business or personal. Anytime that you come up with something or you have an idea and you pumped about it and you go talk to somebody about it, and they're typically like, oh, what is she doing? Why is she doing that, or he? Some of those relationships you have to cut, or you have to distance yourself, or you have to understand where they are in your life, so you know what you can do and how they're affecting you, because those are the things that you don't need while you're trying to be a CEO of your life or even your business. Now, 7 is a good one. You have to have unstoppable confidence. Now, I had looked this up because I love to look up definitions of words and what they really mean. So I looked up what unstoppable means. Typically, it's impossible to stop or to prevent. So when you say that you're unstoppable, you have to remember that. Impossible to stop or to prevent, because that's what you want. And then when you go to confidence, is having that self-confidence, is having trust in oneself. So do you trust yourself enough to get you to where you need to be? So having unstoppable confidence is something that you too can have. And that's every day with these different steps that can help you, or whatever may help you, but definitely have unstoppable confidence. And it comes daily. You have to remember to do this daily. This is not something that's going to happen overnight. This is a daily process with you to have that unstoppable confidence. Now, 8 is one that I definitely can say I have struggled with in the past, and I am not ashamed to talk about it, because I have struggled with this one, which is being a people pleaser. Yes, being a people pleaser. Yes, I said it. You can definitely stop being a people pleaser. Now, the characteristics of a people pleaser is somebody who has a hard time saying, who's always saying yes all the time. Pretty much it's like, yes, okay, yes, no problem. Yes, yes, yes. But when the real answer probably should have been no, not right now, maybe later. So those are the things that I can say that you want to make sure that being a people pleaser, you have to, make time for what you have to make time for as well. Now, another thing with being a people pleaser and the characteristics is somebody who definitely wants to make everybody happy. They want to, they want to be, regardless of if it's going to cause you stress, because the thing about it is, being a people pleaser, if you did not know that, it can cause you stress and pressure. It can do that. So those are some of the things that you do not want to happen to you, because that's something that typically can happen from doing that. And also some of the things that you can do from being a people pleaser is, I want you to think about it, is having some steps that can help you, which is setting your priorities. You ever think about that? Like, so your business, what it takes to run your business. So I really just want you to kind of like set some priorities up from, if you have to break it down from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, this is what I'm doing from A to B, or whatever time schedule you make it a priority. And when things come up for you to kind of interject with that, your priority, then you have to say, you know what? You have to make that decision to make that choice to say, not right now. That you may can get to it later, but if you keep doing that, when you have things that need to be done for you, you're going to keep pushing the things back that you are supposed to do. And you're going to look at the end of the day and realize that everything that you were supposed to do for you, you didn't touch not one of it. And that could be for you or your business. So another one, I like is setting time restraints. What I mean by that is, let's say you do have some time. You've decided, hey, I got a couple of time for you. I can meet with you probably from maybe 2 to 3. And then you go in there and you have your meeting and you do that. And then you realize that they're going to let this time go over. But at 3 o'clock, you have a tight schedule today. So you just got to let them know, hey, it's about 3 o'clock, 3:01 to be exact. And I do have a tight schedule, but we can kind of set some more stuff up. And that's okay to set those priorities for what you're doing, and it is perfectly fine. And I also want you to know, saying no is okay. Again, saying no is okay. Don't be afraid of the fallout from when you tell somebody no, because if they fall out, then you let them fall out. So those are the type of things that I know about being a people pleaser. It's one of those that I just, that I do know that is very important to me. And then I do have one last one that I know is pretty much the topic. Is sorry, not sorry. It's being really unapologetic for the decisions and the choices that you decide to make in your business and your life. Nobody can predict how you feel on a day-to-day. Nobody can predict how you feel from that hour to hour. So making those decisions and being unapologetic about what you decide to do is okay. If you do like to get other people's opinions and stuff like that, sometimes some people's opinions are not the opinions that you need. I know if I'm in the room and I know that I'm a CEO, but I want to be, I want to go to the next level, then you go to the next level with other people that are at a different level than you, because that's what that means by you want to level up, right? So sometimes you have to do that. But one thing I want to say is that when it comes to being unapologetic, you have to stop worrying what people have to say about you. Just don't have to worry about that, because half the time they're not even thinking about that, and most of the people are in their own world, in their own zone, so they have their own issues going on, and they probably not even thinking how you think they're thinking. Remember that too. Now, start writing stuff down. I said that before. Again, definitely please write stuff down. I know with me getting in this I'm not going to say old age, but I'm going to say of age. I don't remember everything like I used to. And I know if you are like me, you probably have 1,000 passwords too. So sometimes you have to write some stuff down. And that means anything that how you feel sometimes, your goals, whatever you do, it's okay. Write it down. Put it somewhere you can find it. That goes for affirmations. That goes for anything that you may need to make your day better. So I want you to stop also apologizing for doing stupid things. Now, we are humans. We definitely do. So stop apologizing. You kind of understand it. Once you get to it, recognize it. I say it's either a lesson or a blessing. That's it. That's kind of the thing that I go with right there. It's either a lesson or a blessing. Let me figure that out. We talked about cutting out toxic people. Again, that comes up again. You know the energy. You know how it feels. You know what you need to do. Be around positive energy. Positive energy always flows good, and you'll definitely love it. And continue to do that. Figure out what you want. It took me a while to figure out what I want. What business avenue I wanted to go in. What did I want to do? How do I want to secure the bag? How do I want to make decisions? It's going to take some time, but when you figure it out, you definitely figure it out. And continue to write it down and keep it in front of you. So then that way you can still be unstoppable with it. And stop making excuses. Another one, again, that I definitely want to kind of talk about a little bit was a kind of on that stop making excuses. The only person that excuses hurt are you. Now, I'm going to give you an example again, going to the gym. Now, I don't want to go to the gym because it's too sunny out. That was just an excuse. That didn't even make any sense at all, did it? No, it did not. So sometimes you have to understand that may not be the time for you, but basically you make adjustments. Don't make excuses, just make adjustments. That's the first thing I would tell you to do. No excuses. You just can't do that. No excuses allowed. That's it. No excuses allowed. Just try that. No excuses allowed. Think about that and just make adjustments. When it comes to business and learning more about business courses and classes and workshops, if you want to go to the next level on something, sometimes you are going to have to read a little bit. You're going to have to come to workshops. You're going to have to learn from people that know a little bit more about the subject matter that you're trying to be whoever you want to be in it. Like for me, I want to be the best at everything that I do. And so sometimes I know that I may not know something, so I want to learn a little bit more. So don't make excuses. Just go ahead and learn it, and you'll be okay with that. Now, the last one I want to talk about is is that people always have, these are some of the excuses that people use when they kind of use their common excuses. One of them is, I don't have enough time. I hear that one a lot. I don't have enough time. We all have the same 1,440 minutes a day. So if you can find out how to get extra hour, let me know. But we all get the same amount of time. So I guess it's just like I said, making that list of those different things that you need to do. So then that way you kind of can have some time spread out throughout the day. I need to find balance. Okay, I hear that one. I really don't have nothing to say about that one, because you trying to find balance. It's going to be hard to kind of try to find balance between everything. So you just got to make adjustments. Don't try to find balance. Try to find adjustments. Make adjustments. And also, I'm afraid to fail. I've heard that one a lot too, as far as some of my clients. Of course we are. But the thing is, you never know how far you're going to get if you do not try. It's okay to fail. Always fail forward. That's one thing I have heard. So I just wanted to say those are some of the things that were near and dear to me. I wanted to share something with you about being an unapologetic CEO. And I want you to continue to do whatever makes you happy, whatever brings you joy. And I'm telling you, there's some amazing presentations going on. Just listen. I'm telling you, nobody's perfect. We're all learning. We're all growing. We're all moving forward. And just know that every time it's going to get better. It's going to get easier. And I just remember that. And I will remember this presentation that I'm doing today and look back on it and be like, wow, because I already know there's only going up from here. So I want to just say, I appreciate you guys. I want to thank you for the opportunity. I hope you got something from the information I gave today. I hope something that you can take away, something that you can use. And that's pretty much all that I have today. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Danielle Gilbert, your virtual HR strategist and owner of Manifesting You Consulting. We service small to medium-sized companies by elevating, evaluating, and equipping them with human resources tools to minimize risk, avoid lawsuits, and save thousands of dollars. So today, I have the honor and privilege to be before you to discuss how to disrupt human resources and become a disruptor. But first, did you know that disruption is trendy? It's everywhere, even in human resources. But what makes it really matter and to understand what it really means? What is disruptive in HR? Who's the judge of what truly is a game changer and what's not? So today, I'm going to share with each of you exactly what being a disruptor is and how to totally disrupt human resources. Disruption in HR means staying relevant. HR is like any other life force. It needs to evolve to remain relevant and effective. But HR trends have a lot of disinterest and resistance to changes due to legal and compliance requirements, systems, and processes that are all hard to change. Disruption is an organic force that can introduce change. It can empower HR professionals to stay relevant and leap over all of the reasons not to change. See, disruption in HR is not about HR. Disruptive HR is primarily about what service HR. It is about what services the organizational success and provides the best experience for people working in the organization. Disruptive in HR requires new solutions to old problems. Disruption in HR, for me, simply means thinking of new and innovative ways to attract, retain, motivate, and optimize the best talent. It's all about thinking of new programs, new processes, new incentives, and new rewards, even new forms of communication, new forms of praise for employees and managers. And sometimes HR professionals, even I being in HR, fail to find creative ways to keep employees engaged and the morale up. So new solutions will be required in order to be more creative. But HR, disruption in HR, simply stands for being human. Disruptive HR should not be the exception, but it should be the rule. That every company should have a profound culture with the room for growth opportunities and human connection. With the human connection, there should not be any no disruption. So HR professionals, we must find creative and innovative ways to make disruption work. We must think about all of the evolution of how HR has changed and how it once was transactional and now it's transformational. See, if we think about HR 30 plus years ago, we were just doing the daily activities. But today, throughout its history, it has evolved. It's evolving at the pace that is escalating and is escalating at a speed that we've never seen before. See, we change because workplaces change. Workplaces change because the business changes. The needs changes, the financial stability changes. But employees today want more than just a simple paycheck. They want balance. They want flexibility. They want to be flexible in a world where they can literally pick up a device, a watch, a simple device that allows them to work from their hands. They're prioritizing fairness and genuine engagement. They want to learn and to grow. See, employers, you must be able to understand how to deliver this experience in order for you to succeed in the war for talent. As we know, this is evolving challenge for many companies. These greater expectations have created a breakthrough moment for our profession, the HR profession. And HR is now poised to be the newest disruptor of business. See, HR professionals are responsible for a lot of things. But what many may not know, the HR professionals are the driving bottom line. They're driving the benefits. They're driving new approaches to finding and keeping the best people, hoping to end the war for talent. And see, you may ask, how does disruption differ from innovation? See, what you have to remember that all disruptors are innovators, but disruption goes further than that. It challenges everything that we think and we do. To be innovative, we must think outside of the box. And you're thinking, what boxes are you talking about, Danielle? See, there are boxes that everyone say we must think outside of. But in order to truly to be a disruptor and to think outside of the box, you must secure the golden key. And when you secure that golden key, what you're doing is you have to be willing to risk it all and risk losing the box altogether. See, some boxes organizations need to lose is simply understanding that disruption does not always require technology. It requires simply rethinking outdated workplace models. It's simple as removing the 9 to 5 to be successful and to say that you must have productivity. See, companies, you must destroy the old 100 years of the conventional wisdom and challenging the long, heavy notion that work hours means more productivity. Another box is workplace diversity and inclusion. See, when you have workplace diversity and inclusion programs, that can be disruptive, very disruptive, especially in the times that we're living now. See, companies that have gender and ethnic diversity programs, we all know it is data driven, it's been tested that they outperform their competitors and outperform others by 35%, if not more. But today is going to take more than that. It's going to require you asking questions. It's going to require that you observe a candidate to build a diverse workforce. It's going to require that you utilize methods and approaches that seem often counterintuitive, but you want to be able to remove the unconscious biases that exist. Right? You want to be able to identify information about applicants. So if that requires that you do blind hiring, or even using artificial intelligence to uncover the human biases in job descriptions and the people who may even be doing the interview. That's what you need to do. So to succeed in the 21st century workplace, Companies must do more than just adapt to the new ways people want to work. They need to create a new, fresh way of looking at things, new approaches that really focus on innovation, competitiveness, and fairness. HR must be ready to innovate, but often disrupt with solutions that is going to transform today's businesses and people. See, HRs as disruptors may be able and willing to walk into the next stage of the evolution of the HR profession by becoming a disruptor. And there's 5 simple ways that I want to leave you with on how to become an HR disruptor. See, the first way is you want to look outside the HR industry for inspiration in order to move into the market of disruption. You got to understand how you want to move. Do you want to go right? Do you want to go left? Do you want to go forward? But you got to find that inspiration to understand what it truly means to be able to be a disruptor. Number 2, you want to keep abreast of the external trends. See, in HR, our world is constantly being disrupted by the external forces such as technology, such as the data, the analytics, the compliances, the requirements that we all have to deal with the laws ever changing. And even the demands of the millennium generation are just a few. So the HR professionals, we need to become students of the external trends to determine how the functions, needs are wanting to be able to adapt to today and in the future. The third way is simply make the switch from talent management to the talent experience. See, the talent experience means that you're giving people the red carpet experience. See, when you go into Hollywood and you're on the red carpet, you got a special experience that happens. So when candidates and you're onboarding, they want to feel the same exact treatment. Number 4, enable your managers to be disruptive talent leaders. See, that means that we're going to come from the grassroots efforts where individual has tied a new approach that was a new way of managing or developing talent. But what's going to happen is that when you do that, you create that new approach, you're going to put it out there that allows others to emulate you and your processes because it's so effective. And number 5, and not lastly, you're going to join a community of HR innovators and find your voice. See, disruption does not happen in a vacuum. See, remember when we vacuum, it stays in that vacuum until we empty it. So in order to innovate, you need to be able to test your ideas with like-minded people. Those are your 5 ways on how you become a disruptive and you totally disrupt HR. So I challenge each of you to go out into the world and become a disruptor. But I want you to do it with all the greatness in your body, because that's how you're going to change the world of HR in your organization. So I leave you today to say, I am Danielle M. Gilbert, your virtual HR strategist. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome to my workshop. Thank you for choosing the workshop that's going to help you to get to 6 figures and beyond. My name is Toni Harris-Taylor, and you'll meet me more in a few minutes, but I just want to say thank you for being Black, thank you for being iconic, and thank you for stopping by this workshop. We're going to get started because I got a lot I want to share with you. The title of our program is Get Known, Get Connected, Get Paid to Make 6 Figures and Beyond. If you are not known, if you are not connected, you will not get paid and you will never get to 6 figures. So today I'm going to offer you strategies that are going to help you to get to your 6 figures and beyond. Every entrepreneur, in order to have true success, must get known, must get connected, must get paid. And so I want to introduce you to the world's #1 results, keyword there, results driven platform for entrepreneurs who are seeking real success. So now what you need to know for today is there's a workbook that accompanies this program. Make sure you print the workbook, you complete the answers, and we're going to implement these strategies. I want to encourage you to pause your video and complete the answers for each section so that when you leave here with a completed action plan based on what you've learned here today. Now, here's the problem. You have all the talents, all of the skills, all the experience, and all the education, but you are still invisible to your ideal clients, and you know you're ready to take a drastic step and you need a change. You know that you are undercharging, your products are underdeveloped, you know that you are underachieving, and you know you need to take, and you are ready to take drastic steps to get the drastic results that you deserve. So imagine what it would look like if your business could easily attract your ideal clients to fill your pipeline so that you could close more sales. I want you to pause and seriously consider, what does it look like if people were coming to you, if they were hearing your name, knowing your brand, and raising their hand to say, hey, let's talk about how I can work with you? What would that look like? How would you feel? So let me tell you a little bit more about who I am. My moniker is the coach that connects. So I'm not only a sales and marketing coach, I connect my clients. And I help speakers, coaches, authors, and experts who hate sales. They want more clients, they want more income, more security, and to sell without being salesy. They're unknown. They feel overwhelmed by the whole marketing and sales process. They're feeling invisible, and they're not charging what they're worth. Now, I can relate, and it's not your fault. I felt the same way, but through coaching, I was able to drastically turn my business around. And now I have the privilege of helping my clients do the same thing. What I teach is I teach you how to speak more, to sell more, how to attract clients through networking, how to follow up like a champ, where the fortune is lost and found in the follow-up. Now, what some of my clients say about me is I'm an awesome mentor, that I share my network, my resources, my connections. I am known as the coach that connects. The #1 thing that is important to me is not only that you get the knowledge and that you take the action steps, but that you meet the people, places, and things that you need to develop your business. And then also, I'm going to refer you to the people that, or I refer my clients to the people that need their services. And then people say they were inspired to take drastic steps. I'm an international speaker and an international coach. I have had clients in Canada. I currently have clients in Canada. I also have clients in Paris, and I have had clients in various states across the United States. I've run several six-figure businesses, and I'm a small business TV talk show host, so excited about that. And I am certified as a Facebook community builder. I have a gift for you, and I want to make sure that you get it. So this is a good place to hit the pause button. I want to give you my video series called Networking Strategies to Turn Contacts to Contracts. The way you are going to get that is you're going to take your cell phone. Yep, right now, hit pause, take your cell phone, open your text messages, text the phone number 22828, which is a short code, and then type the word drastic. Hit send. It's going to come back and ask you for your email address. Go ahead and put in your email address, check it twice, make sure your phone doesn't autocorrect, and hit send. Before I'm done, you'll have video number 1 in the video series, Networking Strategies to Turn Your Contacts to Contracts. So let's talk about the business failure rate. It's not one that we are proud of. So in the first year, 21.5% of business owners fail. The second year, 30%. The fifth year, half of small business owners fail. And by the 10th year, 70%. I'm proud to say that this is my 10th year being in business, and I am still standing. Now, I believe, and it must be true, that most businesses fail for lack of marketing and sales. There are a lot of entrepreneurs out there who hate the sales process. They love what they do. They love being a speaker. They love being a coach. They love being an author. They love helping people. I just want to help people. But guess what? You have to be able to sell that. And if you can't convince people why they should hire you versus someone else, then you will go out of business. My mission is to help as many small business owners to understand the strategies they need to use in order to grow their business. So this workshop is for you if you've tried other coaches before and you got nowhere. You bought programs and didn't do the work. You need help because you don't have time to do it all on your own, and you want to grow your business nationally and internationally. If any of these bullets, you check off any of these bullets, sit up, get your workbook, start taking notes, and pay attention. So you're going to discover through this presentation my proven strategies to help drastically increase your visibility, your credibility, and ultimately your income. Now, I only have so long to tell you the things I want to tell you, and I'm going to give you a lot of value in a very short period of time. But there's so much more to the formula, the six-figure formula. And I just don't have time to give it all to you today. So here's what I'm going to offer you. Some of you are going to say, you know what? That was a great workshop. I got what I need. I'm good. And if that is you, I kiss you and wish you the best. Some of you are going to say, that was an awesome workshop. I got great information, but I need more. At the end, I'm going to tell you exactly how to get more. But right now, I'm going to give you all the value I can in this time that I'm allotted. So I'm going to introduce you to 5 proven strategies to get known, get connected, and get paid to drastically increase your revenue and get you to your 6 figures and beyond. Strategy number 1 is know your target market. Target market, I've heard that before. I need a niche. You need a target market. But I know what you're thinking. I can sell to everybody. Everybody needs what I offer: life insurance, retirement planning, coaching, life coaching, etc. Here's what I'm going to tell you. If your target market has the word body in it, then you have nobody, and you will not be able to sell and attract your people. So let's look at the problem. A lack of target market means there's no direction for you. Which way do I go? Which way do I go? I remember that cartoon from when I was a kid. We don't know which way to go. And more importantly, the people we need to serve don't know where we are because we're not in front of them. You're not focused on, and you're trying to serve too many people. And I get the question all the time, but Toni, Won't I miss out on money if I'm so targeted that other people won't think I can help them? That's just not the case. I get it all the time. People want me to help them. They're not speakers, coaches, authors, and experts. But if it's right for me, I do a lot of work with realtors, a lot of work with realtors. Why? Because they are attracted to my brand. And so people who are not in your target market will find you. Your marketing material lacks focus for your buyers. So you're not speaking to anyone in particular. Develop a persona of the person that you need to be able to attract. So if you get a target market, it will increase your confidence, and you'll be able to move forward to serve your ideal clients. You'll be able to sell more at your price because you build relationships with your target market, and you will become the expert in your area so that people know to go to you for their help. So open your workbook. We're going to do our first exercise. And I want you to pause the video at this point, and I actually want you to answer the questions. Who is your target market? Now, here's a tip. You can have more than one. So, and in fact, I advise you to have up to 3 target markets, but be very specific. Please don't be general. I want to help women entrepreneurs. That's still too broad, right? You might want to help women entrepreneurs in a certain demographic, in a certain category of business. Please narrow it down. Who do you have an affinity for? What does that mean? So I was coaching a young lady, and she is a financial advisor. And she was struggling finding her target market, and consequently wasn't making any money because she was too broad, and she was targeted around people who couldn't afford to invest. So I asked her, well, before you became a financial advisor, what did you do? She said, I was a speech therapist. Bingo. Speech therapist. Wow. Now, I said to her, have you thought about making them one of your target markets, one of your niches? She said, no, I hadn't thought about it. Well, you have an affinity for that group because you used to be one of them. You know their pain. You know their struggles. You know how to speak their language. Why would you not go back to that target market? And the light bulb went on for her. Ding, 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 ding. And now she is on her way to her 6-figure income because she chose a demographic that she knew very well. So who do you have an affinity for? The next one is who can afford your products and services? Who can afford your products and services? So I was coaching with another financial professional. In fact, I have a financial background. So one of my target markets are insurance and financial advisors. And that's why my stories are around that. So I was coaching another financial advisor, and her target market was single moms, and especially Black single moms. And I know that a lot of you listening are in that demographic, but let's keep it 100. Can Black single or single moms, period, can they afford extra money to invest? They might be able to afford $50 a month, $100 a month, but overall, that demographic can't afford to invest at a higher level. So what I encouraged her to do was to find the right target market that could bring her the money so that she could then create some sort of nonprofit to cater to financial education for those single moms. So make sure that your target demographic can afford you. And then what organizations cater to your target market? Find those organizations, get involved with those organizations, and we'll talk about networking in a minute. So those organizations are gold to you once you know your target demographic. So here's my quote. If your target market has the word body in it, then it's nobody. Somebody, everybody, anybody, then it's nobody, and you will not get to six figures that way. Strategy number 2, just make sure I didn't roll too far. Strategy number 2, get connected through networking. Networking is everything. It is, many of you that are listening to this, you know Mr. George Fraser, and Mr. George Fraser is the grandfather of networking. And he says the number one problem with Black entrepreneurs is they don't know how to network. And I'm in agreement. We're going to talk about what does it look like? What does real networking look like? And making sure that you get connected on a level that you feel compelled to help somebody else first. So here's the problem. When you don't know how to network, when you're not consistently networking and building relationships, you're unknown. People don't know you. You're wasting a lot of time and money. You're going to the wrong places. You get very few referrals. So it's imperative that you learn how to network and why networking is important. Networking in the right places get you in front of your ideal prospects. It gets you connected. And remember, I said networking in the right places, which is critical. Many of you dislike networking because you're networking with anybody, everybody, and somebody. If I cannot emphasize this enough, you gotta have a target market so you know where you want to network. Then you get connected in that network. You start to serve that network. And then those relationships you develop will lead to key referrals. Trust me, I know. Now, there was a time I hated networking. I hated it because I would go to networking events, I'd pass out a bunch of business cards, and then go back to my office and wait for the phone to ring. Guess what? It never rang. So I was networking one time, and this was in 2005. I remember it vividly. I meet a sales and marketing coach, not unlike myself. At that time, I was a financial advisor. And I would say, you know, I've been doing a lot of networking. It's not paying off. What am I doing wrong? She said, you're not doing networking right. And if you pay me $6,000, I'll teach you how to network. Girl, I ain't got no $6,000. She said, trust me, if you find the money, I guarantee you, you will make your money back. Well, at that point, I was desperate. I knew I wanted my six figures. I knew I wasn't going to make cold calls. I knew that I needed to learn to network. So I did what I had to do, found the money, and invested in coaching. When I tell you that investment was the best money I've ever spent in my business, it truly, truly is. To this day, I've spent a lot of money in my business. But what I learned from that coach, I now teach my clients, and it is critical to your success. And when I'm speaking to a room and I ask how many of you love to cold call, I get 2 hands go up. People don't like cold calling. And now it's very difficult with caller ID and screening and all of that. You got 2 choices when it comes to prospecting for your business. You either cold call or you network. And I'm telling you now, you must learn the art of networking, or else you will go out of business and be a statistic. So here's a networking tip. Show up, be up, follow up to blow up. I made that up. How about that? Show up, be up, follow up to blow up. Now, networking today is not what it used to be. We are all virtual. But I will tell you, I've run a six-figure business from my computer. Some of my clients I've never met in person. So when you go to virtual networking events, turn your camera on. Put your face on, ladies. Comb your hair, gentlemen. Put some jewelry on. Make sure you look good from the waist up. I don't care what you got on the bottom. And then turn the doggone camera on. Nobody can build relationship with a black box with a name in it, or even your beautiful photo. Show up. It's part of showing up. Be up. Have your energy. Introverts, I talk to introverts. Mostly introverts hire me because they know they got to get drastic. You got to be up. Miss Beyonce, she flips a switch before she gets on stage. When you see her in an interview, she's all soft-spoken and demure. It's like, who is that? Well, you must flip on your inner Sasha, with whoever you want to name them, and be up, and especially virtually, because it's easy to fade into the background on a virtual networking. And then the fortune is in the follow-up. You must have electronic tools to connect immediately while you're at a virtual networking event, or else the opportunity will be lost. So, and I don't have time, those one of those things I don't have time to go into, but you must show up, you must be up, you must follow up to blow up, and it's critical. This is Jamise. Jamise is my client. Jamise showed up. Her mother, she's an event planner, and her mother told her, Jamise, if you want to turn this hobby into a business, you got to network. She said, Mom, I don't want to network. She said, Jamise, find an event in your area. We happen to live in the same area. Jamise found it on Eventbrite and showed up. She sat in the back of the room, and I remember she was back there and she had her arms crossed like this. And when, she had a great time, because this is when we met in person. My networking is highly interactive. So I could tell she had a great time, but when it was over, when we said amen, she was out the door. Next day, I get a text from her on Messenger, and she said, oh my God, that was the best networking event ever. And I actually own a networking organization called Network in Action. I didn't mention that earlier. And so she's like, I think my mom needs to do this in Oklahoma. And long story short, she went from not liking networking, not understanding the power of networking, to now she's a networking queen. She's doing her business virtually, and she moved out of her home office into a co-working space with me and several other members, all because she showed up. So here's your networking exercise. How many events will you attend a week? Virtual. I suggest, if you're not willing to make cold calls, you need to do 2 virtual events a week. You need to ask for 5 dates at each event. One-to-ones. How many one-to-ones? So one-to-one dates, 5 per event. That's 10 that you're going to schedule the week after the event. And then how are you going to stay connected and follow up with this new network that you are building? The other thing is what do you have to offer your network? You have to be a giver. You have to give sometimes before you receive when it comes to networking. So don't neglect the networking. It is everything for your business. And my quote here says, don't be mad at the good old boys, be like the good old boys. Whenever I'm speaking, and I speak to a lot of white audiences, I say exactly this. People are mad at the good old boys because they share the deals amongst themselves. But you know what happened? They met at some capacity. They started hunting, they started fishing, they started golfing, they started doing family barbecues. And when the deals came, they started sharing the deals with each other. The problem with us as African Americans and small business owners in general is we don't spend enough time in the beginning with the figurative hunting, fishing, golfing, and really spending time connecting. You need to do that up front, because then when the deals come, We know who we're going to refer and who we're going to share it with. Don't be mad at the good old boys. Create your own network. Be a good old boy. Build relationships, build affinities, and your business will get to six figures. You can pause and do the exercise. Number 3, speak more to sell more. Speaking, I know a lot of you want to be speakers. You want to share your message. You want to touch, move, and inspire people to have a better life in a various way. When I first started my business, I thought I was going to be an international keynote speaker for financial companies. What I quickly found out is those gigs are far and few between to come by, and the financial world did not really want Black and women on their stages. So I had to adapt and pivot. I was pivoting long before COVID came. So I learned the art of using speaking as marketing. Now, if you look at this picture in the background, this is a national conference. I am the speaker in this conference, and there's about 60 people in that room. This is a wonderful way for you to get a one-to-many relationship, and the people who are in the room will raise their hand if they are attracted to you. So here's the problem. You're invisible, you don't have credibility, and you feel salesy. Speaking relieves all of these problems. So why is speaking important? Number 1, it's instant credibility. If the organizer of that event found enough in you to put you in front of their people, you don't have to do a lot of hard selling because you got instant credibility because they trust that organizer. You can educate without being salesy. You can turn your mess into your message. You can become the go-to expert. So speaking alleviates a lot of the problems that we have as entrepreneurs when it comes to attracting people to our business. You must learn the art of speak to sell, not speaking for fee. And now I don't really want to speak for fee because usually when you speak for fee, they won't let you sell. And one of my programs outweighs any speaker fee I would get. So it just makes more sense if I use speaking to sell. So where can you speak? Organizations and associations, local networking groups, conferences, videos is speaking, even on social media, be a podcast guest, radio interviews. These are just a few areas where speaking is beneficial to attract people to you and your business. Here's a speaking tip. Develop a signature talk that helps the audience to see that they need you. So speaking is not just about you going out, educating people, throwing up on them, telling them everything that you know, and then they clap, yay, and take no action. I've had that happen. I got sick and tired of that happening, and I had to get my own coaching and training to learn how to develop a signature talk that brought me revenue. I delivered a signature talk late last year. It was free in front of a free-minded audience, by the way. So I questioned that. Do I get in front of this free-minded audience? Am I going to get anything from that? I will tell you from that one talk, I had about 30 people there. 6 people scheduled a discovery session. 2 of them became clients, and I made $12,000 from those 2 clients. They would never have paid me a $12,000 speaking fee. But it is not just about developing a talk and educating people. It's about giving them the right structure, having the right structure of your talk. This beautiful woman here is Muncie, and Muncie is a financial credit restoration person. And Muncie, when I first met her, she was like, Toni, are you telling me I have to speak? Yes, ma'am. Are you telling me I have to network? Yes, ma'am. Are you telling me I have to do social media? Yes, ma'am. She was like, I don't want to do any of that. I'm an introvert. I'm private. I'm private. All you private people out there are missing out. I said, I know you're private. I didn't tell you to put you had a fight with your husband on social media, right? Please don't do that. I didn't tell you to share your meals on social media. I told you to share value with your network. Okay, Toni, I'm going to get drastic. I'm going to do it. This girl is out networking, out social media, and out speaking me. I'm so proud of her. She's doing radio interviews. She didn't want to show her face. Look at her face. Why would she not want to show her face? She was in her head, not in her heart. And I really had to coach her around this ain't about you. Do you really believe that what you do will benefit your audience? If you do, then you are robbing them. And I'm talking to y'all now. You are robbing them of the opportunity to change your life, change their relationships, change their money, change their business because you in your head, because you private. So I'm telling you, Muncie, she embraced it, she got it, she understood, she's still private, but she understands the power of networking and she was not gonna make cold calls. So go ahead and flip the page to your next page. This is your Speak More to Sell More exercise. Do you currently use speaking to market your business? I know you probably want to do more of that. Who's your ideal audience? We're back to our target marketing, all that. You see how this all runs together? Once you get your target market, you know where to network, you know and who to speak in front of. What topics will move your audience to action? Do you have a method to collect leads at your events? And how will you stay connected with those who weren't ready to do work with you at the event? Let's go back to the beginning of my talk. Remember, I told you, text the number, text drastic. You already have in your inbox my video. So whether you do business with me now or later, I get people from my email list that say, I've been on your list 5 years. I'm ready now. It started with networking or speaking. So pause here and answer the questions for yourself. And also keep this in mind before you pause. Speaking is the marketing strategy that gives over and over and over and over again. It's the best marketing strategy for your business. Number 4, use technology to stay connected. The problem, without technology, no one remembers you, you're not showcasing your expertise, and you're not in front of your ideal clients when they're ready to buy. You have to use email marketing, social media, text message marketing. It helps deepens relationships. It keeps you top of mind, and it allows you to showcase your expertise again, so people will be attracted to you. Social media tips. Use your personal page to build relationships. Build relationships, not likes. So the business page has its place, but a lot of people spend a lot of time building likes. You don't build relationships on a business page. You build relationships on a personal page. When you get your personal page to 5,000 people, then you can go over to your business page. Create a Facebook community. Create a community, bring all of your target into that community and give them a lot of value. And the money is in Messenger. You ask for dates in Messenger. You build relationships in Messenger. You help people in Messenger. So these are my tips for using social media. So here's the exercise. What are your top 3 social media platforms? What will you do to leverage your friends and attract them to your business? How many offline requests for appointments will you make? And what are the buying clues you can watch for in social media? As an expert, a coach, an author, people tell you all their business, especially on Facebook. And those are buying clues or selling clues for you. So if someone just got married, for instance, they need life insurance if you're a financial professional. Congratulate them, then go over to Messenger and say, I'd love to help you to make sure your family is protected. If you're a realtor, people tell you change of life all the time. And so pay attention and offer value. Don't just say, buy from me, offer them value, build a relationship, and social media relationships turn to business. Number 5, develop your sales muscles. And he fine. Okay, I digress. Develop your sales muscles. So the problem is too many business owners hate sales and they stay away from the sales conversations. They hem-haw, tiptoe around. You put too much time on non-sales related activities. You're adjusting your website, you're writing blogs, you're posting on social media. All that stuff is important, but you gotta spend your time on money generating activities. You don't want to be salesy and you are not following up. You don't have the systems for following up and you're not picking up the phone and following up. It's a major problem for small business owners. So here's my 6-figure sales strategies. Let me say this. You can't get to 6 figures without sales. No deposits, no 6 figures. So please learn how to effectively generate leads. Stop cold calling. You're probably not doing it anyway. Be intentional with your sales conversations. Have a discovery process. What are the questions you need to be asking your prospects? Another reason for target marketing, because then you know what questions and what pains they already have. And then know your worth and charge it. Many of you are not charging enough. And it's because you have a weak target market. And so everything goes back to target marketing. So here's my sales tip. Learn to like sales. People say to me, but Toni, can I hire someone to do the sales? You could, but what if they leave you? Then what? As a business owner, you are responsible for bringing in the dollars. If you hire someone, they are helping you. They are not primary. Never leave grocery shopping or cooking to someone else, because otherwise you would starve. So develop your sales muscles. What are your prospecting activities? Turn in your workbook. Answer these questions. How many prospecting activities are you doing per week? How many sales presentations or strategy presentations are you doing per week? How many follow-ups from previous week's calls? And how are you tracking your follow-up? Listen, you guys, the fortune is won and lost in the follow-up. You need to be a winner and follow up like a champ. You will never get to sell 6 figures if you're not telling people your price. If you're not priced right, if your offers are priced too low, you will be out of business. And I'm passionate about helping you to see that you've got to have these sales conversations. All that other stuff is nice to have, but it will not put money in the bank account. Here's a success story. This is Val, beautiful Val. Val is my client. We kept in touch, met her 8 years ago. She was actually in one of my first books. And then we lost touch, but we stayed connected on Facebook. I did a Facebook Live. Timing, God's timing is interesting. I did a Facebook Live and she commented, hadn't seen her in years. I said, Val, I miss you. Let's catch up. My catch up calls are my prospecting calls. So we scheduled, I said, here's my link. She scheduled a prospect or a catch up call. What are you up to? What are you up to? You bought a networking franchise, she said. I need to network. I got a new business. I'm a copywriter. I was like, I need a copywriter. I have a conference coming up. I don't know what I'm writing. We partnered. I paid her. She paid me. She's my coaching client. Remember, I'm the coach that connects. I've connected her internationally within very quickly because so many people need copywriting. So here are my strategies. To recap, get your target market, know who they are, where they are, and go after them. Use networking to build relationships to be able to turn those contacts to contracts. Speak more to sell more. Speaking is the #1 way to attract people to you. Use your social media, technology, email, text message marketing, and then learn the art of sales, because without sales, you will never get to 6 figures and beyond. So I'm going to allow you to take a look at this. I'm not going to go through this line by line, but it's time for you to get drastic. And if you're a speaker, coach, author, expert, I want to talk to you. I want to help you. Plus, I have a network. So if it's not me, I can refer you to someone else. I'm always trying to help and build my network. You already know what it's like to experience mediocre results. You already know what it feels like to have a bank account that doesn't reflect how good you actually are. And you know it's time to get drastic. So we have a program. I have a program that matches exactly how you feel. Here are some of the details of the program, but there are even more. So I'll let you go back to the recording and pause and read each of these. My program is very robust. I would love to work with you and help you. And I'm also certifying drastic results coaches. So if you're a health coach, relationship coach, money coach, or business coach, I would love to talk to you about getting certified under my program so that you can use the Drastic Results brand and you don't have to start from scratch with your coaching. So if you know you're ready to have clients and customers beating down your door, you're ready to have more speaking engagements than you've ever imagined, and you're ready for drastic results, this is it. Schedule your get to 6 figures now strategy call. Go to meetwithtoniharristaylor.com. Again, that's meetwithtoniharristaylor.com. Click book appointment. Click on get to 6 figures now. Let's spend 30 minutes together. See how I can help you. If I'm not a good fit, I know a ton of people and I can make a recommendation for you. Plus, I just want to know who you are. Again, that's meetwithtoniharristaylor.com. Let's connect. Like all of my pages, you can go to Facebook and you can put in these URLs. In fact, I ask you to pause here, go over to another tab, and go ahead and connect with me. Join the sixfigurenetwork.com. That's my free Facebook community. Or you can just go through Facebook and search for the 6 Figure Network. And there I offer a lot of value, information, tips, and strategies on how to grow your business to 6 figures. I have a partner in that group. Her name is Tish. You might even find her in this iconic. So go ahead and listen to her as well. But join my community. That's where relationships truly are built. I have a TV show, The Drastic Results with Toni Harris Taylor TV show. So subscribe to my YouTube channel and follow me on all the other social media platforms. I want to thank you for this opportunity to pour into you my strategies to get you to 6 figures and beyond. I want you to please remember, nobody gets to 6 figures without getting their sales game. You must learn how to network, how to have a target market that will pay you your price, how to connect through technology, and how to generate more sales. Remember, meetwithtoniharristaylor.com, and I look forward to hearing from you. Bye.
Welcome to the BlackCEO iconic panel. I am so excited. I am Donna Hicks Izzard, and I am your moderator for tonight for an awesome and amazing panel. This panel, we have some beautiful women, and who's going to introduce themselves to you. But I am Donna Hicks-Izard, and I am the founder of the Unstoppable Black Woman, and I am your moderator for tonight. And what we are going to be talking about tonight is now is the time. Why is now? Right now. Now is the time. Now is the time. And so we're going to get started. And so I have some questions for these beautiful women. And I'm going to start with, first, before we start with the questions, we need you to introduce yourselves. Tell us who you are, what you do, and why is the time? Why is now the time? So we're going to start with you, Miss Tiffany.
Hi, I'm Tiffany R. Easley, the SOAR strategist. I teach others how to soar beyond the trauma of a terminal or chronic diagnosis. And you know what? Now is the time, because in 2020, the globe went through a pandemic, and it was something that shifted our world. So now is the time for me to help you soar, to see it, to own it, to attain it, and to regift it. That is why now is the time for me.
Awesome. We're going to move to Travis Michelle.
Hi, everyone. I'm Travis Michelle. I'm #1 international bestselling author of Saving Lives While Fighting for Mine. Becoming an entrepreneur during a pandemic, 2020, who would have thought? Here I am, a registered nurse, and have a dream in my mind that, I have an opportunity to write. What am I going to do? What am I going to write about? Now is the time. Not tomorrow, not later, but now is the time, even during a pandemic. So I help Black women navigate and strategize during a divorce so that they can regain confidence, increase their self-esteem. Because let me tell you, when you're going through a divorce, it is chess, not checkers. We have to realize it is a business. But when you're a Black woman, it's totally different. So I help you to learn to love yourself so that you don't have to bleed all over everybody else.
Wow.
Now is the time.
Now is the time. You heard it here. You heard it here. Now is the time. And these are two amazing women who's going to share more about why now is the time. And so before we get into questions, let me share with you why I believe now is the time. Now is the time. Now is the time, especially for Black women, Black and brown women. Now is the time for us to rise up. Now is the time for us to take our position. Now is the time for us to show up, speak up, show up and speak up. Why? Because now is a time unlike any other. And I believe that God raised us for a time such as this. Now is the time. Now is the time. We are no longer playing small. Now is the time. We are no longer dumbing down. Now is the time. We are no longer not taking our place. And something that I always share with women in my Unstoppable Black Woman movement, now is the time, because when you know who you are and what you can do, there is nothing that can stop you. You become unstoppable, and now is the time. Now is the time. And so I'm going to go and look, I can just do this all day or every day. Why is now the time? Why is now the time? So I'm excited about this topic. And so, Travis Michelle, why do you believe that you were created for a time such as this?
One, I'm centered in God, right? That is who my foundation is. And I made a decision last year to really make God my pilot. I'm put on this earth for a reason. I had to figure it out. I had to go through some stuff. I had to try different things, but I knew I was meant to be a registered nurse, right? So this year is 25 years. So I know I made the right decision.
Wow.
But then I knew there was more. You have an assignment right? We all have our own assignments. Some people just never find out what their assignment is. I'm fortunate that I found out one of my assignments. The other was, I have gone through some traumas. I have a story to tell. I have a testimony. I can't hold it to myself. That's robbery. I am supposed to share it so that other women can heal, so other women can see that you can overcome, you can achieve. There is nothing that you can't do. And guess what? You don't have to look torn down and broke down doing it.
Come
You
on
can
now.
smile, you can have that inner glow, you can walk in your power. So that meant, everything I went through, God, it's not going to be in vain. I'm not going to be stingy. I'm going to share it. And that's when I realized, well, now is the time. Now is the time for me to glow. Now is the time for me
You are
to shine.
glowing. You are glowing all day long.
So other Black women and brown women, can
Come
glow
on.
and grow. Oh,
Yes.
we can do this thing because Black women, my grandparents told me, Black women are Mother Earth. Black women are the most powerful beings on this earth, but we have to learn to lift our voice, come from our gut. Don't hold back. All right, so I might have an attitude. Yes. Oh, you want to call me the angry Black woman? No, I'm just not going to allow you to talk to me, do to me, say to me what you choose to. I know my value. So that's why now is the time. That's why I know my purpose.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So Tiffany, I'm going to ask you, what would be the cost, do you believe? What would be the cost if you did not seize this time right now? What would be the cost?
The cost would be my purpose. It would cost me the essence of who I am and why I was created. If I did not seize my now at this moment, my existence would be not even a concern because I would just be here. It wouldn't even matter. Right now is the time for all of us as Black women to take our stage and to declare with boldness and authenticity in all of the things that we are, that it's our time to shine. We have so far for so long been in the back of everything, the corporate office. We sit at the table, but we sit at the far end of the table. Now we are being moved to the front of the table into so many things and positions because now is the time, because our purpose is being manifest in this season, which is what? The now season. So it would cost us, not just me, us, our mere existence, our purpose for being. We are nurturers and creators. We create life. So if we are not moving in the now, life cannot continue.
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely. Listen, y'all dropping some stuff on this panel tonight, okay? Y'all, listen, what would be the cost? What would be the cost if I didn't seize this time? And I believe that there would be such an amazing cost of me not honoring God. As Travis Michelle said, I'm a woman of faith. And the cost for me of not seizing this time and this opportunity would be dishonoring God. And I refuse to dishonor God. I refuse to dishonor God because I believe that it was God who made an intentional decision to create me for a time such as this. I believe that it was God. God know by himself. He made an intentional decision that I would be birthed, so I would be able to rise up and show the world who I am because of the amazing God that created me, that created you. And so the cost is just too powerful. The cost is too deep for me not to seize this moment. And when I tell you I'm seizing this moment, I'm seizing this time. Now is the time. Now is the time. I remember even asking God, God, like, okay, why now? Why now? And God said, and why not now? And why not now? Why not now, Donna? Why not now? This is a time. I created you for this time. I created you to use your voice. I created you for my purpose. Now is the time. Now is the time. And so I'm excited about it. I'm excited about doing all that God has positioned me to do. And so I'm glad about it. Okay. I'm glad about it. I'm showing up. I'm speaking up. I'm standing up. I'm not playing with this thing here. Okay. Not playing with this thing. And so Tiffany, when did you know the power of this time? When did you know the power of this time?
I love this question. I knew in March of 2020 when the pandemic hit, because I stopped and I said, God, wait a minute, a pandemic in America? We are one of the strongest countries. We have all this power. What are you saying to us? And he said, you've forgotten your center. You've forgotten your core. You've forgotten who created you and gave you the power. The power relies in me, not in what you do and who you become and all the things that you get. And at that time, I realized that for SOAR, I had to stand up authentically with boldness and clarity and go after those individuals that I serve, because they may not come to me. They may not book a session with me. They may not understand that I'm in the middle of this diagnosis and I have no idea that I need help. But now is the time for me to go and grab them and bring them along and empower them and say, hey, you're not alone in this. And so as I watch this pandemic play out and I watch how God is using Black women in positions of power to be a voice to the nations.
Yes.
The nations. I'm like, now is the time, because he strategically positioned Black women.
Yes.
The vice president. Various cities now have female Black mayors in power, in position, in purpose right now in this season. That's why.
Come on, Tiffany. Come on, Travis, Michelle. I'm going to give you that same question. When did you know the power, the power of this time? When did you know?
Well, I was unfortunate to have had COVID. And when you are going through, a health issue, a health crisis, and the doctors couldn't tell me what it was because this was in February, but I was sick and I was calling 911. And fortunately, I was able to clear up and to finally breathe. So I didn't, because I am a registered nurse. So, I was trying to take care of myself. But I was like, God, what are you saying to me? You have spared my life. But what is it that I am supposed to be doing right now? And I was looking at, this didn't happen just in New York City. It didn't just happen in another country. This happened globally. God was saying, okay, so you want to do your own thing. Well, I am the creator of all. So you need to listen up. Now, some of you are not going to listen, but those of you who are, this is a wake-up call now. And I was like, God, I don't want to be left behind. And that's, again, like I said, God, if you are my pilot, I will get out that seat, because clearly I don't know what I'm doing. I will share how you have brought me. I will tell my testimony, because see, when you know your why, you can't be silent. When you know your why, it comes up all in your spirit. You're uncomfortable. Nothing you do is, why is this not working? Because you're not walking in your purpose. You're not walking in your why. And, as you were saying, you're sore. Being a registered nurse and dealing with patients who have cancer and they don't know which way to go. And my being able to be there to give them guidance, sometimes just to listen, to understand, instead of listening to tell them, well, you need to do this and give you a plan. I was like, God, you have given me a certain responsibility, and I'm now going to walk in it. I'm now listening. You have my full attention. So you guide me and tell me where and what I have to do, how I can reach other women, especially Black women. This occurrence with our social unrest, and it wasn't social unrest like it's new. It's always been there. We're Black. We live it every day. But now the rest of the world can see it. There's a responsibility. You have to hearken. You have to listen. You have to get there and shout from the mountaintops, right? I have a dream. I know who I am. I have been burnt. I have gone down from ashes to rise as a phoenix. I have a message. So I have to share it. I have to talk it. I have to live it. I have to be about my purpose. And that's why.
Wow. Woo. Listen. It's just, when did I know the power of this time? When did I know that? And I want to say about 4 months in, I work in New York City. I live in New Jersey, so I was commuting, door to door.
Mm-hmm.
My commute door to door is 2 hours. Okay, so, and although I still work with the silent investor, AKA my job, that's what I call it, the silent investor, and while I create, and also manage the different revenue streams that God has given me to do. When I realized that, so we stopped working, going to the city to work, I'm working from home. And I realized that this was different. The churches were shut down. The job was shut down. Every week, someone that I knew or had acquaintance with had passed away. All different ages. And I said, God wants to get our attention.
Mm-hmm.
God, there's something going on. There's something going on in the earth. God wants to get our attention. And I realized that the movement that I had started, the Unstoppable Black Woman, that this was the time that for those of us that continue to breathe, we continue to live. So we continue to have an opportunity to do all that God had created us to do. Now was the time, because there were many who did not wake up. There were many who were afflicted. And so the power of the time that we are in, I realized that I had a responsibility. I realized that I had a responsibility to seize this powerful moment, because it was full of power. Because what I believe, God said I could show you better than I could tell you.
That's right.
Let me show you who is God. Let me show you this time. This is a powerful time. Now, there may be some who are, looking at this, and I don't know who you follow. But let me tell you who I follow, okay? And I'm the panel moderator. Okay, so the God that I follow, that I can show you better than I can tell you. And I believe that God wants to get our attention. And I believe he got our attention. So there is power in this time. There was power. I believe we had an opportunity to rise up in such a way that we may have been shucking and jiving with the vision that God had given us. We may have been, procrastinating.
That's right.
We may have been being fearful. We may have been not forgiving someone. We may have been, I left that church, but you know what? They offended me, so I ain't going back to church. We may have been all of these things, but now we had the time to stop, seize the moment that now is the time. Now is the time for us to forgive. Now is the time to start that business. Now is the time to ask for that promotion. Now is the time to stop being fearful. Now is the time to reconcile with your spouse. Now is the time to make a decision on what you will do, where you would go, and who you would be. Now is the time. So for me, it became something totally different. I understood it for what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, okay, God, I hear you. Okay, I got it. So now we talked about why did we believe that we were created for this time. We talked about what would be the cost. What would be the cost if we did not seize this time? And we just talked about, when do we recognize the power of this time? So now I'm going to ask you, Travis, Michelle, what example will you leave to your legacy as it relates to this time?
That's a really good question. Yeah, because, I have my children and I have my grandchildren. I have my friends and I have people who don't know me yet. My legacy is that I never gave up. My legacy will be that I did it scared, but I didn't stay stuck. My legacy will be, and is, because, we say our legacy as though it doesn't occur until after we're gone. No, that's not true. We are walking in our legacy. We are building our legacy. We are creating our legacy. We are living our legacy. My legacy will be that you saw her smiling, but you don't know where she came from, but she kept smiling anyway. She had blocks in her way, people in her way who didn't want her to do, who said she couldn't be, but she did it anyway. No matter what was going on, she was a woman of God. They'll know that God is my pilot. God is my foundation. I did not give up because God did not give up on me.
Come on now.
My legacy will be that no matter how hard, how many tears I shed, no matter how angry I became, no matter how difficult the path was, I was able to forgive and still love. My legacy will be that with everything that happened, she learned to love herself.
That's so good. That's
so that
good.
I could then love someone else.
So good.
My legacy will be that she stood up. She spoke out for those who were less fortunate. She spoke out for herself. She let you know that you do not have to look beat, battered. You don't have to look like from where you've come through from and what you've gone through. My legacy is that no matter what, I kept going in times such as this, in times where people said collectively what you couldn't do, who you couldn't be, that she marched on the streets like her ancestors, like her grandparents. She wasn't afraid to stand up in a time such as this.
That is powerful. That was powerful. And, you know, and as we talk about legacy, right? So we're in a time that men and women of color, we're often asked about legacy.
Mm-hmm.
And so many different cultures, they are on point about their legacy. And so I often reflect on the one person who made it crystal clear that legacy was so important. And for me, that was my shero, Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman was the one person that I learned about as a little girl growing up in Harlem. And as I would go to the library, I was 8 years old. And I learned about Harriet Tubman, and something happened to me. Something happened to my spirit. And so today, I think about the legacy that we are still talking about what Harriet Tubman did so many years ago. Her legacy. And as I think about how God brought it full circle for me, because it was Harriet Tubman's legacy that I had in my memory and how we related to unstoppable Black woman, because she was the epitome of an unstoppable Black woman. She knew who she was, but it was her legacy. Her legacy that carries us through today. It was her legacy that we can rise up as Black women. She was a woman. She was a Black woman. She wasn't a man. She freed over 300 slaves, but her legacy, she was unstoppable. And so that's why I believe our legacy is so important. Because, and I'm going to go back to this. I believe that when we make an intentional decision to focus on what will our legacy be. And as you said, Travis Michelle, our legacy doesn't have to happen when we're dead and gone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see, my legacy, I've already started my legacy. Everybody knows who knows. Listen, when you deal with the Donna Izard, the D.I, disruptive innovator, divine instigator, that is an unstoppable Black woman. That's me. I'm not playing no games. I'm not playing, I ain't playing small. Because I got Harriet in my, what? I'm the modern day Harriet Tubman. I'm walking in my legacy now. And so, Tiffany, I ask you the same question. What example will you leave to your legacy as it relates to this time, that now, this time?
You and Travis Michelle both hit on such nuggets, just juicy nuggets. I was eating it up. I was so excited. But the one thing I want to add to that is that the passion that is in us leaves clues for the journey that we'll travel. And I think that just exudes what you were showing in the Harriet Tubman example and what Travis Michelle was sharing with, why she's here and why she was created to walk the path that she walked. Our passion gives us clues to our purpose. So as we are walking out our purpose in earth, it's important for us to understand we are designing our destiny and designing what we're going to leave behind. We're writing it out as we move strategically. We're not building businesses for when we die. We're building businesses for the legacy that we're creating for our daughters and our sons and our grandchildren and their children. And the thing is, it all starts with the purpose that was put in us at birth. And we begin to feed it with the passions that drive and fuel that purpose. So I'm going to leave the legacy of understanding that your purpose leaves clues. Your passion and all of that is connected. I call it the triple P, the purpose, the passion, and the productivity. And if you want to add a fourth P, is that the money comes in, I should say PPM, purpose, passion, productivity, and money. Let's just be real. You're productive, you're making money because guess what? As you're leaving that legacy, you're able to feed and fuel the future.
You better say that again. That last part, say that again. Say that again. Because the background needs to hear it. Say it again. Say it again.
You're leaving a legacy to feed and fuel the future. We get so like Travis Michelle, she literally said it. She said many of us, and I think it's the African American community, we think legacy, we think, oh, when I die.
Right.
No, you have to start that thing now. Right now, because you have to feed and fuel all of the people coming behind you. Our Harriet Tubmans, our grandmothers, our great grandmothers, they didn't think about when they died. They were like, what am I going to build now? What am I going to teach them now so that when I am gone, they can stand up on their own? You know, they taught us how to, I think back to my grandmother, she would take me to the farm and I would say, I'm not playing in no dirt. I'm not, that's not what I want to do. I'm a girly girl, I'm not playing in no dirt. But what she was teaching me was how to cultivate the soul, how to grow my own food, how to be able to enjoy nature, how to recognize that, hey, if time get hard, guess what? You know how to grow some potatoes. You know how to get some tomatoes. You know how to grow some corn. You know how to go over here and get this cow. You know what it does. See, that's what legacy is. It's bringing that thing to life and letting it live before you die. We got it twisted. We got it completely twisted.
I mean, you know, you both of you ladies are just dropping just so many just gems, and I'm also mindful of, so as I said, I work in corporate America. I work in the legal industry, right, in New York City. So put that all together. New York City industry, the legal industry, and in my role, I'm a training development professional. I'm the only African American in my role in the legal industry. Okay, I've been doing this a little bit over 30 years. Okay, so I know what I do and I do it well. However, the reason why it's so important, you know, even as it relates to legacy, that now is the time, because I'm in a space. So, you know, when the situation happened with when George Floyd, the racial issues that were going on in the world, because the whole entire world was affected, right? It wasn't just the United States. They were protesting all around the country. And so, and as it relates to, you know, being in corporate America, I have, like I said, now, I've always had the spirit of Harriet Tubman, okay? So I'm going to keep it real, okay? So I've always been fighting the good fight, okay? I've always been speaking up, okay? Oh, yeah, I've been freeing my people, okay? And I remember there would be so many of my Black sisters, okay, who would be in the workplace and they would be saying to me, DI, you know, you got to stop that. You can't be, writing those memos. They're going to fire you. And I said, they're going to have to do what they're going to have to do. Okay, because it is what it is. I'm not going to be quiet. I'm going to speak up what they're doing. If there's disparity with pay or whatever, if I saw some injustices going on, no. And because I worked in the law, I understand. I knew what the law was. So come for me. They didn't want to do that. Come for me. I wasn't an attorney, but I knew the law. Okay, and so as I think about legacy. And so now I've been fighting this good fight. I've been fighting for my sisters and my brothers in the workplace. I'm going from law firm to law firm. But now I think about the legacy. So now I'm actually, God is funny. God got jokes because I'm actually working in the law firm where I have raised some complaints against some of the owners of the firm and the attorneys who think that they got, who now God had, because of what happened with George Floyd, that now I'm on a race and relations task force, that now they are learning from me. They are sitting at my feet. They are learning from me. So now is the time. So as part of my legacy, they will know now and later. They will know that she stood up, she stands up, she speaks up, and she shows all the way up because of the God that I serve. And so I know that God raised me up for a time such as this, and even as it relates to legacy, because I never thought that I would ever be in a position in corporate America that they would be listening to me, that I would have the opportunity to change their minds because of conversation. Because I was bold enough to stand up and speak up and say, I need you to look through my eyes. I need you to understand why I perceive what you're saying to me is offensive. Mm-hmm. I need you to understand that I believe that you're no better than me. Now, you may be an attorney and I may be in technology, but guess what? You need me to do what you do. I know my value. I know my worth. And so when I think about now is the time and about legacy, I'm living my legacy. And we all have to take stock. We all have a responsibility to live this legacy. Now is the time. Those words are so powerful. Now is the time. It's our time. It's my time. It's your time, Tiffany. And it's Travis Michelle's time. Now is the time. And so let me ask you both this question. Travis, Michelle, what would be the one thing that you are doing now that's going to affect your later?
The one thing I'm doing now that's going to affect my later is that I decided to take charge of my financial freedom. I have decided to do something about it instead of just talk about it. I have decided that my business is going to promote me financially as the CEO of my company, so that I do not have to rely on any other resources, that I will be financially independent, that I am. Because we have to manifest.
Come on, you gotta
Sometimes
speak
talk
it.
about what I want, right? I said 2021 is no more about, well, when will I, and I'm going to. I am.
Speak it.
I am speaking it into existence now. It has already occurred. That's something that my grandparents taught me. Speak what it is that you want. See it, even if you don't know how you're going to get there. But see, I know that since God is my pilot, he has my back, he has my side, my top, my bottom. So I don't have to worry how I'm going to get there because it's already done. He said, it's already done. He said, I will set a table before your enemies, right? So all of those folks that didn't believe in me, didn't think I could, wanted to talk about me, that's okay. Because you're going to come to me and say, I need you. And, I'm not going to ignore them. I'm not going to be harsh. I'm going to smile because I don't have to say, I told you so. And I'm going to help them. Because the more you give, the more you receive. We have to stop thinking that, well, if I share a little too much, then they're going to take it. Nobody can tell my story like me. Nobody else lived my story. Nobody else has what is for me. Because when God says it's for you, it does not matter. I have been offered jobs, but I was like, I didn't get my master's yet, and I'm a Black woman. So come on, that's not going to be, I'll go on the interview, God, because, it was an opportunity. And I got hired on the spot because it was for me.
It was for you.
Right? So being able to walk in my purpose, stand in my purpose. Because I think we're walking, so we're always moving. But sometimes we just have to stop. We have to stand. We have to stand when we can't do anything else. And Donnie McClurkin says, all I could do was just stand. Yes. While the winds are going, while the rain is coming, while people are throwing daggers at us, we're dodging, but you stand. You have to stand solid. You have to stand firm. You have to dig in. Tiffany, you talk about the farm, and my grandparents, came from the South too. Barefoot, you dig your foot in the soil, right? Become a root so that you are a rock. So that I can stand on the rock called Jesus. That's what I'm just saying here, because I can't talk about my journey. I can't talk about my testimony. I can't share my story without first giving honor to God. Because, I'm not self-made. I know some of y'all think you're self-made. I hear you, but I'm God-made.
Yes.
So that is one thing. The time is now. The time is now for us to share. When we saw the injustices, everybody saw it from around the world. It couldn't be ignored anymore.
No.
This is our opportunity. We have to seize it. We are seizing it. And we have to make sure that we continue to stand sure-footed, right? Those from the South, y'all know what I'm talking about. You got to be sure-footed. Not, let me see what the latest shoes are and slide in my red bottoms. No. You need to have your foot planted solid so that your legacy grows out from you, that you're able to help other people, your branches, so that you can bear that fruit. Because once you can give someone a fish and they'll eat, right?
Listen.
But if you teach them how to fish, they will eat for a lifetime.
Teach them. Come on.
So I am able to leave generational wealth for my family and their family and their family. Oh, don't get me started now, because now is the time.
Now is the time. Come on, Travis, Michelle, come on, Tiffany. Now is the time. So what will be the one thing that you will do now that will affect your later?
This is the one thing that I've been challenged to do since taking that entrepreneurial journey. And it's just one that I think we all can attest to. And that is to show up. Even if I'm shaking, even if I'm not sure, even if the finances aren't there, even if the cheerleaders aren't there, even if the family's not there, even if the business contacts aren't there, I'm going to show up. I'm going to teach people the importance of showing up, because there's something about when you show up. They understand when you show up that you mean business and that you are seizing that very moment. They understand when you show up that you saying, oh, this is my time right now. Like, I don't care what I did to get here. I'm here now. And now that I'm here, I'm going to give you everything that I have. I'm going to give you the best of who I am and the best of what I have. So I believe that one thing is showing up. Even if you're shaking at your knees, show up anyway. Even if you didn't get to have the makeup slayed, show up anyway. Even if in the back of your mind, the little minions are talking, show up anyway, because I guarantee you, because you are God's daughters, are God's sons, he's with you. And all he wants you to do is take that one step of faith and show up, because he's already there. And the victory's already given to us. See, that's the thing. The enemy wants to stop us from showing up, because he's like, if they don't show up, the game is out. The game is over. But once we show up and God meets us at the show up, game is victorious. The opponents can leave the building. You have been dismissed at that point. So I'm going to teach people, when you show up, you declare that the time is now, because you're saying, you know what? It's my moment. I'm showing up. God is with me. He's for me. He's already given me the victory. I don't even care what comes in the midst of it. I'm here. Now what?
Listen. Now is the time. Now is the time. If you don't know that now is the time, when you finish looking at this, because now is the time. Because we didn't drop some stuff on you that you can't do nothing but accept that now is the time. Now is the time. And so we're going to wrap up. And so what I want to hear your ending thoughts for those who are who are joining in with us to share. What are your thoughts, your ending thoughts, as it relates to now is the time? Travis, Michelle?
Thank you again for this great opportunity. It's so important that we have a platform to speak on, because now is the time. But more than talking, now is the time for action. Now is the time, we sit back and we have our degrees, and right, we have our positions, and we can talk. But talk is cheap. We have to walk the talk. Now is the time, boots to the ground. Now is the time, okay, you voted. Now is the time to know who your local officers are. Now is the time to speak to that young man, that young woman, and give them your jewels. Tell them your story. You don't have to tell them everything. And so they may have a little attitude. Big deal. You're bigger than that. You're still planting the seed. Now is the time to acknowledge who you are. Now is the time to stop looking over in somebody else's garden and see what they're growing and start fertilizing you. Self-care, your mental well-being, because hurt people. Stop bleeding on other people. Now is the time to say, it's okay to not be okay, but I'm going to get some help. Now is the time for you to stand up against, all odds. Now is the time to reach out to those people that you would normally reach out to and say, you know what? I have some information for you. I can help you. Now is the time to stop listening to what everybody is saying in society, that we don't stick together as a Black community. Now is the time to change that narrative. But that narrative starts with you. So you can go out and we can be all of these things, but if your house is messy, how can you really help someone else? Now is the time for self-evaluation. And then the next step, to work on it, to put it into action. Now is the time for action. We saw last year what was going on. It hasn't stopped. We can't stop. Don't get tired. Take some protein shakes, get some exercise in, but we can't stop. You have to continue. Now is the time for your future. Now is the time, because we're laying the groundwork. Our ancestors, they put the work in. They gave us the roadmap. Yes. We forgot what the roadmap was because we wanted to be like other people, because we want, oh, let me look over there and see what they have. When we have so much, we have everything that we need. Black woman, Black man.
Yes.
You have purpose. Even if you don't think you have purpose, you are alive, you are here. Now is the time.
Yes.
To dream bigger than your thoughts and let your thoughts be bigger than your dreams.
Thank you so much. Now is the time. Travis Michelle, now is the time. Come on, Tiffany, bring us home. Now is the time. Give us your ending thoughts. Now is the time.
Now is the time for us to do 3 things. To show up, which I talked about previously. To stand up. Travis Michelle talked about that. She talked about that in a couple of questions. You know, we need to stand up for what's right.
Right.
We know what's been done wrong. Now it's brought to the light on a global scale. We need to stand up for that and not back down. People may not understand it. They may not receive it, but we still need to stand up. And then the third thing we need to do is we need to serve. Jesus served. You know, I had to challenge myself as an entrepreneur and understand that even when I make it, as I've made it, I still need to serve. I need to give back. I need to pour into where I came from. Because, you know, I came from this little country town and I was so ready to leave and go to the big city. And now I run back to that place where I get my grounding and my footing and I serve. You know, it's a running joke. Don't tell people I'm home because they'll ask me to do something. But I serve because it's important. So I need people to understand. You have to show up. You have to stand up and you have to serve. And how you do these things is with authenticity. Stop trying to be somebody else. God created you uniquely. He designed your DNA just for you. You don't have to look like anybody else. You don't have to sound like anybody else. Your platform doesn't have to align like everybody else's, because what he has for you is for you. So you need to be authentic and you need to be bold. God says he hasn't given us a spirit of fear, but of love, peace, and a sound mind. So let's be bold as we're doing the showing up, the standing up, and the serving. And then the final way to do that thing and bring it home is with clarity. Get you some quiet time. Get you a journal. Zoom in and listen, because the thing is, purpose is in us. It was already put in us. We're walking out the birthing process of that thing unfolding and becoming one whole picture, right? So we're birthing it out in phases, right? Trimester number 1, trimester number 2, trimester number 3. So as we are birthing this thing out, we need to understand. We need to do it authentic. Help me with the word, y'all. Authentically, that's it. Because the problem is we looking over here at how she did it. But see, her purpose and her journey doesn't fit your purpose and your journey. So if we are not authentic and we're not bold and we're not getting clarity, we trying to seize up a journey that we're not even fit for, because we're looking at how she did it. Your 3 trimesters are not going to align with anybody else's trimesters. It's just not going to work that way. because you're not birthing the same baby. You're birthing a whole nother baby. So I need people to understand, show up, stand up, serve, do it with authenticity, with boldness and clarity, and watch God blow your mind.
Come on. Absolutely. There's some powerful, now is the time gems. That's what I'm going to call it. Now is the time gems that has been dropped here. And I want to say that for me, now is the time. I'm going to leave you with this. So now is the time. You talked about, Tiffany, you talked about, showing up, right? You talked about speaking up, serving, right? Travis Michelle, you talked about, the legacy and what you walking, you're living your legacy now, right? And as we continue to move forward. And so what I want to share, what I want to leave the audience, as well as you two beautiful, amazing women with, is that now is the time for us to change the picture. So there's a quote that I often say, and it's so fitting for here. And the quote is, it's my quote, change the picture, your performance will change, and then your profits change. Now is the time to change the picture and how you see yourself. Now is the time to change the picture in your mind to how God sees you and or that business. Now is the time to change the picture. Now is the time to change the picture, because I promise you, when you change the picture now, your performance will change. And it's then that your profits change. But if we don't seize this opportunity to change the picture at this time, now is the time. If we do not take this opportunity, the now time, to change the picture and how we see ourselves, to change the picture and how we show up, to change the picture and how we speak up, to change the picture and how we serve. If we don't take this time and seize this amazing time, now is the time, my sisters and brothers. Now is the time. Take the time to change the picture. It's just like when those of you who look at TV, right? You look at TV and you're looking at a picture, but you say, you know what? I don't want to look at that anymore. You're going to change the channel. And what happens? When you change the channel, the picture changes. Well, I'm going to need you to change the channel now. I'm going to need you to change the picture now. I promise you. God gave me this. Change the picture. Your performance will change. Then, and only then, will your profits change. Thank you. Now is the time. So, I want you ladies to share, how can people connect with you? Share with, how can people connect with you? Because like I said, you dropped some amazing now is the time gems, okay? Listen, if I wasn't on here with y'all, I surely would be connecting, okay? Because I want to hear some more. I would want to know, okay? How can I stay connected to these amazing women who talk about now is the time? So Tiffany, how can the audience connect with you?
You can connect with me on my website at tiffanyreasley.com and on all social media platforms at Tiffany R. Easley.
Thank you. Travis Michelle.
Well, you can connect with me on Instagram, and I'm also on Facebook and at Travis Michelle. You can also email me at info@travismichelle.com.
Awesome, awesome. And I am Donna Izzard. And you can connect with me through the unstoppableblackwoman.com or on Facebook, the Unstoppable Black Woman Circle, and also on Instagram. Thank you, thank you, thank you, ladies. You are absolutely amazing. Thank you so very much for just dropping the gems that you dropped. This was an amazing conversation. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the BU Butterfly Effect Room. I am Andrea, the Chocolate Butterfly, the workshop facilitator and CEO transformer, here to help you in 3 steps to get from victory to, I need to do that again. Hi, I'm Andrea, the Chocolate Butterfly. I am here to help you go from victory. What's wrong with me? I'm doing it again. Okay. Let me take a breath. Hi, I'm Andrea. I am here as the Chocolate Butterfly, the workshop facilitator and the CEO transformer to help you in 3 steps to go from vision to victory. Come join me. So I want to tell you a story about me. I was the person who achieved at being normal. I achieved at being okay. So I was going through life and everything was okay. My world was literally okay. I had a wonderful job. I had a wonderful family, a wonderful life. My rent was paid, my car note was paid, everything was okay. And so I stayed in that boat and I stayed afloat in my world of being okay. But inside, I wanted more. I watched other people, literally. I watched them go from dreams coming true and visions being realized and helping them share their victories. And I realized I was not sharing my victories. I was just being okay. Have you been in that state? Are you in that state? I believe that we've all been there where our family is okay, our spouse is okay, our children are okay, our jobs are okay. But it came to the point where I got overwhelmed at work. It was like one of those weeks where you've worked overtime, you had to do other people's work, you had to just appease a lot of people and still make sure my family was okay, my lifestyle was okay. And I literally wanted to be able to tell people when they ask me, how you doing, Andrea? To say, I'm okay. And I got so good at it that I achieved it. I achieved being mediocre. So today I am calling you out because I know you want more. I see that you have these big dreams because you're here today. You're here at a Black Iconic virtual conference. That takes a lot because if you clicked on here today, that means you wanted to see what is it about this BU butterfly that will help me. So I'm here to get you through. But I don't want you to be sitting there saying, but I see other people celebrating and I'm just achieving. Okay. I see you. So today I'm here as the chocolate butterfly to let you know your caterpillar stage is over. See, everybody wants to become the beautiful butterfly, but nobody wants to be that caterpillar. They all want to achieve and they want everybody to see them achieve, but they don't want to do the work. And I talked to a mentor and he told me, he said, what doesn't go on sale is the hard work that it takes to get you to your victory. So I'm asking you to join me and be willing. Do not be conformed to this world of being okay. You can break out, you can transform by the renewing of your mind, like it says in Romans 12:2. You can declare your caterpillar stage is over. So today, I'm imploring you to take this journey and allowing me to take this journey with you. That's what we do here at the Butterfly Effect. We transform you from vision to victory. It, it, it's easy to say, but it's easier to do. So I'm asking you to just step out on faith, and use our butterfly formula to get you to where you are putting on your crown. You can be that woman in that picture. You can be that victorious one. You can have those celebrations, but you have to be willing to step out on faith. So now that we determined that your caterpillar stage is over and you're no longer crawling through life just trying to figure things out, you're no longer at that stage. But when you were at that crawling stage, before you learned how to walk as a child, as a toddler, you had to learn. You crawled, you got where you needed to go. I remember my daughter literally scooting up the steps because she couldn't walk up the steps. I know you get it. So she would scoot backwards up the steps. And that's what we do through life. We are scooting up backwards. So I'm going to tell you to turn around, face me, and let's walk this together. So now that you're no longer crawling, how do we get from crawling to walking, right? So crawling is a stage where you learn. You get your ABCs and your 1, 2, 3s down. So I want to go back to that time when you learned those things. So when you were 6, 7, and 8, what did you want to be? Well, I'm gonna give you a chance to get a piece of paper and I want you to write down at least 2 things that you can think of. Because I know I had like 2 or 3 things that I wanted to be when I was 6, 7, and 8, right? I wanted to be a lawyer. I wanted to be a singer, and I wanted to be like a screenwriter. I wanted to write big. I had these big aspirations, right? So I did not become a lawyer, but I did go to law school, and I found out that was not my path. But there was reasons why for each one of those things that I wanted to be, and one of those occupations that I wanted to obtain, what it was about them that attracted Andrea. So before I became the butterfly, I was Andrea. So Andrea at 6, 7, and 8, she wanted to be an attorney because she wanted to be able to advocate for others and be knowledgeable. So, like I said, I went to law school, so I have the knowledge. I also still advocate for others. I advocate for others and making sure that they understand that their dreams can come true. That is what I do. And that's why I wanted to be that. The other part of being an attorney that I liked, which is goes into the other areas and the other 2 occupations that I wanted to be when I grew up, was that I wanted to perform. I love singing. I love going, like I told you, that road of just being okay, that ordinary you just won't do. That is what I like doing. I like taking words and using them to help others. So there is something about those, whether you wanted to be a superhero, you wanted to be a superhero because you wanted to be there to help someone else in their time of need. You may have wanted to be a doctor and you didn't become a doctor because you wanted to heal people. So you can pray for people and they can get healed. So there are different reasons why you wanted to be what you wanted to be at age 6, 7, and 8. That is how you establish crawling. Because now you have a focus. Because the first step, the first secret that I'm going to share you, tell nobody, but the first secret I'm going to share with you is you have to have a vision. So before I created the BU butterfly effect, I had to have a vision. What does this look like? What is it that I want to accomplish with this? So it may be that you do want to be that lawyer. So you need to know the steps to get there. You need to know that you need to finish your high school diploma. Then you need to go to go to college for 4 years, graduate, and then you need to take the LSAT. Then you need to go apply for law school. Then you need to graduate from law school. It seems obvious, but these are the things that people don't think about. And then you take your bar examination, and bam, in 7 steps, you are a lawyer. 7, that is godly completion. 7. And that's the steps it takes to get to be an attorney. And so you need to be able to do that with each project, each goal, each occupation, each dream, and each vision. So we're going to go back to dreaming, because I don't want you to keep being a dreamer. I want you to be a visionary. The first step is to have a vision. See, dreamers, they dream and they dream and they dream, and they want things to come true, but they never do the work. They just keep dreaming. I'm not going to tell you how many times I sat there watching other people do what they do and go where they go and accomplish what they're accomplishing while I sat there dreaming. I literally sat there that same week I was talking about, sat there dreaming. That weekend before that, I had wrote down all my dreams, all my visions, and I said, I'm going to work my plan. But you guessed it, Monday morning, I was back at work and I was exhausted. But I was okay because all my bills was paid. My family was okay. You know the drill. We just went through it. And so I got to that Friday and I thought my supervisor, she called me in her office. I thought she was calling me in there for, a pat on the back. Good job, Andrea. Good job. And she, instead of giving me a promotion, I got a termination. I used that as my motivation to push past my circumstances. My circumstances was I didn't have my stable paycheck. I did not know where uh, what my next job was. So I was now not okay. You guessed it. But it was one thing that she said to me. She said, "We see the leader in you, and you're such an awesome leader. And unfortunately, we have to release you so that you can be more than okay. So today, I'm going to release you from being okay." So now that you have a vision, now you can walk the vision. So to walk the vision is where you learn all of the things. So you do those other 6 steps and you transform into what everybody is trying to obtain, that beauty of being the butterfly. And this is the way I create a butterfly. If I don't want to draw it, or I want people to get that. So this is the butterfly sign. This is our sign that we're okay. Notice that there's 2 okays put it together, and it's the butterfly. So you have that opportunity to now connect with a network of people that can help you and push you to where you're trying to go. So today you walk as the royal kings and queens that you are. This year I was crowned Miss American Ambassador 2021. And I received all of these beautiful crowns, and that's part of the picture that you saw a few months ago, where I literally put my crown on for everyone to see. I want you to walk around like your crown is on, and everyone can see it. So I'm calling you to be you, butterfly, because you sometimes you have to crawl before you walk, and then before you can fly, you have to learn, and that takes time. So I have the flight plan for you. So in the flight plan, it's our special butterfly effect. It's just a special gift. I'm not selling it. It's free. You can have it. You can use it. You can throw it in the trash, but I'm going to provide it. So BU butterfly effect will give you those steps to take you from vision to vision. Because God is calling you to be the Black iconic king and queen that you are. And today I'm offering you the opportunity to crawl before you walk and walk before you fly. Because you have something in you. And if you notice in this picture, I chose this as one of my symbols of the butterfly effect because it shows different colors. We all bring something different to the table. We all have that in us to make sure that the next person will be okay. So in our network, what we do is we offer something that we can do for somebody else. It could be read a story to their child because they need an hour break. But I always encourage everybody, each one teach one, each one reach one. So it's something that you have that somebody else needs, and it's something that they have that you need. So I need you to connect with people. And that's what we do in my group, in our butterfly tribe. I like to call it the BU butterfly tribe because we all help each other and we connect it and we create a different type of world. And notice that this is kind of a world, but it has breaks, so it sprouts. So today I am breaking you free because you were in your cocoon where you were walking and learning, and now you're going to burst a beautiful life. So please connect with us. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and we would love to help you get to your victory stage. But today, I hope that I said something that, number one, remember, you must have a vision. Number two, you must push through, you must persevere and get to that point where you don't care about what someone else says, what someone else does, but you are focused, laser focused in on what you want. And it's okay to celebrate with others, but they should be able to celebrate with you. And then number three, you're victorious. You're flying. You're flying and you're showing people who you really are and your true colors. And I am Andrea, the Chocolate Butterfly Williams, and this has been the BU Butterfly.
Felt like there was more to your life or there was something holding you back? Or just perhaps you feel like you've reached a plateau and you're just stuck not knowing what to do next. Well, you see, I've been there and I can tell you it is not a happy place. So let me take you on my journey, which I call wisdom on finding you. See, obtaining wisdom has always been a personal quest in my life because I read that it is the principal thing. So what is wisdom? People ask. Well, it's the ability to think and act using knowledge and experience and understanding, common sense and insight. You see, while searching for wisdom in my personal life, I went through some experiences that cultivated this gift. One experience was when I was 14 years old. But before I share that experience with you, let me just share a little bit about my story and even how did I come up with wisdom on finding you. Well, you see, we lived in Detroit, Michigan on Blaine Street. And my dad, Mr. JoJo, worked for the post office, and my mom, Miss Phoebe, she was a part-time cook. You see, we didn't have much money, but we had a whole lot of love. See, my dad, he was an alcoholic, but he was a worker. And when he was sober, this man was so intelligent and he was so funny. And then my mom, on the other hand, she was just a church woman who trusted and believed in God. And everyone in our neighborhood referred to her as Miss Phoebe. You know why? Because she loved and cared for anyone who stepped in our home. You know, she would feed them, she would clean them, she would listen to their stories, and then she would pray for them. She instilled principles in each of her children, Sharon, Ricky, Donna, myself, Linda, Kim, and Joanna. And we still hold on to those things she taught us to this day. Well, you see, I'm the middle child who always felt a little different. Have you ever felt a little different from the people you were surrounded by? Well, then my story, it's your story. You see, I was a reader and I lost myself in the books that I read. I would go to the library and sit and read for hours and hours. You know, it was my happy place. I dreamt of places I had never been. I dreamt of living in a beautiful home with matching towels and washcloths and matching sheet sets and comforter sets, eating off of china and drinking from a real glass and not a jelly jar. I hope somebody know what I'm talking about. I dreamt of wanting more than what I saw on Blaine Street. And even though I appreciate growing up on Blaine Street, my neighborhood was filled with people who, what I would say, not accepted in our societal community. But I had a drive in me. And I was not sure that it was even realistic, but it didn't stop me from dreaming. You see, even though I felt a little different, I really did love my brothers and sisters. And, you know, we had a lot of fun together. We had principles and standards of living that bonded us forever. My family has always been a great support system for me. Well, you see, one year, my mother purchased a Chatty Cathy doll for me. Chatty Cathy, she was my best friend. See, I could tell her all about my dreams and she believed them. She believed them with me. And I didn't have to worry about her stepping on my dreams or even speaking anything negative about them. You know how it feels when you share your dreams and your goals with people you care about and they just don't get it. Well, my Chatty Cathy doll, she was my go-to. I could rehearse my speech and tell my dreams to her, my goals freely without any interruptions from her. You know, we all need a space like that. I'm sure you do. Well, one day I was walking to school by myself and halfway there, someone shot me in the head with a BB gun. And it hit me right above my right eye. Well, I didn't pass out then. And I was able to get to school and I was able to get to our school nurse and she called my dad and my mom and they came to get me. But it was at that point that my mom made a decision about my life that would pivot me into my dreams. My mom decided to relocate me to her oldest sister, my Aunt Claire and her husband, my Uncle Lewis, that lived in Los Angeles, California. I barely knew them. But my mom had spoken, and that was the end of that story. In my mind, I was thinking, how could she disconnect me from my brother and my sisters? I mean, I was only 14 years old. Who was going to be my friend? Because I had to leave Chatty Cathy in Detroit. Why did I have to be separated from my brothers and my sisters? I had so many questions running through my mind unanswered. Do you have unanswered questions running through your mind about your life? Well, just continue to listen to my story. See, this was the pivoting point that made me reach into myself and begin to ask myself some questions about what I really wanted out of this life and what was my purpose on being here. Well, see, I arrived in Los Angeles to live with my Aunt Clara and my Uncle Lewis, and they welcomed me into their home. And their grown children, Renee, Denise, and Darnell, you see, they accepted me like I was their little sister. It was truly such a welcoming experience for me. See, my Aunt Clara and my Uncle Lewis, they lived in this beautiful home. They had a lifestyle that I dreamt about. My Aunt Claire had all the things I dreamt of having one day. She had the matching sheets and matching towels and washcloths. You know, she had some real glasses and plates and silverware. I felt I could learn so much from her, and I did. It was part of my journey for wisdom on finding you. Well, my Uncle Lewis had a sister, and her name was Eula McClady, and we called her Auntie Bai. Well, she had become a multi-millionaire as a Black female single-parent mom with a 6th grade education. You see, I never dreamt I would actually be meeting someone like her ever. It was so over the top for this 14-year-old young girl from the ghetto of Detroit. Well, one day, Auntie Bai came by the house and she purchased a Black Mercedes Benz and she wanted to show it to the family. I remember asking her if she would take me for a ride in it. You see, at that time, being from Detroit, the only luxury car I had ever seen or been in was a Cadillac. So this car was like nothing I had ever seen or ridden in before. So while riding in her car, I went, wow, this car feels like it's gliding on the street. When I grow up, I'm going to get a car like this. She kindly asked me the question, do you really want to know what it takes to get something like this? And I said, yes, tell me. And her words were, if you were really, really hard and you do right by people and you love God with all your heart, you can have anything you want. Her words resonated in my spirit and my mind, and I thought, oh, I can do that. I just didn't know how hard I would have to work to get it. But believe me, when you do, it's worth every drop of sweat. Well, as I became an adult, there were still some questions lingering about who I was and where was I really going. So I had to face some things about my past head on. I needed to discover some things about myself. I had to erase the negativity that I was feeling from feeling abandoned, isolated, and rejected. I had to grow up and mature. And I had to replace those things with some positive vibes and some positive words and action and come up with a plan to move forward. And lastly, I had to remember the wisdom that I learned from it so I would not keep repeating the same cycle over and over again. Well, if you're like me, I've got some good news for you. All you have to do is do what I did. Face it, erase it, replace it, and discover the wisdom you've learned from it. See, I'm a living witness that ceilings break. Mental and emotional freedom occurs as you look back over your life at each stage and be truthful to yourself. See, wisdom awaits you to find who you really want to be, but you've got to look for it. This is called wisdom on finding you. So if you're like me, I need you to contact me at maryhouseministries.org. And you can find out more information on wisdom on finding you. For the ladies in the house, I have a phenomenal workshop that's called Esther's Court. So again, go to maryhouseministries.org and find out more. When you say, I found you on the BlackCEO iconic station or on their website or on their event, I'll send you a free gift. I know there's women and men like me who simply need to face it, erase it, replace it, and discover the wisdom that you've learned from each step and each cycle of your life so that you can be all that you were meant to be. Thank you.
What's going on, Black and Iconic? This is Ritchie Thomas, a soldier's coach, America's #1 military speaker, and these are your final marching orders. So let me take you back to 2008. I'm in Atlanta. I'm in the heart of the hood on Old National and Gobby Road. Shout out to Old Nasty. I'm in the flea market of all flea markets, the discount mall, where there's, aromas of catfish, incense, and other earthly tones. And I'm sitting there arguing with the local shopkeep over a pair of $50 knockoff Jordans with a friend of mine, when the smash hit summer song of the year comes on by Gorilla Zoe. That song. Boom. That beat, right? So when the song comes on, I turn to my friend and go, yo, that's my song. That beat is ridiculous. And my friend, without any hesitation, looks to me with a straight face and goes, yo, that's my song, because that's all I am. I ain't nothing but a hood nigga. It's not what he said, it was how he said it. He said it as if it was a matter of fact, science. And I knew that instantly, y'all, I was in a sunken place. So I knew 3 things when he said that. It hit me in my mind, body, and soul. But really what struck me was, 1, we gotta stop quoting rappers, all right? Stop taking life advice from people who suck at life. Kanye told you who he was with his first album, all right? Jeez. The second is, we never outperform our own self-image. See, my friend didn't see himself as a soldier, a man of God, a husband, father, a millionaire in the making. He told you who he was. And it really hit me. Because birds of a feather, right? And the third biggest thing hit me was, damn, like how far I had fallen. You see, the reason I was in the flea market buying fake Jordans, I was in a different army. I had been 15 months since I transitioned out of the army, military, active duty, airborne. And I was there that day because I was in a different army, the army of the unemployed. You see, little did I realize I was part of a bigger story going on. There are 5 big issues, Black and Iconic, 5 big issues in the veteran community that go as follows. The first big issue is unemployment, before, during, and even after COVID-19. I'll get to why in a bit. The second biggest issue is mental health, depression and anxiety, which often lead to suicide. The third biggest issue is homelessness. The fourth and the fifth are physical injury and lack of education. Now for today's talk, I only have time to jump in the first 3, so let's dive a little deeper. So why was I in the sunken place in a flea market buying fake Jordans? You see, when I transitioned out of the military, I was really told I was going to be a soldier for life, a soldier, a fighter, a warrior, which is cool because that's who I was. But we're not giving any final marching orders to be successful after we exit the military. And soldiers was like, yo, you give orders or you follow orders. You give orders or you follow orders. But there's no final marching orders. And we're trained to see ourselves and sell ourselves and brand ourselves to the marketplace as soldiers. And soldiers don't get hired. Business professionals do. Hence why when we go to a business owner or a CEO, we say, hey, business, help me hire me. It wasn't until I changed the way I think. Like I had to stop listening to, Dr. Dre and started listening to Dr. Dennis Kimbrough. Like, yo, stop asking the business to help you hire you and switch it up and say, hey, how can I help this business? I had to mentally transition from seeing myself and selling myself and branding myself as a soldier to mentally transition to see myself and sell myself and brand myself as a business professional that I really am. You're not a soldier, you're a business professional. But we were trained for the combat battlefield. We were not trained for the economic battlefield. That's why this issue will go on for a long time, even after COVID, because we are trained for one area, but not the real area outside of the uniform. You can't wear the uniform forever, soldier. The second biggest issue is the hardest one. But let me pause on that one. Let me go to number 3. I'm going to go to number 3 is the homeless issue. See, homelessness blows me away because literally every soldier who exits the military has rights to a VA home loan. You can literally take a home loan, veterans, and no money down and buy a house. No one told me, yo, why don't you buy a rental property? Why don't you buy a place that has a duplex, a triplex, or a quadplex? I didn't even know this was a thing when I got out. You can't be what you can't see. So it's like, yo, you might lose your job, but you won't lose your home because you could live in one unit and rent out the others. How do I know this? Black and Iconic, I just bought an apartment complex in America for not even $90,000 a year using my VA home loan. It's not a flex. It's not for me. It's for my great-grandchildren. And I was like, damn, why doesn't every veteran house hack before they exit the military? It's genius. Live in one unit, rent out the others. It's called house hack. Use your VA home loan. It's there for a reason. The second biggest issue I'm going to go back to, kind of reverse order, is the hardest one. So they literally say that half the country is mental illness. They said that half the country suffers from depression, the other half suffers from anxiety, both which can lead to suicide. So we have a fear of the past and a fear of the future. Tomorrow ain't even got here yet, and you're already worried about it. You can't let go of what happened last childhood, last decade, last week, last month, last deployment, last marriage. We can't let it go. We're not trained to. They literally say in America, the 3 hardest things for adults to say is I love you, I'm sorry, and I need help. Those are all signs of weakness. So when we have stress and struggle, we're not taught how to deal with them. So we're self-taught how to self-soothe. Give you a great story, great point here. When I was 18, the Army sent an 18-year-old boy into a man's war. I was sent to Bagram, Afghanistan, the heart of the war on terror. And after 6 months of deployment, I get back. They had us all speak with the chaplain. He hit us with the Lord's Prayer, gave us his business card, said, y'all feeling any type of way, emotional distress? Give me a call. We say, cool. Not even an hour after meeting with him, me and a group of guys go to the nearest on-base liquor store. Someone bought us a bottle of Hennessy and a 12-pack of Miller High Life, the champagne and beers, and said, I know y'all just got back from a war zone. Walk it off, soldier, but also drink it off. You in the Army now, you be all right. Hit us with the wink and the gun. I was like, yo, what is it with America and just like pacifying poison? Like, it's amazing to me. Like, there's this issues of like, you know, we're all addicted to something like TV or cigarettes or drinks or whatever, escapism, right? Like, little did I know, like, at that time, but as I look back and reflect, I was like, wow, you know, mental illness leads to suicide, but I'm like, well, why? And how bad is it? They literally say that 14 veterans commit suicide every day. 14. There's 365 days in a year. I did the research for you. Just since 9/11, we've lost 98,000 veterans to suicide. 98,000. That's a small city. Maybe a big city, right? In the last 5 wars, y'all, going back to Vietnam, both wars in Iraq, war in Afghanistan, and invasion of Panama, we've lost 68,000 in troops in combat. 68,000 in combat, 98,000 to suicide. So the enemy is in Iraq. No, the enemy is in Afghanistan. No. The enemy is south of the border. Build the wall. Keep the enemy out. Enemy's out there. What if the enemy is inside? Like, little did I know that you, me, we all have a hole in our heart in the shape of our struggle. So whoever hurt you, broke you, molded you, whatever situation or circumstance, sometimes they don't leave their fingerprints on you, they leave their heart print on you. And there's literally like a silhouette of that person or that situation or that circumstance. So we then fill that hole, whatever makes us feel good. Sometimes it's a Louis Vuitton collection. Sometimes it's the right clothes, cars. Sometimes it's liquor. Sometimes it's Newport cigarettes, or maybe a little something stronger. In America, we don't teach you how to deal with fulfillment. We teach you how to deal with finances. So we teach kids from the ground up, hey, go chase success, salary. Don't chase fulfillment. They literally, school is wild to me here. Like, they'll teach you go to school for years. I got a PhD, I got a master's, I got all this. They'll teach you how to educate your head, but they never teach you how to educate your heart. Add to that the deployment and the lifestyle of a soldier. Recipe for disaster. We are literally trained for the combat battlefield. As soldiers, we are not trained for the mental, emotional, and spiritual battlefield. How do I know this? Because 98,000 troops have committed suicide. That's not my opinion, right? So, and I realize that people fail without a framework. We struggle without a system. So what's the system? What's the solution here? So what I do as a soldier's coach, my goal is this. Anytime I meet with a group of soldiers at Fort Bragg, Fort Hood, Fort Drum, wherever you guys are, MacDill, you lucky bastards stationed in Hawaii, or really lucky ones in Italy, I get you to write down your life plan, pencil and paper. Who are you? Where are you? Are you in a flea market buying fake Jordans? Where do you want to go? But who do you need to be, like, grow into? Who's the man or who's the woman you need to become to, like, get to this place you haven't even defined yet? Because I didn't. So I was in a flea market buying fake Jordans. So my framework is called the Rule of 168, and it's pretty simple. But before I get into that, you need to understand the biggest myth in America. And the biggest myth in America is this: there's 40 hours in a week. Because every Friday at 5 o'clock, there's a national stampede. Half the country runs to the nearest Mexican restaurant, right? Happy hour. The other half of the country runs to the couch to Netflix and chill, or Netflix and numb. Because we don't like the life we've built, so we just hide from it. The Rule of 168 says this, y'all. I want you to take inventory of every area of your life. Your finances, relationships. That might just be spouse, but kids, maybe your relationship with your neighbors. When's the last time you met your neighbors? Just said, hey, how you doing? When's the last time you read a book? They literally say that half the country reads one book a year. One book. Can we go back to school, formal education? Like, there's so many areas of life that we're not taught to focus on. So I teach soldiers how to write down what is fulfillment, success, happiness for you in your life. The Rule of 168. I need you to manage your 168 hours in a week and stop focusing on the 40 hours. Sometimes we major in minor things. I really don't care about your career. It's cool. Like, I can teach you how to make six figures. It's not a big deal. I have a proven system, six-figure framework. It works. But my bigger issue is your full circle, 168. Here's a great story. Here's what I mean. So somebody was like, yo, what does success look like to you? So a few years ago, it's probably about 2, I was with my son. My wife says, hey, can you come home a little bit earlier? He's really excited. He wants to come play. Can't wait for you to get home. And I was like, cool. So I don't mind getting home a little bit early. I get home, and ladies and gentlemen, as soon as I get there, my son is standing on the stairs, and he goes, hey, Dad, let's go play, let's go play, let's go play. I still got my bag and laptop in my hand. I'm like, okay, like, give me 2 seconds. He's like, let's go play. He goes, hey, Poe, go get your noodles. I said, what? He said, Poe, don't forget your noodles. Poe. For those of you who don't get the reference, Poe is Kung Fu Panda. Poe is a panda bear. A fat panda bear. So what he said was, hey, fat boy, get your fat ass upstairs. I want to go play. He didn't say that verbatim, but that's what I heard. And it triggered me. So I was like, yo, Poe, that's what it is? Get upstairs. The fight is on. Let's do this.
Round 1, fight.
Let's get down with the get down. He ain't gonna sit there and call me Poe in my damn house. He lost his mind. Poe, Poe, Poe. All right, cool. So we get upstairs. Royal Rumble. Little did I realize, Black and Iconic, he set me up. I turn around on the stairs, ladies and gentlemen, and my 5-year-old son is standing there with the biggest damn Nerf gun I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, I didn't even know they make this. Hey, engineers at Nerf, here's a good idea. Let's build a Gatling gun for kids. Like, who does this? Look at this monstrosity. Like, I'm sitting there in shock, like, yo, where did this come from? Because I know damn well this ain't coming no Amazon box. I'm like, what the hell? And before I could even finish my thought, my son looks dead in my eyes and said the coldest shit a son has ever said to a father. He looked at me straight and said, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Before I could even finish a word, he unleashed hell. Ladies and gentlemen, my son has a big fat head and a small body, so he couldn't even hold the gun. So he got about 5 rounds off, but 3 of them got me in my neck. And he is haul-assing to the back of the room. So I come upstairs, embarrassed, hurt, slightly defeated from the Poe comment, and I chase him. I corner him. I get him with my best shots. A right, a left, a right, a left. I'm throwing 7 different kinds of smoke on his ass. And he's down. And I walk out the room, victorious, like the champion that I am. Or so I thought. It can't be. There's no way. There's no way. I hit him with my best moves, and he's still up. As I walk back, I'm like, what the hell? There's no way. What? We going Last Dragon on me? Last Dragon? Then so be it. I'm ready. Let's go. Or so I thought. Oh shit. He's at the final level. He's actually glowing. I'm in trouble. It's not looking good for the champ. But little did he know, I had one move left. He comes at me, and I think my military training, what would I do? Poe. What is Poe? What is his signature move? What is he known for? My son charges at me like a bull. I hit him with my stomach. Bow! He's down. Kung Fu Panda is a champion. I'm victorious. Crowd goes crazy. Relax. I'm married. Calm down. Embarrassing yourself. Why do I tell you this story? Ladies and gentlemen, the richest man in the world is a guy named Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos has $1 billion house, $1 billion yacht, $1 billion car collection. He also had $1 billion divorce. And the part that the newspapers left out of the story with Jeff Bezos was Jeff Bezos has 4 kids, 3 teenage sons and a daughter. And they're all old enough to know what dad did to mom and how he broke up the family. And something I really think about a lot is, if Jeff Bezos comes home to the $1 billion house and the $1 billion yacht and it's empty, is he really successful? See, in America, we teach people, chase finances, not fulfillment. Your success is strictly tied to your salary. So what do we tell people? If they lose their salary, well, you're not successful. And then soldiers do, and other people commit suicide. I don't have no salary, so fuck it. And we never teach people, be happy with who you are and where you're going on the inside. Chase fulfillment, chase finances. And it's just wild to me because we teach people to chase the bag. It's like, well, why everybody who got a bag is miserable? Super Bowl champions who commit suicide. Literally people who have the greatest jobs in the world to travel and drink beer. Ladies who create $1 billion purse companies. The greatest artists of all time who overdose on prescription drugs. If they got so much money, why are you on drugs if they're so happy, if they're so successful? But we never teach that, right? We teach people their success is strictly tied to their salary. So what I do, again, my name is Ritchie Thomas. I'm a soldier's coach, and it is my job to help our brave men and women in the United States Armed Forces mentally transition from seeing themselves and selling themselves and branding themselves as soldiers to mentally transition and see themselves as business professionals. That's key. But it's really, I want them to create a life plan. Because civilians will teach you how to build a resume, but not how to build a life. Black and iconic, as I come to a close here, these are my 3 final marching orders that I'm known for. 1, I need anybody watching this, you got a soldier in your family, a veteran, I need them to have a business in their name. Your final marching order. 1, U LLC. I need you to have a business in your name. U LLC. John Doe LLC. It's Ritchie Thomas LLC. Why? Because the biggest issue in the veteran community is unemployment. And the best way to combat that is stop asking people to hire you and hire yourself. The best way to do that, monetize your genius. U LLC. We cool? The second final marching order is this. Listen, if you wore the uniform like our brother Pat Tillman, how I see it, you're the hero for this country. But now I need you to be the hero of your own story. I promise you, you're not mediocre. You are a living, breathing miracle. How do I know this? You're still alive. I need you to be the hero of your own country. That's an order. Your third and final marching order goes like this. What I love about soldiers is they're so unbelievably loyal to their country. You love your country more than you love yourself. It's wow. If America was a person, a child, you would love her, honor her, and protect her. But some of y'all, like, you would hurt yourself. So I need you to love yourself as much as you love your country. That's an order. Because I'm sick of hearing about soldiers losing, and it's not even front page anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ritchie Thomas, and I'm a soldier's coach. I'm America's #1 military speaker and trainer. And I'm reminding you that you are forever a soldier, but you're really a business professional. And I'm saluting your mind, body, and soul. And I would tell you peace out, but the reality is most of y'all need peace in. And one more thing, it's kind of funny. Like, I'm a man of principle. Like, I'm kind of petty. You know, I take you back to the flea market story. The reason I was arguing with that dude was, it wasn't this Jordans, like, it wasn't even real Jordans, but it was like, it wasn't even Jordan. Like, it was a security guard guy. Like, look at this shit. Like, how you gonna charge somebody full price, and that ain't even Jordan? And it's the damn security guard with the, he would tell me, ain't nobody gonna notice. That's not even a black guy. Jesus Christ. Now, if you'll excuse me, black and iconic, there's a first grader who needs my attention. He may or may not have gotten the best of me yesterday, but I never lose twice. Thank you. Boy!
I would love it if you could become very present in this moment, because it's a big moment for you and for me. And wherever you are as you're listening to this, I want you to relax into this conversation, just like we're just two old friends chatting and sharing. I am Daithia Garnes. I am the mother of two, not including my fur babies. I am the author of 7 books, the host of 1 award-winning podcast called the She's About Business Show, and I'm also known as the Impact Coach. Why? Because I have decided to be an unstoppable, unrelenting force for greatness in myself and in others. And I know that you may have never heard of me before, but trust me when I say that I have been committed to your greatness for a long time. And I am unstoppable and unrelenting because there have been so many challenges and obstacles that have tried so hard to stop my progression to my purpose. But I'm still here. And during this roller coaster of successes and failures, I found that if I could overcome most of the challenges and the opposition in 3 areas of my life, it would lead me to joy, peace, and purpose. And so, She's About Business was created as a lifestyle, as a formula, and as a way of life to help women create joy, peace, and purpose in 3 key areas of their lives. But my message to you today wasn't designed to work on or talk about those 3 areas, but more to prepare you for iconic living so that you'll be ready to apply that state of being in an iconic mindset into any formula for living that you choose and that you would choose to apply to your life. So if you are listening to this message today, one thing that I'm almost sure of is that all of your life, you've been different. You've been the one who stood out, the one who tried to break the status quo of your family, your friend circles, your community. And let's be honest, that does not always work out so well for us, because I'm the same way. And if you're anything like me, being different has probably caused you a lot of ridicule from others, disbelief from others, and your abilities to do all of your crazy things that you dreamed and talked about. And all of this may have also caused you a whole lot of self-doubt. But during my moments of self-doubt, I really had to, and I still do, get clear on why I couldn't give up, on why I had to accept being different. And for me, it all started with a simple decision one day when I was 7 years old. Now, of course, as a child, I had no idea how difficult it would be to honor and live out this decision that I was making for the rest of my life. But with the wisdom that can only be manifested from the innocence that a child has, I still made that decision. On that day, I was just your average African-American country girl. You know, I was definitely not living a fairy tale by any means. I was living with family while my young mother had gone off to pursue what I assumed at the time were her own dreams. And to my 7-year-old mind, I envisioned that she was living an amazing adventure for herself. And I could fully understand why I didn't fit into that at the time, although I really, really wanted to be with her, you know? So she was an amazing provider. She provided very well for me financially. I always had the best of things. And she was present in my life via phone calls and visits. And she promised that one day she'd come back for me, which she did years later. But in that moment, I really wanted to be with her. And in this particular moment at 7, sitting on the front porch of the home that I shared with my caregivers and many, many cousins, I felt very, very alone. And this moment, it always reminds me that I have to keep pushing. So I always go back there. Now, on this particular day, I felt alone, even though there were a yard full of family and friends who had gathered to celebrate someone's birthday. I can't remember whose, but there were the usual things: food, music, adult drinks, lots of what most would consider fun. But on that day, I just wasn't really in the mood for fun. You see, earlier that morning, my aunt, who was raising me, had told me that my daddy was coming to see me. And she had asked me to get dressed in one of my nicest outfits, and my hair was done up really cute. And I was ready to, face the man that I had never in my whole 7 years gotten a visit from. Our interactions up until that point had been solely surrounding my mother, to be honest. When she would come for a visit, she would take me to try to find my dad. And spotting him would be as special to me, as like seeing a Loch Ness monster or Bigfoot. I mean, really, because I didn't see him that often. And most times we would not find him. But today, my aunt said that he was coming to see me. My mom wasn't even in town, so he was actually coming to see me. And my mom had called to encourage me and to get me excited over the phone. And I had worked really hard all day to not get my clothes dirty. So I've been really careful not to play too much or too rough with my cousins, because maybe if I made a good impression on him, he would visit me all the time. And I was so hopeful. And here I was, still sitting there and waiting. But as the day went on, I started to notice that, some people had already left the party, and most of the regular culprits who were known for having one too many were already turned up. And so I knew that before long, we children would be sent inside to bed so that the party could actually be elevated to the grown-up party, right? We all know how that works. So at this time, at this moment, as I sat there, I had to accept that my daddy wasn't coming. Today would not be a day of a special once in a lifetime encounter with that elusive creature called the Father. At one point, I put my hands on my cheeks with my elbows down on my legs, and I just sat there in that position that usually symbolizes and tells you that a child is in deep thought. And I just watched as my family was having a great time at this party. I observed some of the little, intricacies that exist, like within families, the little things that a lot of people don't catch, right? The things that I would later understand were signals of like secrets and scandals amongst my family, amongst the group. And I didn't know all of that, back then. I didn't know all about the messiness and all of that stuff. But what I did know is that something wasn't right. Something didn't feel right. And I knew that after being stood up by my father, I wasn't okay. But it didn't seem like anybody else even noticed or cared. Everyone at the party, my father, wherever he was, they all simply went on with their chaos, right? Went on with their dysfunction. But something changed for me on that day because of that one decision made in all of my childlike wisdom and innocence. And now one of the biggest lessons that I use when coaching and mentoring the young women that I work with is that real women make decisions, and the quality of decisions make real women. And of course, the same is true for men. I'm not gonna leave you fellas out. I didn't know or care about that at the time, but still in that moment, I made a very grown-up decision. That was my moment when I knew that I would be different than all that I saw around me. And even now, like to this day, it's making me tear up because I knew that there had to be a better way of living. I knew that this could not be all that there was. And I decided to be different than the dysfunction and the chaos and the poverty and the sadness. And I instinctively knew that I would be willing to die trying to do so. I knew it. And trust me when I tell you that many times it has felt like I was dying. All the times that I felt misunderstood, all the times that I was rejected, abandoned, disliked, judged, all for being different than the drama, dysfunction, and chaos around me. And maybe you felt that way too. Maybe it's just always been something different about you and your beliefs and the things that you wanted to achieve. And I've even been told that I was too positive, too motivational. I've had people tell me that they abandoned me or left my life simply because they didn't want to be around my light at the time, because they were in a place in their lives when it irritated them. True story. And it irritated and it shook up the things that they were involved in. They didn't care if it hurt me. They just knew they didn't need my motivation and my uplifting attitude. So trust me, I know how hard it can be to be different. But I want to ask you today to go back to your moment, to that time, that place, or that incident when you made up your mind. You made a decision to be different. And I want you to ask yourself, is it still worth it? And when you get your yes, which I believe all of you watching this will get, I then want you to hold yourself accountable for the greatness that's still locked within you. You have always been different. Now it's time to be iconic. Yeah, listen, last year, December, I was working on what concept I would be focusing on for the next season of my podcast, the She's About Business show. I had prayed about it. I journaled about it. I explored, how life had been for me and for others since COVID. And I knew that this season would require me to go all in. I knew that my messages, my mindset had to be epic. I decided that they had to be iconic. So I decided that season 4 of the She's About Business show would be called Living Iconically and with Purpose. And I scheduled what I called my most iconic photo shoot. I purchased my iconic outfit that I would wear for my shoot. And I went on to have an amazing iconic shoot on December 28th. I had never heard of BlackCEO's Black and Iconic Conference, didn't know anything about it until one day I was online, just studying being iconic in the word and trying to come up with topics for my season. That was on December 31st, and I found this conference, and here I am. Talk about the power of decisions. A good decision can align you with purpose. Remember, real men and women make decisions, and the quality of those decisions make real men and women. So last year in December, I decided to no longer worry about what people would say or think. I mean, if they don't like it when I am encouraging and motivational, what in God's name will they say about me saying that I'm iconic, right? That thought actually crossed my mind, but I truly believe that had I not decided to go with the iconic theme, I wouldn't be here in front of you today, because it was actually in alignment with my purpose for me to do so all along. And I'm so thankful that I didn't let worry about what other people would think stop me from that. So now, here we are, and we've all made a decision to be iconic. And you may be thinking, okay, I've been working hard for years. I started the business, I wrote the book, I started the podcast, but now what? Well, now it goes back to your decisions, right? And I want to give you 5 questions that you need to ask yourself so that based on your answers, you can make decisions that will help you get in tune with and be aligned with your iconic purpose. Because again, I'm assuming that since you're here, you've already made this decision. So now it's just time to step into it. So my first question to you is, what value are you bringing to others? I mean, this one doesn't really need much explanation, right? Outside of your family, children, closest people in your life, what value are you bringing to others? Or are you stuck in a place where you just can't seem to get over your own needs, wants, and desires? Think about that. Okay? And I want you to make a decision. I want you to decide to be of even more value to others in your very own special way. Okay, next question. If you died today, what gifts meant for the world would go with you to your grave? During a really tough time for me, when I was really questioning if I could do it, right? If I could keep pushing, I read the quote by Oliver Wendell Holmes that said, "Many people die with their music still in them." And it made me think of those people like my father, who they say was actually very creative and talented in art and funny. And I thought about all the art and creations that possibly died when he died because he made a decision to put a bottle before living out his purpose. And so I made another decision, this time led by the grace and guidance of God, because I'm a grown woman now, I'm not 7. And that decision was that I would make every attempt to get this music, this work, these books, these words, and everything that is meant for others out of me, because they were never meant to go to my grave. They were meant for the world. What's locked inside of you that we all need? Third question. Who are you becoming? Listen, I'm gonna be real honest with you right now. Sometimes I get so frustrated with people and their behaviors and how they affect me and how they affect those that I love and others and even themselves, that I really want so bad to be less holy and so much more hood. And there's even this t-shirt that says something to that effect, and I was so close to getting it and wearing it proudly, right? But I had to ask myself, who is it that you're becoming? And would you like her if you met her on the street? I know you often feel like spazzing out, going off, giving up, telling people how you really feel. And sometimes, we may have to go there because, hey, we're not perfect. And if that is a part of who you are and you feel that it's also an important part of who you are becoming, it's okay. But let's not forget that whatever we do and whoever we're becoming, it has to line up with becoming something great and iconic. And we must hold ourselves accountable to that, and our behaviors and our actions and our words have to line up, right? Because it all has to line up with our ability to carry out our purpose and to, be the person that we say we are. And the answer is going to be different for each of us. Just make sure you are clear about who you are becoming. So this leads me to my next question. What are you a symbol of, and are you pretending? Okay, so an icon is just a symbol of something, right? So the Statue of Liberty is an icon. It's a symbol for freedom. But if we were to crack the Statue of Liberty open, we would not find freedom inside, right? It's just hollowness and probably a lot of dust and spiders and webs, right? Living creatures, though, are special in the fact that we actually have the ability to embody what we symbolize, not in a tangible way, but in our characteristics. So a bull, for instance, is a symbol of fierceness, and an elephant for intelligence, right? These creatures, they actually embody these characteristics. They are not faking it, right? If you mess with the bull, you will get the horns, right? They are not faking, they are not hollow. They actually have inside of them what they portray, what they symbolize. Do you? A former mentor gave me the name Impact Coach. I didn't want to use it. At the time, I was like, I just didn't see, even though I was coaching people around the world and I was really committed to the people I was working with, I just didn't see how truly committed that I had been and I was to helping others be great. But she saw it because I was actually doing things that were impactful. So she said, this is who you are, right? So whatever you say that you stand for, whatever you want to be iconic at, make sure you make it a way of life so that other people can see it, and you will be a true symbol and beacon to them in that area. Don't be hollow, right? All right, my last question, question 5 is, what environments are you forcing yourself to be a part of? Listen, let me tell you a secret, okay? You are just not going to be it for everyone or every place. Stop trying to force it. Man, listen, if I would have actually listened to my inner voice, which I accept as God's spirit, if I would have listened every time it said to me, daughter, Daivia, it's time to leave this job. It's time to leave this relationship, for God's sake. It's time to leave this inner circle, this position within your family, whatever. I would have saved myself a lifetime of hurts, tears, setbacks, and devastating heartbreaks. Sometimes we try to force ourselves on people and situations because we are seeking validation acceptance, right? Especially someone coming from the background that I had, right? Where I didn't get that from my father. Or, we tell ourselves it's the right thing to do, even though if we look to the big book of how to make decisions, which is how I see the Bible, we are actually under no scriptural obligation to stay in relationships that break us and destroy us, or situations. Why do we force it? And regardless of what your spiritual beliefs or background is, you have to know that making covenants with the wrong folks, aligning yourself with the wrong fight, or placing yourself in the wrong environment will not work out well for you. So I end with saying, you have always been different. Now it's time to be iconic. The world needs you. I need you. The little girls and boys in other countries who may be inspired by your book here in America, we need you. We need your show, your story, right? It's time to decide. Remember, our decisions are usually not based on the facts that we know, but on what we believe, regardless of the facts. So what do you believe about you? You're here listening to this message, but now what? If this message has resonated with you, I thank God for that. If there is something else that I can offer you, I'll be more than happy to. That's why I'm here. I would love to make a bigger impact on your life. Please listen in to the She's About Business show. It's available wherever you listen to podcasts and even on YouTube. And of course, you can always visit she'saboutbusiness.com to get the She's About Business book series and to connect with me for some coaching or mentoring or whatever I can do to impact your life. But the most important action that you can take from today is to make a decision to be iconic and get out there and do it. I really love you guys.
Thank you everyone for joining me for Embracing Genesis. Move your vision to reality. I'm Davina L. Coleman, and I'll be your presenter for the next 20 minutes. So we're gonna jump right into this thing and get going, all right? So when we look at Embracing Genesis, the first thing we wanna know is what exactly is Embracing Genesis, right? So why are you here? What is Embracing Genesis? Embracing Genesis is your willingness to embrace a new beginning for your life. It is to embrace your Genesis. You cannot fear your call to destiny whatsoever because we're moving into a new direction. So if you have a fear to embrace your call to destiny, we will never make our visions move to reality. When we are embracing our Genesis, we got to be in the headspace that says we are bigger than our circumstances. We are bigger than what's going on in life right now. We are bigger with us not having the finances or the resources are needed. We are bigger than that. And so before I even move forward, I need to know, are you in the right place? Right? Are you in the right place? Because this might not be for you. So I'm going to tell you if this is for you. Y'all ready? Lean a little bit closer. Let me tell you. You ready? You know that you are in the right place if you are ready to move towards your Genesis, your new beginning. You know you are in the right place if you are tired of traveling the familiar road of starting a vision and never finishing. You know that you are in the right place when you are tired of the disappointment of never putting yourself first. You are tired of being afraid of failing. You are tired of spending more time listening to self-doubt than acting out on what you really know that you're capable of doing. You know you are in the right place when your inner voice is calling you to do something greater, but you are not sure how to answer that call. If any of that spoke to you, then you are definitely in the right place with the right presenter. So how do you know that you're in the right place with the right presenter? Well, first, who is Davina L. Coleman? Because you got to know, I need you to connect with me so that we can move our visions to reality, so we can go on this journey of embracing our Genesis. I am a best-selling author of Embracing Genesis. I'm a global keynote speaker, master life coach. I have dubbed myself as the vision midwife. Yes, the vision midwife. I am the birther of the barren visions. That is what I am called to do. That is my assignment upon this earth. I am a school leader of a pre-K through 8 Title I school in South Carolina. So, Dina, love the kids. And then I'm also a youth pastor. So I'm in ministry in the 4 walls of the school as well as outside of the 4 walls. I'm a certified 7 Habits of Highly Effective People trainer. And so what happens is I'm getting ready to take my experience, my education knowledge, and I'm going to blend it with life. And with blending it with life, that's how we're going to get to a place of embracing our Genesis and moving our vision to reality. So what is it, right? So if I give you this number, 86,400, what does that mean? And if you're saying, girl, that's how much you got paid to do this. No, boo, I paid to do this. So no, but one day somebody's going to bring me to the stage for 86,400, speaking it and claim it. Everybody put your hand up. Help me claim it, right? So 86,400 is actually the amount of seconds that is in a day. Why is that important to you? Because that means there's 86,400 moments in every day for you to capitalize on. That means that there are 86,400 opportunities where you have the ability to create something. See, y'all, we were born to create. That's what we were birthed to do. And you hold that action to move your vision from concept to existence. But my question for you is, what are you doing with the 86,400 seconds that you are blessed with on a daily basis? Is time a liability or is it an asset for you? Because if you're going to move your visions to reality, I need time to work in your favor. I need you to be able to capitalize on it. I need for time to be an asset, not a liability. And so I'm a teacher by trade, right? I'm a beloved educator, forever teacher. So I need you to know your learning objectives for today, because there are some places that I need to take you, but you need to know where we're currently at and where we're headed, right? So this is where we're headed. By the end of this presentation, you're going to be able to embrace your vision. I want you to identify your visions from your daydreams. I want you to embrace prioritizing. I need you to assess your key roles, implement the power of no, and know the importance of having an accountability partner. And then we're going to wrap up by embracing planning. I need you to identify your planning style and categorize how you manage your time. And then we're going to grow in our network and knowledge, and we're going to move on. So let's start embracing visions. There's a quote, and it says, if you're working on something exciting that you really care about, you don't have to be pushed because the vision is going to pull you, right? So you know that you're operating your true visions because they're pulling you in the midnight hour. It's pulling you when you wake up. It's pulling you when you go to work. Every second that you think about it, that vision is pulling you. So in order to embrace our visions, we first got to know, well, what is a vision? I'm so glad you asked. So let me tell you, because a lot of people get stuck with vision being what we see, right? You go to sleep at night and you see it, you dream. You wake up in the morning and you move upon this earth and you have open visions. But vision is not just based upon sight. It's also based upon what you hear. Your visions is also what you hear, because some people don't see it, but they will hear their instructions. So that's also your vision as well. See, visions first start in our imagination, then with work, we make them real. You must have the belief that what you see and the action behind the belief in order to make it happen. So you can't just believe that your visions are going to happen. You got to put action to it. And if you don't put no action to it, then baby, your visions are not going anywhere, because you got to know where you are in order to figure out where you're headed. And if you don't have any action behind your vision, it's a quote that I love to say. And it says, if you fail to believe in what you see, then you will fail to produce what you imagine. I'm going to repeat that because that was good. Write this one down. If you fail to believe in what you see, then you will fail to produce what you imagine. If you don't believe in your visions, you will never, ever put action to it. And if you don't put action to it, it will never produce to the level that you had seen in your mind. I need you to get that. I need you to embrace your why for your visions, because when you embrace your why, it gives you a compelling reason to move forward. When you don't feel like going forward, you don't feel like moving, you remember the vision, it will pull you. Your why is what is going to pull you. And you have to know what are the consequences of not turning your vision to reality. If you don't go after it, what will be its impact on your life? See, why is the predecessor to your purpose. And a lot of times we're struggling to figure out our purpose, or we're struggling to figure out our purpose because we don't know our why. So I need you to figure out your why as we're embracing our visions. And as you embrace your visions, there's something else that I need you to know. What I need you to know is that you do not need a co-signer for your vision. You don't need somebody else to tell you yes. I need you to get this in your spirit. We already have our own vision killer on the inside of us. It's called our inner critic. And I need you to be quicker than your inner critic. Your actions must be quicker than your inner critic. I don't need anybody else to co-sign for me. I need to believe this thing and get it within and believe it with myself so my visions can become a reality. If you don't chase after your visions, get this in your, what is the consequences? I said it earlier, what's going to be the consequences of you not chasing after your visions? You got to know what's the impact it's going to be on your life. See, visions is everything that you control, but your daydream is things that you have limited control over. Let me give you an example of a daydream. And this is really going to hit hard for the women. You know, as women, we say, by the age of 30, I want to be married and I want to have kids and be in this house with this picket fence. And then you wake up 36, you don't got no man and you don't got no kids either. And so because your daydream can become a reality, you believe that none of your visions are going to happen too. But no, see what happens is your daydream, you have limited control over, just like promotion. Promotion is real good, but you can't control if man is going to say yes and move you to another level in your promotion. You can't control that. But what you can control is your ability to do professional development, to learn, to get your degrees, to work hard, come to work on time. You possess the ability to work on your positioning for promotion. And see, that part of promotion is the vision. And if you don't get promoted, I don't need you to feel like none of your business is going to happen because you don't have complete control over that. That's a daydream. And what happens is daydreams are a killer of our vision. See, when daydreams do not become a reality, you are tricked into believing that other things that we aspire to do in life, that it won't happen either. Do not let your visions become victim to your daydreams. So I need you to identify your daydreams from your true visions. And next, we're going to embrace prioritizing. Embracing prioritizing, there's a quote that says, things which matter most must never be at the mercy of things that matter the least. See, when you truly embrace prioritizing, you keep the main thing. And your main thing are the key roles that you play in your life. See, each role that you have comes with its own set of responsibilities. And here's one thing that I know about responsibilities. Each of those responsibilities naturally have competing priorities. And so in order for you to embrace prioritizing, you have to get to this place that you find balance. He said, well, how can I find balance, Davina? You find balance by planning. You plan out those things that's important to your life. What are they? Your overall health, emotional, spiritual, mental, and physical. It's the roles that you play, and it's the vision that you have. Every week, you intentionally put focus in your overall health, invest in quality time in the roles that you play, and invest in quality time in your vision. You will never embrace your genesis. You will never move your vision to reality by not investing quality time. And see, in order to invest quality time, you got to implement something I call the power of no. And I need you to be like Auntie Maxine Waters, and you need to get in your spirit, reclaiming my time, right? Reclaiming my time, because when you're on my time, I can reclaim it. But you cannot reclaim your time if you don't know the power of no. So when we have the power of no, we have the ability to stay true to the decisions that we make. And see, you don't need an explanation. Sometimes, think about this. You ever explain to people why you say yes? So why is it that we explain to people why we say no? Your no does not need an explanation. And you saying no does not mean that you're selfish. It does not mean that you're mean. You're not being rude. But what you're saying is, in this moment, I have decided to do something for myself. Something that's going to change and impact my life. It's going to impact my generation. And so right now, I got to focus on me. I got to be selfish in this moment. I have to tell you no, because if I don't say no, and if I don't stay true to my moment of choice, then I'm going to run the risk of sabotaging the plans that I have for my vision. So be okay with telling people no. It is all right. They will be able to pick up the pieces. But we spend so much time supporting other people's vision by always saying yes, that our visions are becoming victims to the yes of somebody else's vision. No more. That's not what we're doing. Implement the power of no. And where you implement the power of no, and where you can't implement the power of no, I need you to get an accountability partner. That is so key in your vision becoming a reality. As you embrace your genesis, your new beginning, I need you to get an accountability partner. And how do you determine that person? You determine that person because they have the ability to balance pressure with support. And see, let me talk about that pressure. See, you need that pressure to get stuff done, but too much pressure will cause you to break, and you can't afford to break in this season. So you got to have somebody who can balance it with support. But they can't be too supportive, because what happens is people who are too supportive, they become a crutch. And you don't need a crutch. So you got to have somebody who got that balance. They can balance that pressure and support in your life. They got to be trustworthy to be honest with you. A good accountability partner is someone that you feel uncomfortable with being unproductive. If you feel comfortable being unproductive with your accountability partner, you don't have accountability partner. You got a friend. Find somebody else. Fire your friend and get a true accountability partner. And then I need you to create a system with them. What does that system look like? You meet weekly. And you make commitments about your goals, and you say, this is what I accomplished and this is what I didn't accomplish. And then you make new commitments for the following week, and you stay true to what you said, and you scoreboard if you need to. There's something called the 4 disciplines of execution. It's very easy. Google it. It will change your life in executing your goals, but you gotta have a system in order to move your vision to reality with your accountability partner. And then we got to embrace our planning. That's our last phase of this presentation, embracing planning. See, most of us spend too much time on what is urgent and not enough time on what is important. And when we're doing that, we do that because we really don't know what type of planners we are. So there's 2 types of planners I want to talk about. The first one is the move, get out the way. And the other one is the slow and steady wins the race. And so you could tell by my personality, I'm more than likely to move, get out the way type of planner, right? So when you're the move, get out the way type of planner, you are a global thinker. You see the big picture. And the only actions that you know how to do is move and go, right? Move, go, do. That's all you know. You know that there is a point A and a point B, and it's to get to it. But the issue with us is that we don't think about obstacles, because we don't take time to truly plan, because our plan is just move and go. That's it. And so what happens is we run into time-wasting obstacles that we could have avoided if we planned. The slow and steady wins the race, people. See, those type of planners, they love to plan. They got a plan B for the plan A, and then the plan C for the plan B. You mess around, they all the way to plan Z, right? Still planning. The issue that they have, though, is they spend so much time in planning that sometimes they never get started. And so we got to have a healthy balance. We got to be at this place where we plan, but at some point we have to put action to the plan so our vision can become a reality. And that is really, really important. It's very important for us to understand how we're spending our time. We got to spend our time in places that is not urgent, but is very important. That's the time of productivity. That's the time that we spend in daily renewals, in devotions, in exercising, in journaling. That's when we spend our time in long-term planning. We're investing in our roles. It's things that cause us to renew, as I said earlier, on a daily basis. That's where we have to spend our time. We have to spend our time in productivity. But the issue is life. Y'all, life be happening. We be caught up in this whirlwind. And the whirlwind of life is in a place of necessity. That's where time is urgent, but it's important as well. So there's a pressing deadline. There's last minute meetings that we have to get to. There's projects that we have to turn in. There's a crisis happening on the left, and there's a crisis happening on the right. None of us expected for it to happen. So in the place of being productive, you have to know that necessity, life still happens as well. And you got to plan for it. Because when life happens, you still need to be moving your vision towards reality. And we can get that done when we don't spend our time in distraction and spend our time in waste. Spend our time in binge watching or social media all single day. And now the new craze is Clubhouse, where we're not spending 24 hours on Clubhouse, right? And so we got to make sure that as we're embracing our Genesis, as we're moving our vision to reality, that we're spending our time in a place of productivity, spending our time in a place where we are renewing, spending our time where we have time to just invest in our visions and we're knocking it out on a daily basis, right? It is so time for us to move our visions to reality. But remember what I said at the very beginning of this presentation. If you fail to believe in what you see, then you will fail to produce what you imagine. It is time for us to start capitalizing on the 86,400 seconds of the day that we receive. It is time for us to start moving our visions to reality. And so in order to do that, I want to connect with you and I want to offer you something very special. And so if you will go to www.embracinggenesis.com, check out the homepage. There's a special waiting for you. And there's also a free downloadable journal with your name on it. So just get to it. Make sure that when you click the journal tab, you put in the password embrace, and it's going to unlock some things in you. It's going to help you to move your vision to reality. I thank you so much for joining me for Embracing Genesis. Move your vision to reality with Davina L. Coleman. Bye, y'all.
Hello, 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 everybody. It is your girl, Minister Letitia Nicole Beatty, transformational evangelist, and I am here with some amazing women today, and we're going to be talking about procrastination. I am hoping that each one of you that you're going to receive a word and you're going to receive some advice for these amazing business owners. And again, my name is Minister Letitia Nicole Beatty, and we're going to speak life up into you today. So first, I'm going to start with Miss Jennifer Robinson.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Robertson, and I am from Tyler, Texas. I am the CEO and founder of Let's Talk About It Jen, the It's a Vibe Network, and I'm also the lead editor and interviewer for Bam Woman magazine. I'm so thankful and so blessed to be a part of BlackCEO Iconic, and I cannot wait to see what happens, how many people are inspired and encouraged, because that is exactly what I do. That is my purpose. So I'm ready. Let's go.
All right, Black CEOs Iconic. Yes. Faith motivator, Gladys Peaches Kenny.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I am definitely Gladys Peaches Kenny. And what I do is I help women to reclaim their confidence and voice that's been buried under anxiety and depression. And I help eliminate and disrupt negative thoughts and behaviors and activate bold faith to allow my clients to make determined decisions for their life. And definitely, I empower them to step out on faith, dare to dream, and know that all things are possible. And I am Gladys Peaches Skinny, your faith motivator, author, speaker, cancer survivor. My new motto, cancer didn't kill me, has given me life and purpose. And my purpose is to inspire you to walk in your purpose and your greatness. Definitely always follow me at Faith Steps 8.
All right now, Black CEO, you are definitely iconic. Look at all of these amazing women. So I'm going to go down to my right. I have Andrea Williams.
Hi, I'm Andrea, the chocolate butterfly, the CEO, executive transformer, igniting you with the BU butterfly effect, where you crawl, walk, and you fly, transforming you with 3 steps from vision to victory. I implore you to reign as kings and queens. Too many times, like myself, you walk through life and you achieve being okay. So today I'm calling you out of being a caterpillar into your butterfly and asking you to come and cocoon with us so that you can learn how to go from vision to victory, because we should not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of our mind. So in that you will have to go through some steps. And so you're going to stop crawling through life and you're now going to walk as the king and queen that God has called you. You're going to walk as the Black iconic CEO that God has called you to be. So I honor God today with that calling as the chocolate butterfly, where he changed my name, and as an ordained minister and psalmist. And then the most precious thing of all is being the daughter of the most wonderful mother on earth, and the mother to the 2 daughters, the most wonderful daughters on earth. So I just want to implore you, as the reigning Miss American Ambassador 2021, to put on your crown.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for being here with us. You ladies are making me smile so hard. My face hurt because you all are so amazing. Okay, Ayana Blunt.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ayana Blount, also known as the Passion Strategist. Now, I know what you're thinking right off the bat. What is a passion strategist? Well, let me tell you, it's something that all of you need. But specifically, I'm here to speak to the creative, the visionary, the entrepreneur, and the innovator. You know, the one who grew up in their family feeling like the black sheep, who couldn't quite find their place, didn't really know where they fit in, and honestly, started to devalue themselves as the gift that they are. I'm here to serve you. And here's how. The reality is this. Every single one of us is destined for success. The God that we serve tells us that he knows the plans that he has for us, plans for a hope, a future, and an expected end. And that end place is success. And so I'm the one that's going to get in the game with you when life calls an audible on you. And I'm going to tell you what you can't see. And I'm going to encourage you to be who you were born to be. See, we all have a birthright of brilliance, and now is your time to shine. So I want to encourage you today to use a purpose-driven, passion-forward, positive mindset to transcend your tragedies and go from the greatest place of agony to the greatest place of achievement. And that, my friend, is success. I am your success coach. I'm ready to get into the game, and I'm calling you to get into it.
Yes. Oh, you just made my heart leap out my chest, honey. That's what. Oh, that was good.
I'm taking notes.
Okay, Kimberly Holiday.
Hello, everyone. I bring you greetings from the beautiful city of Austin, Texas. First of all, allow me to say I am so honored to be among each of you. Each of you has set the platform for me today, and so I'm grounded and ready. By trade, I am a social psychologist. I show up in the world as a motivational speaker, restorative justice practitioner, published book author, and a radio personality. On all platforms, I just show up as me, real and authentic, to model for you the potential to live with more joy despite life's circumstances. And so, as I prepared for today, this is a really exciting topic. And so I'm excited about the safe platform that's been created today for us to have this real and necessary conversation. Thank you for allowing me to be here today.
Absolutely. All of you are so beautiful and so amazing. I am so honored to be here with you and to be the moderator of this amazing discussion because we're going to help so many people. And what I wanted to do, and I wanted to let you guys know that not only am I Letitia Nicole and I speak life, I am a minister of the gospel. I'm a registered nurse. I'm a nursing home administrator. I am a 7-time award-winning author, motivational, inspirational speaker. I have a tea company and a vitamin company. I also am a life coach, teach women and girls how to conquer their fears so they can be all that God designed them to be, because we are what we believe. And so I am here today because I believe that each one of us is going to send out a special message into the world that they are amazing and they can do all things through the creator that gives them strength. So again, thank you so much for being here, and we're going to get on with these questions. All right.
Let's do it.
All right. So, in no particular order, but I do want to start off because we do know that there's 4 different types of procrastinations, and we're going to talk about them all today. Okay. But I'm going to start with our question number 1. Are there any positive aspects to procrastination? If so, what are they, Ayana?
So I am absolutely a creative and an out of the box thinker. So I know what you're thinking, but here's your answer from me. As a success coach, you have got to be positive mindset all the time. So the answer to that question is yes. Here's why. Procrastination provides you with a picture of your progress. It then positions you to be able to make an educated decision about whether you will take potential and possess promise. And so, yes, there is always a silver lining. There is always something to be learned as you fail forward. And procrastination can certainly be used as a bridge to move from self-sabotage to success.
Oh, that was awesome. Absolutely. Well, if a bad God is used for your good. That's what I heard. Kimberly.
All right. So this is a really great question. I always tell people on the radio that as I minister to them, I'm really ministering to myself. And so I'm super excited to have this conversation. So I started thinking, like, are there some benefits to procrastination? Because I am the queen of procrastination. However, I am self-employed, and procrastination is not my friend, and it doesn't work in my favor. However, I wanted to become aware of what there might be the benefits. So it gives me time to actually think. Oh, and then I put a spin on it and said I was giving myself some time for strategic planning. But the truth is that it allows me time also to address any hidden bias that may be coming up for me now and in the future, AKA hidden traps. And so there are some benefits to procrastination. However, there's a fine line between planning and moving forward. And so I'm so glad that we get to have this conversation today about how we can move from procrastination into our purpose. We just don't have time for that. Great question.
Thank you so much. I love this. Moving from procrastination into purpose. Oh, my. Jennifer, are you ready?
I'm ready, honey. I'm ready. And I have to agree with Kimberly on the procrastination part of that. I had to kind of do a little bit of research because it's like, is there anything positive about procrastination? But when you really think about it, there are some positive things. And what I found out is a lot of times when we procrastinate, it's because of something. We may not have all of the information on the task that we need to complete. So we're waiting to receive that information. Or if something happens to where there's a factor like maybe the weather, or maybe a personal event like a death or an illness, or a birth, even a birth can cause procrastination because that's more important than a particular task that you have to do. So it just kind of depends on the situation that you've got going on And it depends on what information that you have on a particular task that you need to get completed. You got to have all the information. So if you're not getting that information, or if you're waiting on somebody else to give it to you, then yeah, you have to procrastinate just a little bit. But we're not gonna push that.
All right, Andrea, the chocolate butterfly Williams.
So butterflies, what happens is you have to become a butterfly, you have to procrastinate. Just being honest. So you're a caterpillar and you're stuck in this, like Jennifer was saying, you don't have all the information, you don't have all the knowledge. So you need to go in a cocoon of sorts so that you can take a pause.
Come
So
on.
you can know all the traps that Kimberly was talking about. You can do all the planning that Ayana was talking about. You can get all of that done in that cocoon. So when you're in that cocoon stage, while people think you move, we say it a lot, we're moving quietly, right? And then we come out as a butterfly and we show people what we've been working on. And that's why I think procrastination is good, because it gives you a step so that you can actually realize where you're going, why you're going, get that purpose, and you go from being that dreamer to that visionary. So now you have visions that you can set your goals and you can achieve. So that's
Okay. All right, but certainly not least, the faith motivator herself.
Come on, Faith.
Well, are there benefits to procrastinating? Well, I've seen both. It's crazy. Before we came on, I actually wrote about procrastination, and actually in my book, in that portion, I put my name should be there. However, life has definitely taught me that it is important that when you have different tasks to do, to try your best to get them done on time. I have not mastered procrastination yet, but I'm working towards it. But I would say, just to backtrack, one of the benefits that I did get out of times that I procrastinated, it did give me time to think. It did give me time to assess the situation, to determine, is this something that I really need to do? And sometimes you have to prioritize something else. Like you mentioned, if somebody gives birth, that's going to take priority over, okay, I need to finish doing, the laundry right now. It just kind of depends. But as a faith motivator, I'm a firm believer that definitely our steps are ordered, and a good man and woman steps are ordered by God. And I have definitely have seen that what I thought was me procrastinating was actually a divine connection or divine interruption from God, because there was an accident on the way that God prevented me from experiencing. So if I believe that if we actually continue to trust God and walk and obey his voice, and know that he's ordering and guiding our steps, then our delays are not denials, and it's like it will serve a purpose. It would just serve a purpose, because he'll guide us and direct us in purpose. And so those are some of the benefits of
y'all on fire today. Y'all are on fire today. All right. So that was very good. Thank you so much. And I'm sure people are going to get everything they need from that and not be so hard on themselves if they find themselves in procrastination. All right. We're going to have to give ourselves permission to go through the process. And sometimes the process is going to have procrastination in there. Right.
Yes.
And so, which brings me kind of to my next question and a slight story. I'm going to let you know, on March 30th, 2020, in the middle of 2 books, in the middle of leading a team, in the middle of having 200 employees at the time that I was still in I was still working in healthcare. I developed COVID-19, and I was sick for 2.5 months. Now, in the middle of that pause, that stop, that halt, I was able to focus on me. I was able to then not only publish 2 books, I was then able to open up a tea and vitamin company that was for immunity, to boost immunity. Okay. I also was able to spend more time with my family, my husband, and my two children. And what other people looked at as procrastination in my business ended up being a time where the business was being rebuilt. So if I would have been putting all that time in the old information when they were about to bring up new information, I would have been wasting my time. So God had a plan, even though I had to go through COVID. And amen, I'm alive. I have asthma, and nobody thought they thought I should go to the hospital and all this. But God made sure that everything was still in alignment, even in procrastination, which leads me to my next question. Is there any time, best day or best time of day, that procrastination is good? Who wants to start that out? All right, butterfly, chocolate butterfly.
Well, first of all, I want to say praise the Lord that you are here and you are healed and you are healthy and you're whole. I have to give all honor to God for, because that just gave me a chill, because I know many personally who haven't made it. So that was a blessing to know and hear that testimony. But the best time for me that I feel like, and it could be any time of the day, whenever time that is, because a lot of people work different shifts. But I think when it's time to rest, it's time to, either your body's gonna tell you it's time, either God gonna make you rest or you're gonna rest on your own. Speaking from someone with experience, where God stopped me one day with diabetes and told me to sit my butt down in the hospital for a week in ICU, it's worth it to take a seat and listen to your body, listen to your spirit, listen to your mind, get the clarity, get the refocus, and be able to see what you need to see, because that's part of being a visionary. You can see. And one thing I learned when I went to law school is you think 3 steps ahead. So you come up with what the end game is going to be, so you can go back and figure out the steps to get there. But if you're so busy looking at the trees, you can't see your way out of the forest.
That's good. Oh, that's good.
So you have to take that time, and I implore everyone, especially us as women. I think we do this especially. We're taking care of the family, we're taking care of the husband, we're taking care of the people at the church, we're taking care of our mothers and our parents. We're just taking care of everybody, and we feel like that if we don't show up, that it's not going to get done. But what's going to happen when you're not here, as we found out when a whole bunch of people right now, not like Miss Letitia, they're not here. We had to keep going on. And somebody else had to take their jobs, their positions in church, their positions in organizations, and their positions in families. So we want to make sure to be here for the good things and take the time to just get the rest. That's what this time gave me. It gave me time to rest. It gave me time to write down things that have been in my head, and get them out to people. So that's what you need. That's when that procrastination, that's when it's a good time, when you need to rest.
My God, what I just heard, if God bring you to it, he'll bring you through it. That's what immediately I just received from everything that you just said. When he allow us to go through, when he allow us to, he didn't give us diabetes. God didn't give us COVID. He didn't give us those issues. So anyone else who wants to be next? Okay, Jennifer put up that church finger.
That church finger.
Church finger. Come on.
So I would have to say no, simply because each person is different. Your downtime is going to be different from my downtime. I'm going to be different from Kim. I'm going to be different from Andrea. So no, there is no best time, but you do need time to, like Andrea said, to rest, to collect your thoughts. A transparent moment for me, I worked in the healthcare field ever since I was 15, 16 years old. So 20 years I've been helping people. And I knew that I needed to do something different, but I also worked myself into this entrepreneurship. And I knew that I had to leave my job, but I was afraid to. And when COVID hit, I lost my job. And that was my way of, okay, you're going to do this because this is what I told you to do, says the Lord. And if you're not going to do it on your own, I'm going to do it for you. So, and it wasn't just for me to jump right into entrepreneurship. I had to go through a whole mind purge because now I didn't have steady income coming in. I didn't have all of the benefits that I had with my job. So my faith had to be tested. My faith had to be strengthened so that I could make this entrepreneur journey. So you have to go through things. And personally, you know, your journey is going to be different from my journey. So whatever time you need to take it before it's forced on you. Because Proverbs 12:24 says the hand of the diligent will rule, while the slothful would be put to forced labor. So you either going to do it right then, or you going to do it later, and you're going to have to be forced to do it. So the choice is yours.
Ooh, that's good there. Oh my God, I see Faith. I saw that finger over there, Faith Motivator. Let me tell you something. Jennifer just pretty much said it ain't she said it's not a right time for each one of us, but it is a time. It's gonna be a time, but it might not be the right time for everybody. It's not the same time, but it's the right time for you. Yes, that's what I heard. Thank you so much. Come on, Faith Motivator. I saw that church finger.
Yeah, I had, Jennifer started it. Well, listen, oh my goodness, I heard so much in etiquette. Forgive me, I'm grateful to be here. I hope I recognize I didn't say thank you for being a part of the Black Iconic CEO event. So let me get that out the way. I'm grateful and honored and excited. So that was, excuse me. But back to this procrastination and us allowing us, basically, I want to call it kind of stealing away. Either you steal away or be forced to be shut down. So in 2016, God said, I'm giving you a rest. So I'm so excited. He said, I'm about to blow your mind. I lose my job. And then weeks later, I got diagnosed with breast cancer. So I'm like, whoa, talk about what? What are you doing, God? But God let me know that he had a purpose. And what he did, he slowed me down because my family calls me a road runner. And during that time of stealing away, he allowed me to published my first book, Stepping Out on Faith, Dare to Dream. That's where the Faith Motivator comes from, and having that downtime, like you were saying earlier, Letitia, that on paper, it seemed horrible that I've been now diagnosed with cancer. But that time, God continued to speak to me and through me. In the midst of the challenges, in the midst of surgeries, in the midst of radiation, and he allowed me to see what stepping out on faith really looked like. Like I'm literally continuing to step out on faith daily, and then he entered me into the world entrepreneurship. Over the years, I will always tiptoe to it, stick my little pinky toe into it, but now he has just continued to shift my mind, and what again seemed like a setback has been a set up for me to walk in my purpose. Hello.
Come on here, somebody. Can
I just know, God serves, he does purpose. Yes, procrastination has its benefits and it has its negative aspects. But truly, is whatever we do, if we commit it to God, he would work those things out. And again, he will order our steps and he will make it all right. He'll make our crooked places straight. Hello. Amen.
And I have to add
here. Go ahead, Ayana. I saw. Wait, did the church finger? Y'all gonna get me with this church finger?
We church girls. We all church girls up on here.
Amen.
And I have to say, ladies, I'm literally ready to pass my offering plate. Just pass it on around and drop my little piece in. Okay. I have to say that even in just listening to all of your testimonies and even listening to how there's this common thread, what immediately popped into my mind was, and our faith motivator just talked about it. She talked about the steal away before you sit away. Here it is. Jesus took the time to go into the garden. And when he went into the garden, or when he went up onto the mountain, or whenever he would, because he would do this routinely, steal away, come away from even his disciples, the inner circle, right? Why was he doing that? Because just like us, he was 100% God, but he was 100% man. And what he realized is the importance of knowing that anytime I am in a moment or a time of uncertainty, that is the time to not, I want to frame it differently. I don't want to call it procrastination. I want to call it the pause. Because what happens is you find yourself in a position where you can get quiet to get clear. And that is critical. That is critical to your success. If you hear God give an outcome, but you don't yet have the download for the blueprint, it's all right to wait on God. There's a song that Mary did a few years back that says, "Speak to me, Lord. Speak your word of life, that I might hear what thus saith, oh God." And here's the deal. I don't want to go unless I know you sent me. I don't want to be where you're not. And so anytime I feel like I'm not under the cover of the cloud or the cover of the pillar of fire, I'm all right with waiting on it. There is something in the wait. There's something in the wait that's powerful, that's purposeful, and that will push you to a place where it's not procrastination, but it literally is that pause to make sure that you don't miss the still small voice of God. So there is always a time whenever I'm uncertain that I am willing to get quiet, to get clarity, so that I can go with the assurity that I need to execute the plan that God has given me.
My. All I heard was wait on the Lord. He will renew your
Do
strength.
your strength.
I heard that like clear as day. He will renew your strength. He will, when you were talking about in song, I heard strength like no other.
Yes. That's it. That's it.
No other reaches to me.
Yes.
You are my strength. That's all I kept
That's
hearing
it.
when
Yes.
you were speaking.
That's it.
And
We
it
worship
is.
him, but
If
we
you
not
wait on the Lord, He will renew your strength. So procrastination, people look at it as in a bad light, but until we get our marching orders, and sometimes being in procrastination, sometimes when we stop and halt, that means, wait a minute, some things has to be rearranged. Some things, I mean, it's too much. It might be too much for us, but it's never too much for God, right? And so I'm so excited that you said that, because He is our strength like no other. Come on.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So the joy of the Lord is my strength, Nehemiah 8:10. Like all these scriptures are coming to me. And so I'm just sitting here in awe, so grateful to receive everything that has been spoken. Again, I say, as I minister to you, I minister to myself. And so my answers are kind of all over the place, and I'll be echoing everyone. But the thing is, my soul dwells in a human earth suit. And so there's always this conflict between the spirit and the flesh. And so my original answer that I had written earlier was that, there is no good time, because nothing waits while we pause to procrastinate. Things are still happening. But when the pause becomes a problem, and I acknowledge that I'm the queen of procrastination, but I am aware of my issues and I am addressing them. Remember, I'm showing up real. Is when because I'm procrastinating, that means the thought is still spinning. The only thing I'm not doing is acting. And so it's still occupying time. And so it can become a problem for me. And so, but the other part is that is, with all the issues that I have, I tend to find myself really busy overcompensating in my human earth suit. And when I get so busy, those are tricks of the enemy. And Mark 6:31 says that even Jesus rested. He was like, let's steal away. Let's go. Got on a boat and rested. And so when I'm so busy, I can't hear from God. Oh yeah, I might be accomplishing some things, but I'm not getting clear marching orders. And I heard the word clarity several times. Thank you for allowing me to share. Ladies, you guys are powerful. I'm so glad to be here. What a gift.
Praise God. Praise God. Busy, B-U-S-Y, being under Satan's yoke.
Come on. Come on.
Woo! I
Let me
need
hear that
that.
again. Repeat.
I'm writing that down.
So we're not, we're
I've
going
been taking notes the whole time.
B-U-S-Y, being under Satan's yoke. So when you find yourself busy, you're not being productive. They're two different things.
Come on.
We can be busy and overcompensating, as she's just stated, and trying to be everything to everybody and not getting nothing accomplished and beating down ourselves. But when we find ourselves busy, I want us to understand we are B-U-S-Y, being under Satan's yoke. And
Wow.
that's when it's okay to say, pause.
Pause.
All right. All right. Oh man, this is so good to me, y'all. My heart is just, I'm telling you, it's
Man.
just over here just beating. So we know that there's different forms of procrastination. We know that there's different kinds of procrastination. And I just want you guys to just briefly kind of speak about those things. I know we ended with you, Kim, but I'm going to start with you, Kimberly. Okay. If you don't mind. And I'm sorry, I just called you Kim. Some people don't like that. But
That is so fine. So different types of procrastination is your question? Well, I only know good and bad procrastination, to be honest with you. Either it's working for you or it's not. And so the answer to that is going to be specific to each person. Sometimes it is necessary. And today I heard earlier, things are happening. We have to give space for our circumstances as well. Yeah, they call me Lady Joy and I'm the joy facilitator. But there's also been death in the family this week. So do I still acknowledge my calendar or do I give myself and others around me grace?